This is Isabel, a maid who is constantly asked why she pushes herself to the brink. The other maids never understood, whispering and gossiping behind her back. She had been working through the nights for a week straight, all for Count Grey's masquerade. Her reason for enduring it all was painfully simple. She just wanted to stay alive. So she would turn and walk away from the whispers, trying to block them out. They'd sneer that she was from the slums, so filthy that no amount of washing could make her clean. To them, she was just Isabel, the dirty one from the streets, and she'd grown so used to it, it no longer made her angry. She knew all too well that the slightest mistake would draw the attention of her superiors. One misstep, and she'd be the first one cut, cast out without a second thought. This wasn't about climbing the social ladder. It was about pure, desperate survival. She had nothing to call her own, nothing she truly wanted to protect. Her only drive was to stay alive, so she just tried to do better, day after day. In time, that relentless effort began to pay off. She was finally recognized for her skills, becoming the sole personal maid to Lady Diana Grey. But even as a noble's attendant, life didn't suddenly become special. It was still a long, hollow existence without any real meaning. Then, on a day like any other, her entire world was turned upside down. She gave birth to her child, Margarita. Looking down at the fragile baby in her arms, a new feeling began to bloom. For the very first time, Isabel had a reason to live. It started with the sound of a small, helpless cry. But looking into her daughter's tear-filled eyes, Isabel found her own welling up. These weren't tears of sorrow, but of a fierce, overwhelming love. She held Margarita close, this tiny, perfect reason to keep going. In that moment, vibrant color finally began to bleed into her once gray life. A small hand gripping her finger was all the purpose she would ever need. For her daughter's future, Isabel swallowed her pride and lowered herself even further. She cherished every fleeting moment of peace they could find together. Her new mantra was simple: stay quiet, know your place, and protect what's yours. All of it was worth it for this one simple, beautiful life with her daughter. Despite all her struggle, her life ended in the most unjust way imaginable. It all began with a brutal hand yanking her back by the hair. The air filled with a single, damning accusation. Murderer. She was dragged away. Her desperate pleas of innocence completely ignored. Thrown before a furious crowd, she was branded the killer of Countess Grey. As the whip was raised high, her only thought was of her daughter. A flash of pure, helpless fury burned in her eyes. Then, nothing but the searing pain of the strike, until she jolted awake with a scream, her daughter's name catching in her throat. Gasping for breath, she found herself in a strange bed, the nightmare still clinging to her. Her eyes snap open, the first shock hitting her. She's in a bed, not a prison cell. The memory of the whip and the crowd's roar still echoes in her mind. She was certain she had died that day, so how could this possibly be real? A cold dread washes over her as she realizes something is profoundly wrong. She looks down at her hands, expecting the rough calluses of a maid, but they're smooth and unblemished, as if they belong to someone else entirely. Tossing the blanket aside, she finds her body is just as strange. A sharp pain throbs in her leg, not her back where the whip had landed. Her gaze drifts across the unfamiliar room, settling on a hazy reflection. Stumbling forward, a chilling thought takes root. This isn't her body. Her hand presses against the cold, hard surface of the mirror. The face staring back is a complete stranger. This isn't her body. This isn't her life. Just then, she hears footsteps approaching from outside the room. Panic floods her senses. She's trapped, with nowhere to hide. The doorknob turns, and the door begins to creak open. A man with glasses enters, his expression shifting from surprise to relief. But her body moves on pure, primal instinct, lunging at the intruder. His calm demeanor shatters into a mask of shocked pain. She slams him back, her fingers digging mercilessly into his throat. Yet a sudden wave of weakness hits her, her new body already failing her rage. He struggles to breathe, tears of pain streaming down his face. But her grip loosens, her own eyes wide with shock and confusion. The violent impulse fades, and she stumbles back, her energy completely gone. She stares at her hands, wondering why her body moved against her will. The man collapses against the wall, gasping for air and clutching his throat. He slowly gathers himself, looking at her with a mix of fear and disbelief. Her aggressive demeanor melts away as she rushes forward, asking if he's all right. He recoils in terror, explaining he's a physician who found her collapsed in an alley. She quickly apologizes, but her mind is already racing a back alley. What happened? Pressing for answers, she asks if he knows anything more about why she was there. The physician confirms her confusion, admitting he also has no idea how she ended up there. All he can explain is her condition, a minor gunshot wound on her thigh and something far worse. The true problem, he reveals, is a deadly poison flowing through her body. If it can't be neutralized in time, she has only 1 year left to live. Her world shatters. She thought she'd already died and possessed someone else. And now this? The doctor adds that the poison is unknown. No one else can help her. So she's just meant to die again. To test if this nightmare is real, her hand drifts towards the bandaged wound. A jolt of pain grounds her in reality. It's not a dream. This is happening. Her original self is gone, and she's been given a second life in someone else's body. But with this acceptance comes a new, burning resolve in her eyes. She knows what she has to do. Even if her daughter Rita won't recognize her, she vows to become her guardian. She has 1 year to teach her how to survive, or find someone else to protect her. A sudden thought stops her. She needs to know the exact date to understand the situation. She turns to the doctor, asking if it's December of the year 800, the year she died. His confused expression is the first sign that her assumption is horribly wrong. He calmly corrects her. It's not 800. It's February of the year 810. The words don't register at first. A cold dread begins to creep in. The realization hits her like a tidal wave. 10 years, an entire decade has passed. Her mind races to her daughter. Rita was only 10 years old back then. That means she's 20 now, 10 years alone. A desperate question echoes in her heart. Is she even alive? Desperate, she asks the doctor for a newspaper, needing any information she can get. She stumbles toward the table, her mind fixed on one goal, finding her daughter. She grabs the paper, her heart pounding as she searches for any mention of Margarita. Her precious daughter, her one and only. She had to be out there somewhere. But the doctor's voice cuts through her thoughts, asking if she means Countess Grey. Her eyes snap to the article, the words smearing together into a horrifying headline. It calls her the murderer of Countess Grey, twisting the memory of her own death. The world seems to tilt as she stares at the paper, her hands trembling. And there, in a picture, is a glamorous woman, her daughter, now known as Countess Grey. She married Count Jeremy Grey, the husband of the very woman Isabel once served. And then, the horrifying truth clicks into place. The reason the Count never divorced her was because imperial law only permitted it in the case of death. The image of her own murdered body flashes in her mind, followed by a chilling realization. Count Grey had the motive and the means to kill her, and her daughter Rita couldn't possibly have been unaware. Her thoughts race back to that day, a peaceful moment sharing a meal with her little girl. But their quiet afternoon was shattered by a sudden, harsh knock at the door. An unfamiliar man's voice called out for her, and a feeling of pure dread washed over Isabel. She quickly tells Rita to wait, her mind scrambling for a way to keep her safe. An idea sparks a game. She asks her daughter to play hide-and-seek, urging her to find a very good hiding spot. As the little girl watches, confused but trusting, Isabel turns her back and begins to count. A violent pounding echoes as they scream her name, demanding she open the door. But Isabel keeps her back turned, her voice steady as she counts, buying precious seconds. Little Rita, bless her heart, scrambles into the wardrobe, just as her mother taught her. The moment Isabel reaches 10, the door splinters open, and 3 men barge into the room. She whirls around, heart hammering in her chest, demanding to know who they are. One of them grabs her arm, his grip like iron, confirming her identity with a cold stare. The man in charge then announces it plainly. She's being arrested for the murder of Countess Grey. As they force her to her knees, her desperate pleas of innocence are completely ignored. From inside the dark wardrobe, a pair of small, terrified eyes watch the entire scene unfold. And that, she realizes now, was the very last moment her daughter ever saw her alive. With no evidence or trial, Isabel was dragged to the public square and flogged. A man grabs her by the hair, hissing at her to stop fighting and just die. He leans in, coldly telling her this will only end with her death. She was just unlucky. He turns to walk away, leaving her broken and bleeding on the cobblestones. But just as he leaves, she grabs his leg, a desperate plan forming in her mind. She erupts, screaming for the money the knight promised if she did what he asked. He's stunned, completely caught off guard by her sudden, crazy accusation. But it was all a ploy to plant suspicion, to ensure her daughter wouldn't be disgraced. As her life fades, her very last thought is of her little girl, Margarita. Her only regret, if she had known, she would have made her daughter more stew. And so, her mother's story became just another scandalous headline, featuring the smiling face of one Countess Diana Grey. Years later, her daughter Margarita reads that same article, and a terrible realization dawns on her. Could her mother's death have been a pawn in a much darker game of revenge against Count Grey? With a new, cold purpose, she sets out, thanking the kind doctor who saved her from the brink of death. He finally understands her plan when she shows him the advert. The Count Grey estate is hiring temporary maids, but she has one last question for him. Why did he go through the trouble of saving a stranger like her? He fumbles for an excuse about a sister, but admits his duty as a doctor simply wouldn't let him leave her to die. With a final, sincere thank you, she turns to leave, and he wishes her a safe journey. As she walks into the distance, he calls out one last time, reminding her to take the painkillers he provided. Meanwhile, the city is on high alert, with guards at the station gossiping about a thief who infiltrated a duke's estate. The whispers around her are filled with fear and speculation about the thief who stole confidential documents. Margarita feels the tension in the air, thankful she took the precaution of hiding her hair. But no matter the risk, she has only one thing she must do. Gripping the newspaper clipping in her hand, she focuses on her destination, the Grey Estate. She forces herself to calm down. Attracting attention is the last thing she needs right now. Her gaze hardens with resolve, especially with all these guards investigating. Just then, she spots a checkpoint, where guards have stopped a woman for questioning. They're looking for someone with a similar height and hair color to her original body. It all clicks. This massive search is to find the intruder from Duke Mirabel's estate. The realization hits her hard. The odds that she's the one they're looking for are terrifyingly high. She knows they'll check tickets at the gate, so she needs a diversion before then. A plan forms: pretend to take the southbound train, then switch to the capital-bound one at the last second. Watching the clock, she waits for the perfect moment to move. The guards finally turn their backs, and that's her cue. Now, she rushes the counter, demanding a ticket for the southbound train, which is leaving in 1 minute. Her sudden commotion catches the attention of a nearby guard. Ignoring the ticket seller's warning, she slams the money down, her eyes fixed on her target. The guard's eyes widen as a flash of red hair peeks out from under her hat. Tossing her hat aside, she reveals her vibrant hair, shouting for a ticket to that train, the capital-bound one. The guard is completely stunned, flustered by the sudden spectacle, just as she'd hoped. She snatches the ticket and bolts, the guard's shouts echoing behind her. Her heart pounds as she sprints across the platform, praying her legs don't fail her now. A hand lunges for her, the guard's grasp just a hair's breadth away. His fingers tangle in her hair, and for a terrifying second, she thinks it's all over. But suddenly, a luggage cart careens past, knocking the guard aside and freeing her. She glances back, and that look of panic is replaced by a sly, triumphant smirk. Everything is going according to plan. She digs her heel into the floor, and with a sharp kick, sends her own suitcase flying back towards them. It smashes right into the oncoming guards, creating the perfect wall of chaos. As the train pulls away, their cries of failure are the last thing she hears. Her pursuers shout in desperation, trying to force their way on, but it's too late. She calmly steps aboard, leaving the chaos behind her on the platform. With a final hiss, the train doors slide shut, sealing her freedom. Alone in her cabin, Margarita finally allows herself a deep, satisfying breath of relief. She settles in, musing on the perfect timing of the trains and the surprising strength of this new body. A flicker in her eyes shows a mind already churning, piecing together the past and planning for the future. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels carries her further and further away, towards a new life. A decade has passed. So much has changed, she has to decide her next move. Arriving in the capital, she secures a room, knowing a spy's life is never truly safe. But inside the luggage, she finds not just danger, but an opportunity. Forged IDs and a gun. She pulls out the revolver. Thankful she didn't reveal it back at the senator's mansion. But holding the cold metal sends a wave of unfamiliar terror through her veins. It's a phantom memory, a deep-seated trauma that doesn't belong to her, and it's utterly exhausting. All she wants is a single moment of peace, a brief chance to finally rest. But her mind plunges into darkness, showing her the image of a terrified child screaming for her mother. A voice screams her name, Rita, snapping her violently back to the present. She stumbles back, horrified, her own mind accusing her of losing her sanity. How could she be so careless? While she's safe, that poor child is still trapped with that devil. She thinks of that quiet, gentle girl, left all alone in that house without a single person to protect her. Crushed by guilt, she curls up, whispering an apology into the lonely night. As snow falls silently over the sleeping town, a mother's apology hangs in the air. But elsewhere, two men walk the quiet streets, one asking the other if he isn't worried. Viscount Cern Victor is practically vibrating with anxiety. Their informant has gone completely silent. His mind races with worst-case scenarios where they captured, tortured, or forced to talk. His companion, the unflappable Count Ian Lapellis, just smiles, remarking that worrying won't change a thing. Cern knows he's right, but the feeling of dread is impossible to shake. Suddenly, a noise makes him jump, his hand clutching his chest in alarm. Ian instantly signals for silence, and Cern's heart pounds. Is this it? His first real battle? But then he relaxes. He's with Ian Lapellis, the famous war hero. What could possibly go wrong? Ian clicks his tongue, grabs his stunned subordinate, and bolts, yelling for him to run as guards shout behind them. Peeking out the window, Cern frantically counts their ambushers, 6 of them. Ian knows a straight fight is impossible. He tells Cern to run right while he draws them left. As they burst out, Ian pivots and fires a pistol, the loud crack echoing in the night. The pursuers shout in alarm, immediately marking the man with the gun as the main threat. Cern, following orders, ducks into a dark alleyway, trying to lose his tail. But it's a dead end, and one of the thugs corners him, a triumphant sneer on his face. In a flash of steel, the attacker with a scar suddenly collapses, a blade in his throat. His shocked companion can only watch in horror as his partner falls to the ground. Ian, now hidden, takes stock. 2 down, 2 are chasing him, leaving 2 more unaccounted for. He smoothly vaults onto a nearby wall, knowing the remaining attackers are now extremely tense. From his perch on the roof, Ian knows he has the perfect advantage. He drops from above in a silent, lethal blur of motion. Before the pursuer can even turn, a hand of iron is already around his throat. His partner can only watch in horror, screaming out his name. With a sickening thud, Ian slams the man's face straight into the cobblestones. His eyes glow with a cold, terrifying light. There is no room for negotiation. Pistol pressed to the man's head, he cuts straight to the point. Where is Eileen Nova? The terrified thug stammers, confirming he was chasing a woman with auburn hair and green eyes. Ian thanks him curtly for the information, his objective now complete. So she hasn't been captured or killed. She's still out there on the run or something else entirely. And as the bloody scene settles, his thoughts drift to the woman at the center of it all. Eileen Nova. Back in the alley, Cern stares down at the bloody knife in his hand, having finally finished the job. Ian stands over the bodies, unimpressed, casually telling Cern his sloppy work means more training. But before they can leave, a gun is suddenly pressed to Cern's temple, a cold warning to stay put. A whole new crew has them cornered, threatening to shoot if Ian takes so much as another step. Putting on a show, Ian raises his hands and calmly places his own pistol on the ground to de-escalate. It's a trick they don't fall for, as one of them lunges forward, grabbing Ian with a knife to his throat. The captor flashes his fangs, trying to intimidate Ian by revealing Cern is the precious heir of a marquis. He sneers, confident that he holds all the cards with both the master and his important charge captured. With a triumphant grin, he raises the blade to end it, completely oblivious to the bored look on Ian's face. But the captor made one fatal miscalculation. Ian had already dropped his gun right where he needed it. In a flash, he pivots, grabbing the pistol and firing a perfect shot that frees Cern instantly. And before his own captor can even process what happened, Ian drives the man's own knife into his skull. Cern collapses to the ground, completely stunned by the impossibly fast and brutal counterattack. He scrambles to his feet, worried about Ian's bleeding arm, but Ian just waves him off. The wound can wait. He's already deduced that Eileen Nova wasn't captured and likely fled. He assures Cern they have a backup plan, and a rendezvous point. Their new destination is the capital. The scene shifts, pulling us back in time to a grand mansion where a carriage has just arrived. A nervous young lady stands before the imposing Countess Diana, accusing the woman of laughing at her. But the Countess just smiles, coldly explaining it wasn't laughter, but simply advice out of concern. The Countess leans in close, a predatory glint in her eyes, whispering that she has just one more thing to add. And how convenient, she notes, that everyone is coming out onto the grand staircase just in time to hear. Her words trigger a memory of another noblewoman, Madame Vatt, being questioned about the famous author Kane. Diana's lips curl into a smirk as she recalls the woman stammering about having to meet him several times to persuade him. The implications click into place for her perfectly. Author Kane and Madame Vatt, alone together. The scandal writes itself. With a final, chilling wish for their precious connection to last, she dismisses the now trembling blonde lady. And just like that, the poison spreads as the crowd immediately begins whispering about the author's new muse. Her social assassination complete, Diana is escorted to her carriage, deciding to visit a club called Francois' Night. She casually mentions a rare wine she's heard about, the picture of untouchable elegance and power. As she moves through the party, we see the whirlwind of rumors that surround her. A promiscuous wife, a lucky upstart, a mysterious genius. But for all the whispers, the men of high society are utterly captivated by her. All these titles and rumors swirl around her, creating the legend of Margarita. She's immediately swarmed by admirers, each one desperate for a moment of her time. She offers them a placid, perfect smile, playing the part of the charming socialite. But beneath the surface, her eyes gleam with cold, calculating purpose. She scans their faces, wondering which of them had a hand in her mother's death. Whoever they are, accomplice or mastermind, she makes a silent, chilling vow to kill them all. The scene shifts. a quiet moment passing like a bird taking flight. Margarita, suitcase in hand, finally arrives, apologizing to her past self for the delay. She stands before the gray townhouse, ready to begin her retribution, promising that mommy's here now. Her knuckles rap against the wood, the first step of her infiltration underway. A voice calls from within, and she enters the room with an unnervingly calm smile. She's met by the head maid, Marcia Dona, who gets straight down to business for the interview. Margarita introduces herself with the alias Belle Arl, weaving a tragic but believable story about her past. The head maid isn't sold, immediately testing her with a rapid-fire quiz on household duties. But Margarita answers every technical question perfectly, her knowledge clearly far beyond that of a simple maid. From polishing ratios to serving etiquette, she doesn't miss a single beat, earning a flicker of approval. Impressed, the head maid slams her pen down and declares that she's hired on the spot. Margarita bows her head, a quiet thank you masking her cold satisfaction. The plan is working, but her victory is cut short as another maid bursts in, screaming that the madam has unexpectedly returned. Margarita's eyes widen. The madam can only mean one person. Rita is here. The head maid snaps into action, ordering everyone to the first floor and telling Margarita to get changed immediately. The entire household staff scrambles, the maids whispering about why their mistress has returned so early. Now, in her new uniform, Margarita is led through the hall, feeling the curious stares of the other maids. Suddenly, a cheerful blonde maid pops up, recognizing her as the new hire. She introduces herself as Ellie and excitedly announces that they're going to be roommates. As the entire staff lines up in the main hall, the head maid barks for silence. The madam is approaching, but Ellie leans in, whispering to ask if it's okay to bring a friend to their room later. Margarita agrees with a practiced smile, her mind already calculating this is a perfect chance to gather information. Just then, the grand doors at the top of the stairs begin to creak open. The household staff parts, bowing deeply as the mistress of the house makes her grand return. With each sharp click of her heels, the madam thinks to herself it's been 10 long years. The footsteps come to a sudden halt, her crimson shoes stopping right before Margarita. A gloved hand tilts her chin up, forcing her to make eye contact with the imposing figure. Margarita finds herself face to face with the madam, whose intense gaze and knowing smirk send a shiver down her spine. The madam internally notes how much the little girl has grown, and how she's learned to cover the dark circles under her eyes. Playing her part, Margarita nervously introduces herself as Belle Arl, her hands twisting the fabric of her apron. With a soft compliment on her beautiful eyes, the madam dismisses her, telling her to do her best. As another maid leads her away, Margarita is left stunned, her mind replaying the image of the madam's eyes. She realizes with a jolt that they are far more beautiful than her own, as the mistress watches her go with a subtle, triumphant smirk. With her inspection over, the madam summons her two top staff and dismisses the rest of the household. Margarita watches her go, the sound of her heels fading as a million questions race through her mind. Suddenly, one of the maids grabs her, absolutely floored that she survived, complimenting the madam's eyes. Back in the maids' quarters, Margarita learns that their mistress apparently despises that kind of flattery. In fact, ever since she arrived, any maid who tried to suck up to her was immediately fired. A staggering 23 maids were dismissed, leaving the remaining staff utterly terrified of her. The girls figure she must have finally settled in, having now completely replaced the original staff. With the tension broken, one of the maids claps her hands, ready for some proper introductions. The blonde, energetic one is Ellie, age 21, and the younger girl is Hannah, who's only 11. When they ask Margarita her age, her past self almost answers before she catches it, blurting out a flustered 26. Hannah is delighted, noting Margarita is younger than her mom, who she claims works far away. Margarita finds this odd. A child maid would normally be with her mother. She glances over at Ellie, whose face has fallen into a shadow of grief. Her eyes narrow as the pieces click into place. The girl's cheerful story doesn't add up. The cold, hard truth hits her. Far away is a lie. The mother is dead. Later that night, after Hannah is tucked in, Margarita confronts Ellie. She asks why they're hiding the truth from an 11-year-old girl who's old enough to understand. Ellie's smile is pained as she explains that she's told Hannah many times. But every single time, the next morning, Hannah has completely forgotten. Margarita can't believe it. The full tragedy is revealed. Hannah's mother died in a carriage accident, and the girl saw it happen with her own eyes. The trauma runs so deep that Hannah is still clinging to the memory of her mother's embrace. Ellie explains that the little girl simply can't accept her mother's death, so her mind keeps trying to forget. Margarita, her expression heavy, quietly asks when Hannah might finally be able to accept the truth. Ellie doesn't have an answer, sharing that her own mother died long ago, and the grief stays with you forever. Forever, the word hangs in the air, a chilling thought for Margarita, who is trapped by her own past. She then pivots, posing a sharp question. What if Ellie's mother had been murdered? Would she seek revenge? Margarita presses her, asking if she'd still pursue vengeance even if her mother wanted her to live in peace. The question triggers a flash of her own past, a happy child, a life her mother had wished for her. But Ellie's answer is firm and immediate. Even then, she would absolutely take revenge. So Margarita flips the script, asking her to imagine it the other way around. What if she were the parent, and her child was the one who died unjustly? The question sends Ellie spiraling into a fractured memory, filled with accusations and screams to kill. A splash of blood on the stone floor, a sight no child should ever see. Her hands tremble, the past threatening to overwhelm her right here and now. But she steadies herself, her gaze sharpening with a sudden understanding. Looking at Margarita, she realizes this isn't a hypothetical. She's worried about someone close to her being consumed by revenge. As Margarita listens in silence, Ellie offers a different perspective. She suggests that even if vengeance never comes, maybe the pursuit of it is just another reason to keep on living. The scene shifts to Hannah, watching her mother, the madam, from her bed. Is revenge her mother's reason for living? Should she just let her be? But the memory of that deep, hidden exhaustion is what lingers in Hannah's mind. Meanwhile, at an address in the capital, Count Ian Lapellis and Viscount Cern Victor arrive on a separate mission. But the place is empty, leading Ian to wonder if their contact simply hasn't made it yet. He inwardly notes Cern's naivety for not even considering betrayal, and then puts him on the spot, asking for their next move. Cern is completely caught off guard, stammering in surprise. Ian smirks, reminding him that this is all part of the training his own family requested. He suggests they resume their original investigation while they wait for news. Ian then quizzes him, asking which noble house in the capital is allied with the crown prince. The question sends Cern into a panic, desperately trying to fish the answer out of his memory. With a sly look, Ian gives him a crucial hint, an invitation he recently received. And just like that, it clicks. Cern exclaims that it's the Grey family, to which Ian coolly confirms he's correct. Cern eagerly dashes off, declaring their next target, but Ian knows he's just escaping more questions. As his companion leaves, Ian's hand drifts to a green pendant around his neck. He always knew that becoming enemies with the Crown Prince meant their paths would cross again like this. It all goes back to the day he was dragged to war, swearing revenge on Count Grey for taking someone precious. His fingers tighten around the memento, the memory, and the promise fueling his resolve. Looking towards his destination, he makes a solemn vow to see that person's revenge fulfilled. And so, he arrives at the grand, imposing estate of the Grey family. Inside, a few maids, including a troubled Hannah, grumble about being woken so early. Hannah explains she's unsettled because she saw their deceased colleague, Rita, in a dream. The dream dredges up a dark memory, a 10-year-old child, waiting in a bloody wardrobe for a mother who would never return. Days turned to nights in silence as the child waited inside that wardrobe. Slowly, the crushing realization must have dawned her mother was never coming back. In this relived memory, her mother's spirit whispers an apology to Rita, for a promise she couldn't keep. She'd screamed for her to come out, pleaded until her own voice was raw, but it was all in vain. All Margarita has now are these returned memories, unable to fathom the 10 years of suffering her child endured alone. A sharp clap from the headmaid shatters the memory, pulling everyone's attention. Margarita grits her teeth as a sharp pain throbs in her head. Could it be the poison? She hopes the painkiller kicks in soon, just as the headmaid calls out for the newbie, Belle. The stern woman locks eyes with her, demanding to know how much experience she has entertaining nobles. Margarita answers honestly not much, but the headmaid's gaze sharpens, catching the implication that it's not zero. The headmaid decides that's good enough, suddenly shoving Margarita into the lead role for today's reception. She then dismisses the staff, telling Belle to get the specifics from a senior maid named Ellie. A moment later, a friendly blonde girl Ellie is already waving her over with a welcoming smile. She hands Margarita a more formal uniform, explaining she needs to change into it for the guests. Seeing the slight panic in Ellie's eyes, Margarita asks her what's really going on here. Ellie reveals the grim reason. The maid originally assigned, Lily, fell down the stairs yesterday. She hit her head hard and has been unconscious ever since, bleeding from the impact. But even in her unconscious state, Lily has been muttering strange and unsettling things, whispering that she saw something right before she fell a ghost. Now in the formal uniform, Margarita decides she has no choice but to push through her headache and take the job. Ellie suddenly grabs her arm, apologizing for the rush as she yanks her forward. She drags Margarita down the hall, insisting there's absolutely no time to spare. The grand estate gates begin to creak open. Their important guest has arrived early. From a window, Margarita sees him, realizing his, not just early his, already here. It's the handsome and poised Count Ian Lepellis, stepping onto the grounds. The maids quickly get to work, serving tea to the Count and his companion, Viscount Cern Victor. But as Margarita serves them, a cold realization dawns on her. She knows these names. Her memory flashes back to Cern, the young heir of the Marquis Victor family, and to Ian, the next Count of Repellis, information she only knew from 15 years ago, before her death. Suddenly, the political battle lines are drawn again. These men were allied with the faction that opposed her family. She recalls how the third prince's faction crumbled after his brother, the second prince, died. The prince himself suffered a mental breakdown and a crippling leg injury, ending his claim to the throne. Everyone believed it was checkmate, that the prince and his supporters, the Repellis and Victor families, were finished. But if that's true, then why are they here, in Grey family territory, which should be hostile ground for them? Something feels off, and Margarita can't shake the feeling that she knows the Count from somewhere. She racks her brain, picturing his softly styled green hair and his light brown eyes with that smooth, steady gaze. The familiarity is undeniable, but the memory just won't surface. Then, as she serves his tea, she gets a clear look at his face. In that instant, a forgotten memory slams into her, and everything clicks into place with a jolt. The shock of the memory sends a tremor through her. What was that? Her mind races, a cold dread washing over her. Did he just look at me? Does he know? Her hand trembles, the teacup clattering against the saucer and breaking the silence. Count Lepellis calmly notes that the tea is a little too hot for his taste. Among nobles, that's a polite but icy way of saying the tea is awful, and head like water instead. Viscount Victor whispers for him to just drink it, but the Count coolly tells him to be quiet. With a faint, knowing smile, he repeats his simple request for a glass of water. Margarita takes a steadying breath, forcing herself to stay calm and professional under his gaze. She silently pours the water, her movements now steady and precise. She serves the Count, the air thick with unspoken tension as he watches her every move. The Count's gaze remains locked onto her, cold and calculating. And then, with a deliberate tilt of his hand, he lets the teacup slip. The scalding hot liquid arcs directly towards Margarita's hand. For a split second, her eyes widen in shock. But instinct takes over, her hand snapping out to catch the falling cup with perfect grace. The room goes silent as Viscount Victor and the other maids stare in disbelief. Count Lepellis, however, simply looks up with a faint, knowing smirk. Margarita freezes, realizing her body moved on its own, a reflex from a past life. It all clicks into place with dawning horror. This wasn't an accident. He was testing her. She fell right into his trap, and his smug expression confirms he's found exactly what he was looking for. A cold sweat breaks out as Margarita fights to stop her hands from shaking. It's over if he sees her fear. The clueless Viscount, however, is simply amazed, praising her incredible reflexes and asking for her name. From a distance, the Count watches her reply. Bel Alet, and his suspicions are finally confirmed. He thanks her with a knowing smile, and the terrible truth dawns on Margarita. This man knows who this body truly belongs to. She bows her head, hiding the panic on her face as her mind races. Unfazed, the Count calmly stirs his drink, having already decided on his next move. He announces his request. He wants this particular maid, Belle, assigned as his aide for the banquet. Margarita's thoughts spiral. What does he want with her? Is he an ally or an enemy? If Hez a friend, he'll surely question why she's here, working as a simple maid. But if he's a foe, this is the perfect trap to capture, torture, or kill her. No matter what, she realizes, this is the worst possible scenario for her. Her thoughts drift to the woman she swore to protect, Countess Diana Grey. She can't be caught now. She hasn't done anything for her yet. With a clenched fist, a new resolve hardens within her. No, she thinks. It's far too early to give up. Her mind races, replaying the scene. The dropped glass, it was a test. He isn't certain at all. If all he has is a name or a faded portrait, then she still has a chance. She can still fool him. But from across the room, Viscount Cern is utterly confused, asking the Count what that was all about. Count Ian simply raises a finger to his lips, a sly, knowing look in his eyes. The Viscount can only watch as the maid leaves, wondering what kind of game the Count is playing now. Once the room is empty, Viscount Cern turns to his superior, still trying to process what just happened. But before he can even get a word out, a sharp tap on the window silences him. Count Ian casually warns him to lower his voice. After all, they're still deep in enemy territory. He then pivots, quizzing the Viscount on the hair and eye color of the maid who just left. Reddish brown and green. Ian prods. Does that color combination remind you of anything? A sudden jolt of recognition hits the Viscount as the image of a long-forgotten woman flashes in his mind. He looks back at the Count, realizing he's thinking of Eileen Nova, but argues that similar features alone prove nothing. Ian just smirks, playing coy and asking on what basis CERN made that assumption, clearly enjoying this little test. As the Count silently judges him, the Viscount clutches his head, racking his brain for the missing piece. Then it clicks. Her name, Belle Allais. At this, Count Ian gives a small, satisfied smile. Correct. The Viscount realizes it's a classic spy tactic, using a real family name, her mother's maiden name, Allet, to forge a believable identity. An identity that was meant to elevate her to the status of Countess, a position so powerful no one would dare question its authenticity. Count Ian confirms his thoughts, explaining that the entire Eileen Nova persona was created for a very specific purpose. She was supposed to use that faint noble lineage to infiltrate high society. But the woman they just met wasn't a noble debutante, she was a common maid. And that, Ian notes with a grim intensity, is precisely where the plan has gone completely sideways. The questions pile up. Why use a noble cover to become a servant? And why miss their rendezvous if she was already in the capital? CERN, pacing nervously, asks if they should consider her a suspect, but the Count wants to wait and observe her at the upcoming banquet. Impatient, the Viscount asks bluntly if they should just prepare to shed blood. The Count merely sighs internally, dismissing his subordinate's rashness. He's still too young. Count Ian concludes his thoughts, hoping that such a violent outcome can be avoided. The scene shifts as night falls upon the grand estate where the banquet is being held. Inside, the hall is a sea of opulence, with servants announcing the arrival of prestigious nobles. Watching from a distance, Belle silently appraises the guests, unimpressed by their heavy makeup. She runs through her cover story one last time, a flimsy tale she has to make believable. Her hand instinctively moves to her pocket, clutching a hidden item she'll use if things go south. A flash of a bloody blade in her mind reveals her grim last resort, a path she prays she won't have to take. Then, the main event arrives as the announcer calls out the names of Count Ian and Sir CERN. The cheerful host raises his glass in a toast, welcoming all the esteemed guests to his party. He bids them all to eat and drink their fill, while Count Ian scans the crowd with a cool, calculating gaze. Belle watches the boisterous nobles with a look of utter disdain, unimpressed by their forced merriment. The guests settle at their lavish tables, the air filled with the usual polite, meaningless chatter. But soon, the pleasant atmosphere is shattered by a sudden, ugly outburst. A furious baron slams his hand down, his voice cutting through the hall as he rants about beggars. He spouts off about rounding up the poor and throwing them into camps to clean the streets. With a chilling calm, Count Ian asks the man to please lower his voice, a quiet but firm command. The baron sneers, mockingly asking if the topic is too uncomfortable for the young count. Belle observes from a distance, relieved. This loudmouth is the perfect distraction to keep attention off her. Ian simply smiles, picks up a bottle, and agrees that the baron is absolutely right. He then accidentally overpours the wine, flooding the table in a beautifully passive-aggressive toast. The baron, completely oblivious, raises his glass with a boisterous cheer, as Belle hopes he just gets wasted and forgets everything. Ian lifts his own glass, proposing a toast to the baron's deep concern for society as their glasses clink together. But in that instant, the wine splashes directly into the baron's face, and he lets out a strangled cry of pain. Belle's eyes widen in shock, while Ian simply smiles, feigning innocence and musing how he seems to have made a mistake again. His gaze then locks onto her, calmly asking if she'll help him clean up this little mess. She tries to decline, but he smoothly insists she needs to stay and look after him, leaving her wondering if he did that on purpose. He tells her the baron clearly needs some rest, his words sounding less like a suggestion and more like an order. So, with no other choice, she steps in to help the man, who is now screaming that the wine is stinging his eyes. As she offers to guide him to a resting area, Ian watches coolly from his seat, his plan proceeding perfectly. Belle is forced to lead the whimpering nobleman down a dark corridor, away from the prying eyes of the party. With the baron dealt with, Ian turns his attention to Belle, asking for a glass of water as his next move. She tries to steady herself, her mind repeating a simple mantra, just stay calm. She picks up the pitcher to pour the water, concentrating on the simple task. But a slight tremor in her hand betrays her, the glass rattling softly against the table. Suddenly, he's right behind her, his voice a low whisper pointing out how much she's trembling. Her heart hammers in her chest. She realizes this is a test, and she has to get it together before he notices. He smirks, casually remarking that she must be new to this kind of work to be so nervous. Thinking fast, Belle claims it's her first time serving such high-ranking nobles, hoping hell by the excuse. Just then, another maid, Ellie, rushes to her side, apologizing on Belle's behalf and backing up her story. Ian accepts the explanation with a knowing smile, then dismisses her, saying he no longer needs the water after all. As she retreats, Belle realizes her hands are drenched in a cold sweat. She's completely rattled, wondering if she's been discovered, and needs to make a run for it. Her hand instinctively goes to the knife hidden in her apron, a weapon she desperately wants to avoid using. Meanwhile, her other persona, the seductive madam, casually drapes herself over the party's host. With a cunning smile, she suggests it's time for them to move to a more private location. The host, completely under her spell, eagerly agrees to her every whim. From a distance, Belle can't bear to watch her own manipulative display unfold. The host announces they're all moving to the game room to enjoy some special wine from the Crown Prince. But just as the madam is about to lead him away, a hand shoots out, stopping her. It's Ian Lapellis, who politely offers to fetch that special wine from the cellar himself. Not to be outdone, Ian smoothly mentions he's also brought a rare vintage, one he went to great lengths to acquire. The other nobles are stunned, whispering that this is truly a top-tier banquet now. Belle sees this as her chance. While everyone is distracted, maybe she can finally slip away. But Ian's sharp gaze finds her, reminding her she's his assigned maid and is coming with him. With no other choice, she follows him down a dark, winding staircase. Her mind races. If you're lured to a secluded place, you have to be ready to use the knife. But she's uncertain, wondering how much her new body will cooperate when the time comes. Suddenly, her foot seems to slip on the stone steps. It's a feint! She uses the stumble to launch herself forward in a desperate sprint. Ian watches, surprised, as she bolts past him, her eyes locked on the door at the bottom of the stairs. But her desperate dash brings her face to face with Count Ian, who was already waiting for her. She realizes her mistake instantly. She's trapped in a closed room, one-on-one with him. Her breath catches in her throat. A cold dread washes over her. Is there any way out of this? Suddenly, her own body betrays her, a strange paralysis seizing her limbs. Why can't she move? A voice from a forgotten memory echoes in her mind. A haunting whisper meant for Isabel. It's a memory of struggle, a command to pull with all her might. But it's not her memory. Light floods the room as the door she was racing towards swings open. Belle looks up, still fighting the phantom sensations racking her body. It was Ian. He had simply opened the door for her. No struggle, no fight. She collapses to the floor, completely bewildered by the voice in her head and his unexpected action. She realizes it's not him she fears, but the very fact that he's a nobleman, a trauma buried deep in this body. Ian, ever observant, misreads her panic, asking if she's afraid of enclosed spaces. He offers her a handkerchief for the cold sweat on her brow. A small, disarming gesture she hesitantly accepts. With the pleasantries over, he addresses her formally, using her current name, Miss Belle Allet. He then pulls a chair over, asking her to drop the formalities and just call him Sir Ian. She reluctantly obliges, her guard still up, as he prepares to get straight to the point. Then, with unnerving certainty, he drops the bombshell, stating that he is convinced she is Eileen Nova. His gaze is unwavering. He won't be swayed by a simple denial, and she knows it. He reveals his proof. He knows that her identity as Belle Allet is completely fabricated. Her mind races. If he knows about the fake name, then he must be connected to the person who created it. She thinks back to the day she was given the name Belle Allet, knowing this moment was inevitable. Cornered, she plays her only remaining card, claiming to have lost all of her memories. Ian listens to her tale of amnesia, his expression unreadable and his skepticism palpable. All the while, she'd been clutching a hidden knife, banking on the hope that he was an ally. He watches her, his gaze intense, processing her flimsy story. He seems to accept it, sighing as if he understands her tragic situation. But it's a trap. He explodes into motion, closing the distance in an instant. With a sharp crack, he twists her arm, brutally disarming her in one fluid motion. Her knife skitters across the wooden floor, her final gambit utterly defeated. She scrambles back against some crates, her voice trembling as she tells him to stay back. Clutching her throbbing wrist, she can only stare in terror as he demands to know if they're enemies. Ian's expression is cold, unwavering, as he presses her for an answer. He explains calmly that he never meant her harm. It was all just a test, pointing to the sheathed knife. Her movements, her stance, her reflexes, they all follow his family's signature method. He turns his back, stating with absolute certainty that she must have been trained by his own mother. Before she can even process that, he faces her again, his posture shifting completely. And then, in a gesture that flips the entire world on its head, Count Ian Lapellis gives a full, formal bow. Her mind goes blank. In her entire life, a noble has never apologized to her, let alone bowed. A single bead of sweat rolls down her face as she tries to comprehend this impossible act of respect. The knife, once her only defense, now lies forgotten on the floor between them. Still reeling, she retrieves her knife and quietly accepts his apology. He picks up his own blade, remarking that her reaction proves she really has lost her memory. He offers a sharp piece of advice. While his apology is sincere, she should never trust an enemy's words so easily. With that, he turns to leave, promising they'll talk in more detail another time. But he pauses, looking back with a warm smile, as he calls her by a strange name, Nova. The name sends a jolt through her system. She has no idea what it means. Yet his smile feels so familiar, so warm. Could they have possibly met in a past life? The unsettling encounter follows her all the way back to the dorms as night falls. But sleep offers no peace, only pulling her down into a deeply disturbing nightmare. In her dream, she sees her friend Ellie cowering on the floor, trembling in terror before an unknown figure. A chilling voice echoes from the past, asking a kneeling figure if she's been behaving well. The memory sharpens, reflected in a glittering gem, as her past self, Isabel, is taunted for her silence. She was utterly powerless, pinned down by a man who warned her it would be no fun if she didn't struggle. Belle wakes with a strangled gasp, the memory of that gentle, threatening voice still haunting her. It felt too real to be just a dream, more like a piece of her life she'd somehow forgotten. But with the morning sun comes new duties, forcing her to put the terrifying night behind her. She's been assigned to a new master, and steeling herself, she goes to introduce herself. But the man who turns from the window is Count Lapellis, greeting her with a knowing smile and that strange name again. Nova. He casually reassures her that he and Cern will stay away from water, a gesture that's more alarming than kind. His thoughtfulness leaves her stranded in his room, sitting on pins and needles with absolutely nothing to do. She tries asking about laundry, anything to do, but the Count coolly tells Nova to just rest comfortably. When she offers to pour Cern's tea, he practically jumps out of his seat, insisting he can do it himself. They're even pushing snacks on her, leaving Belle completely bewildered by this strange, suffocating hospitality. And as she sits there, trapped in the quiet room, the truth of the situation finally dawns on her. This isn't kindness or consideration, this is surveillance, a way to keep her under their watchful eyes. They don't trust her one bit, and the realization lands like a lead weight in her stomach. Just then, the Count rises from his desk, smoothly apologizing for letting her sit idle for so long. He offers her a thick, leather-bound history book to help pass the time. She cautiously accepts the history of the continent, wondering what his angle is now. But as she opens it, she freezes the cover as normal, but the text inside is in a completely foreign language. Not missing a beat, Belle simply says she'll have to read it slowly, as the Count watches with a smug, satisfied smirk. She rises to her feet, thinking to herself that their little tests just never seem to end. As if on cue, the Count informs her he'll be going out for a few days, and that her services won't be required. The bait is obvious, he's giving her a chance to run, but she just calmly wishes him a good trip. He tells her to spend her time well, leaving her to stew in the suffocating atmosphere of his suspicion. Later that night, Belle finally gets a reprieve, returning to the relative warmth of the maids' quarters. The other maids welcome her back, remarking on how tough it must have been, a job that used to belong to a maid named Lily. Belle brushes it off as manageable, though internally she admits the mental exhaustion was the real killer. As they relax, another maid wonders why Lily would have quit so suddenly, noting how irresponsible it seemed. That's when little Hannah pops up, announcing with wide-eyed certainty that Lily ran away because she saw a ghost. Belle stifles a laugh, playfully telling Hannah to stop with the childish ghost stories. She tries to warn the girl about getting scolded for spreading rumors, but senses a strange tension in the room. Ellie quickly grabs Hannah, trying to shut her up, but the little girl insists it's the truth, she heard Lily say it herself. The atmosphere shifts as Ellie gets serious, demanding Hannah stop this instant. But the kid is already in a full-blown tantrum, yelling that she hates them before storming out and slamming the door. In the sudden quiet, Ellie sighs, turning to Belle, and remarking on her sharp memory for names. But Hannah's voice still echoes from down the hall, revealing a key detail. Lily only started talking about ghosts after collapsing on the stairs. Ellie finally explains why she was so panicked. The head maid herself had ordered all of them to keep quiet about the incident. It seems the rumor is already making others want to quit, because what Lily saw wasn't just a ghost, it was something much more specific. Lily's desperate warning echoed through the mansion. A ghost was coming to kill them all. She was found delirious, muttering pleas to be let go, for everyone to run away. According to the maid who found her, the sheer terror in Lily's voice was chilling. The story spread like a plague, each telling twisting it into something more horrifying. The head maid eventually stepped in, dismissing it all as a wildly distorted rumor. She's cracking down hard because if more maids quit, this chaos will spill beyond the estate's walls. Ellie sighs, hoping a maid named Olga will return soon and fix this mess, a name that catches Belle's attention. Belle sits up, a spark of recognition in her eyes, asking for the woman's full name. A warm, Genuine smile lights up her face is to Olga. To think an old friend was still here after all this time. Ellie reminisces, explaining that Olga was the one who rescued her from a lonely life in the slums. She was a true benefactor, a teacher, and an old friend who gave her a place in the mansion. Belle's heart sinks with a bitter thought she can't even greet her properly in this unfamiliar body. Ellie's mood suddenly darkens, warning Belle to be extremely careful since this is her first time meeting Olga. The warning comes just in time, as the distinct sound of footsteps echoes through the hall. A powerful presence sweeps through the corridor, causing every maid to bow their head in silent deference. Hannah can barely breathe, completely overwhelmed by the woman's suffocating aura. This cold figure is nothing like the Olga from Belle's memories, the crude but beloved leader who looked after everyone. With an icy glare, Olga gets straight to the point, reminding everyone that Lily and Belle were in charge of the madam's room. Olga announces they need someone to fill in, but the other maids just tremble and make excuses. Seeing their hesitation, Belle surprises everyone by raising her hand to volunteer. Olga gives the newbie a brief, cold glance before simply telling her to follow. She leads Belle down the hall to a pair of ornate doors, pushing one open. Through the glass, Belle sees the familiar sight of the madam's bedroom. The headmaid's first instruction is a simple one: dust everything. As Belle stands there, the moment triggers a faint, distant memory from her past. She recalls a gentle hand and a kind voice asking for her name, Isabel. Looking at the headmaid's stern back, Belle sadly realizes how much Olga has changed. She can't help but wonder what happened to Olga during the 10 years she was gone. Stepping into the room, Belle notes how much has changed in this space she once knew so well. The wallpaper has been stripped and replaced several times, the seams already lifting. While the ceiling is faded and some furniture is new, one thing catches her eye. It's the old desk that belonged to her master, Countess Diana. She remembers the Countess as a humble, frugal noble who loved literature. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through her memories, startling her. Olga, looking annoyed, tells her to stop standing around and shake out the carpet. Belle hefts the rug, noting how blunt Olga has become, and quickly gets to her task. But as she works, her eyes catch something on the bed that makes her pause. It's a long, dark reddish stain, running in a thin line along the frame. Before she can even process what it is, a black cloth is suddenly thrown over the evidence. Olga coldly tells her there's nothing in this room she's allowed to be curious about. Her gaze is sharp and dismissive, a clear warning for the newbie to know her place. Belle can only bow her head and agree, but her mind is already racing with suspicion. They're trying way too hard to hide whatever that mark is. She resolves to find a way to come back and check it again later. But immediately after, Olga has her reassigned to the kitchen, far from the scene. While on her break, Belle's mind is consumed with one thought. She has to investigate that room. Her thoughts are interrupted by Ellie, who happily joins her for a rare on-time lunch. Ellie explains that since the madam is hosting a luncheon, most of the maids get a break. And just like that, a light bulb goes off in Belle's head. The madam's bedroom is empty. She glances over and confirms her luck. Both Olga and the head maid are busy eating. This is her chance. Thinking fast, she tells Ellie she suddenly doesn't feel well, leaving her food untouched. With a convincing smile, she asks Ellie to clean up for her, promising she just needs a little rest. The moment she's out of sight, her expression hardens as she slips out of the lounge. Far enough away that no one will notice, she kicks off her noisy shoes. It's time to run. Barefoot and silent, she bolts down the empty corridor. Every step is urgent, moving with a speed that betrays her simple maid's uniform. She reaches the madam's chambers and peers inside, dark, quiet, and thankfully, empty. Straight to the bed she goes, her mind racing. They wouldn't restrict access for a simple stain. The moment she pulls back the cover, the coppery stench of fresh blood confirms her worst fears. But the idea of the Count being an abuser doesn't add up, and the conflicting thoughts trigger a splitting headache. A wave of dizziness hits her, and she stumbles back, realizing she has to get out now. She scrambles towards the door, vision blurring, desperate to escape before she's discovered. But it's too late. A shadow falls over her, and she looks up into the cold eyes of the madam herself. A cold voice cuts through her panic, and Margarita freezes, her blood running cold. The Countess explains she felt unwell and returned, a guest in her own home, catching a maid snooping. She casually flops onto the couch, asking for her cigars before feigning a moment of realization. Of course, a new maid wouldn't know where she keeps them, would she? The accusation hangs in the air. Stuttering, Margarita scrambles for an excuse, claiming she lost something while cleaning yesterday. The Countess lights a cigar, her eyes sharp, and asks just what she could have possibly misplaced. Was it really a ring? She muses, and not something more interesting, like poison or infertility pills. The question cuts deep, and Margarita can only stare in shock as the Countess continues her verbal assault. Or perhaps, she prods, that ring was payment from a certain Anna Pyrrhus. The lie crumbles completely, and with no way out, Margarita drops to her knees, begging for forgiveness. The Countess mocks her with a cold question. Is she so desperate she'd beg the lowly Countess she once scorned? Prostrate on the floor, Margarita can only plead for forgiveness, her spirit completely broken. For a long moment, the Countess simply watches, her expression unreadable. Then, her hand extends as she softly commands the maid to lift her head. Her voice changes, filled with an unexpected understanding, as she tells Margarita not to cry. Gently, she cups the crying girl's face, forcing her to look up. Wiping a tear away, she dismisses her, saying tears won't solve a thing and shall let it slide, just for today. As Margarita retreats down the hall, the Countess's thoughts drift to a bitter truth. Tears are useless. She knows this girl, who should be in her prime, has been withering for 10 long years, waiting for someone who's never coming back. And a deep, hidden guilt surfaces in her mind because she was the one who failed to protect her. Back in her room, Margarita reflects on how she's dragged her dying body this far, all for nothing. The weight of it all crushes her, and she collapses, apologizing to her daughter for being a mother who still knows so little. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a bright, bustling town square elsewhere. Count Ian Lapellis steps into the city, his expression calm and calculating. He's accompanied by a young boy, Viscount Cern Victor, whose eyes are wide with the wonder of his first visit to the capital. The boy is a whirlwind of questions, pointing out every strange new food and shiny object he sees. A faint smile crosses Ian's face. This is perfect timing, a chance for a real lesson. He tells the boy, whom he calls Saren, to go explore and try everything for himself. As the excited Viscount runs off, Ian knows he'll be distracted for a while, letting him handle his own errands. He approaches a quiet stall, calmly asking the vendor for an order to go. He decides on a large quantity. 28 apples should be more than enough. Ian receives the fruit, his expression unreadable as he prepares to pay. He generously lets the vendor keep the change, earning a grateful smile. But this was no simple transaction. The vendor leans in, his tip a hushed warning. The current Countess Grey is acting suspiciously. With a polite thank you, Ian walks away, the information now secured. His mind flashes to the letter he already sent through his private network, Shadow, updating his mother and the third prince. Had also sent a completely innocent fake letter through the post office, a little breadcrumb for the crown prince's spies to follow. His thoughts drift to the Countess. If she truly had such deep trauma, his mother would have never chosen her for intelligence work. His musings are cut short as the young Viscount runs up, playfully scolding him for disappearing. But Ian is still lost in thought. Everything about her matches the file, yet the pieces just don't fit. But still, Ian's mind races. That one warning isn't enough to dismiss all his other doubts. He has to uncover the truth, to verify the identity of the woman known as Eileen Nova. Miles away, back at the estate, Belle's eyes suddenly snap open in the dead of night. She rises silently from her bed, careful not to disturb the other maid sleeping soundly. With a soft click, she slips out of the room, a determined look on her face. But as she moves through the dark corridor, her body feels unnaturally weak. Her legs tremble, her bare feet struggling to find purchase on the wooden floor. And with a sudden lurch, her strength gives out completely, and she collapses. This is utterly ridiculous, she thinks, her body racked with a pain she can't explain. How can she protect her daughter when she can't even control herself? A fresh wound bleeds on her leg, a terrifying sign of her powerlessness. If she doesn't do something, she feels like she's going to lose her mind completely. This strange pain brings back memories of Margarita, the original owner of this body, who always wore long sleeves. No matter what else was exposed, her wrists were always covered, hiding the scars from ropes that once bound her. In this mansion, who would dare to tie up the lady of the house? The only logical answer would be the Count. But another, more chilling possibility surfaces, that Margarita did this to herself. The thought is too disturbing to process, so she pushes it aside, clinging to the idea that the Count just has twisted tastes. Her weak body gives out again, leaving her collapsed in a dark alleyway behind the manor. Is there anything she can do in this pathetic state? And then, a flicker of recognition hits her. Her head snaps up, her eyes locking onto a familiar path leading into the woods. It's the hidden trail behind the garden, and she plunges into the darkness, a destination now clear in her mind. She knew exactly where to go. A secret field of snowdrops known only to her past self. A fond memory returns, a vision of giving these same flowers to a happy, twirling little Rita. Plucking a single flower, she makes a silent vow she feels lost now, but she will find a way to save her. She leaves the small bouquet by Margarita's door, a quiet prayer for strength. Sleep well, my daughter, she thinks, before melting back into the shadows of the manor. Now she just has to get back to her room, carefully stepping through the darkened halls. Her foot lands with a soft thud, and she curses her carelessness next time she's bringing a candle. But a sharp voice suddenly cuts through the silence, demanding to know who's there. She freezes, turning to face a figure holding a light, who orders her to show herself. In that instant, her eyes widen in dawning horror. Could this be the one who left animal corpses and tried to poison Margarita? Before she can react, a hand clamps over her mouth, and it's not the poisoner she expected, it's Hannah. Her attacker recoils, hand trembling, realizing she didn't grab a weapon but bare skin. Panic flashes in Hannah's eyes. She just subdued a fellow maid with full force, thinking it was an intruder. She lets go, stammering apologies as Margarita demands to know what she was thinking, attacking her out of nowhere. Hannah explains she was so startled she thought Margarita was a ghost, earning a wry comment about her ghost-fighting strength. The maid then asks why the newbie is wandering the halls when everyone heard she was sick. The question makes Margarita pause, recalling how Ellie had kindly covered her duties for the day. Hannah explains she's just out looking for a lost necklace and tells Margarita to go rest and cool her fever. But as Margarita offers to help, the other maid's expression softens with surprise. Hannah suddenly reaches out, gently placing a hand on her forehead to check her temperature. With a surprising gentleness, Hannah tells her to rest up, not just for herself, but for Ellie's sake too. Margarita watches her leave, thinking that the only thing on the second floor was a kind, if jumpy, fellow maid. This quiet peace felt like it would last forever, until the very next morning. Suddenly, the mansion is in an uproar, as a maid's roommate wanders the halls, screaming for her friend Rowan to come back. And with this new disappearance, the once settled ghost rumors of the second floor flare back to life. Whispers spread like wildfire how Rowan went out late at night, all alone, and simply never returned. Margarita can't help but recall Hannah's almost identical words to her just the night before. Sick people should rest. A chilling realization dawns on her. If she hadn't been strong enough to handle Hannah's attack, would she be missing too? Maids are disappearing one after another, their shadows falling against the mansion windows. And it all leads back to the second floor, a place Margarita now knows she must investigate. The second floor, a place strictly for the masters, and the prime suspect in her investigation. If she's not careful, she could end up just like the other missing maids, another forgotten victim. For now, she decides to play it safe, staking out the Count's bedroom to observe from a distance. 2 weeks pass, and her nightly vigils have yielded nothing but exhaustion. While on watch, a heavy drowsiness begins to take over, her consciousness fading. Despite her best efforts to stay awake, her world goes dark. She's jolted awake by a soft landing right on the Count's lap. Mortified, she scrambles back, her face burning with embarrassment. He calmly explains he was just trying to wipe her drool with his handkerchief. She can only stammer out an apology, realizing her secret stakeout has been a complete failure. But instead of anger, the Count just calmly notes that she must not have been sleeping well while he was away. He calls out to Cern, who has apparently dozed off at his desk, and asks him to bring the teapot. Cern snaps awake instantly, eager to please, offering to grab snacks and maybe even stretch his legs. But the Count shuts him down with a disarmingly sweet smile, insisting that just the teapot will be fine. As Cern leaves, Margarita tries to take over the maid's duty, but the Count stops her hand. He reminds her, his tone unchanging, that she isn't a real maid and shouldn't try so hard to act like one. And in that one moment, it all clicks into place with horrifying clarity. He doesn't believe her story at all. He's been testing her, evaluating her every move, and she just dared to doze off right in front of him. If this continues, she'll be finished, and this new life she's been given will be wasted. A cold resolve hardens within her. She will not disappear. She will find a way to live, even if it's reckless. Taking a deep breath, Margarita breaks the silence, posing a question directly to Count Ian. She offers him information similar to the documents he was originally supposed to retrieve. A sharp glint appears in his eye. He leans in, asking if she remembers what those documents were. Her hands tighten in her lap as she corrects him. She doesn't remember. She knows it, a slip of the tongue he instantly catches. In truth, Ian and Cern were searching for a maid named Eileen Nova before their mission shifted to the Grey Estate. Margarita lays out her deduction. The information must concern Duke Mirabel's corruption and his ties to the royal princes. A slow, knowing smile spreads across the Count's face. She presses on, vowing that if her words aren't enough to clear his suspicion, she'll prove her use as an ally. Ian turns, his interest now fully captured, and asks what kind of information she could possibly have. She reveals her trump card. She knows this mansion inside and out, from guard schedules to every hidden passageway. She offers him the one thing she has left, an intimate knowledge of this estate. The Count's eye narrows with a glint of acceptance. A deal is struck. He tells her a floor plan of the mansion, including its secret passages, would be invaluable. This is her chance. She has to prove she's worth keeping alive, even if she's not the woman he was looking for. So, late into the night, she begins her work. She meticulously draws the map, but cleverly omits one key passage to ensure Rita's safety. After all, as the Countess's personal maid, she knew these hidden paths better than anyone. With the map complete, he presents her with a golden pendant. It's a token of their deal. If she's ever in danger for helping him, this will be her lifeline. She wonders if this is a sign of trust, but knows he's still just using her in his game against Count Grey. But this uneasy alliance with the Count could easily put the new Countess Rita in danger. So by the faint candlelight, she steels her resolve. She has to keep watching over her. A new routine forms. Emerging from a second-floor closet every morning to begin her duties. For over a week she's been patrolling the halls by night and working by day, barely sleeping. The exhaustion is setting in, and she wonders how much longer she can keep this up. As she walks the halls, a voice suddenly calls out to her. It's Ellie, looking for her everywhere, worried about how tired and distant she's become. Belle asks about the mandatory gathering, but Ellie just tells her she looks like a mess and needs to rest. Dragging her along, Ellie scolds her for working too hard and making everyone worry. At the gathering, the headmaid Ista Olga makes a sudden, chilling announcement. The second floor is now off limits. The headmaid claims someone is playing pranks, using it as an excuse to shut the floor down. Belle immediately calls BS in her head. She was on watch and saw nothing of the sort. This pathetic cover-up only confirms her suspicions they're hiding something important. A sharp glint in her eye shows her resolve hardening. She will get to the bottom of this. So later that night, with the mansion cloaked in darkness, Belle finds the headmaid herself patrolling the corridors, making sure no one gets past. If the stairs are blocked, there's only one insane option left to reach her goal. She has to climb the outer wall, a truly reckless move with a terrifying drop below. She knows that if she falls, she'll either die or be crippled for life. But despite the overwhelming danger, she moves forward without hesitation. This body is more than capable, she thinks, steeling herself for the insane climb ahead. She spies her route up the ornate stonework. All she needs to do is maintain her balance. Taking a deep breath, her fingers find the first solid grip on a cold stone ledge. One careful step at a time, she slowly makes her way up the treacherous wall. But just as she thinks she's clear, the foothold beneath her cracks and gives way. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she loses her grip and begins to fall. A fleeting shadow plummets past the ornate window, a blink and you'll miss it tragedy. And then, silence returns to the empty corridor. But at the last possible second, her hand shoots out, catching a ledge in a desperate bid for life. She scrambles inside and collapses, realizing she truly almost died, saved only by instinct. Shaken but resolute, she walks the silent halls, wondering what horrors she might uncover today. A part of her wants to forget, to retreat into the comforting darkness of not knowing. But the vision of the Countess, bound and helpless, is seared into her mind. It brings back the crushing guilt of her past life, fleeing from death, abandoning her own child. No. This second chance is a divine command. She vows she will not run away this time. The next day dawns on the grand estate, her purpose now set in stone. She quietly kneels at the Countess's door, a small bouquet of snowdrops in her hands. A silent offering. She breathes a sigh of relief that yesterday was peaceful and promises to return. But just as she turns to leave, the door swings open, and she freezes, caught by Countess Diana herself. The woman's piercing green-gold eyes lock onto hers, a faint smile playing on her lips as she reveals she knew all along. Margarita flinches, expecting a scolding, but the Countess calmly tells her to relax. Far from being angry, Diana explains she only restricted access because the gift-giver was a mystery and she loved the flowers. She gracefully reaches down and picks up the fallen bouquet, a silent thank you in her gesture. Bringing the snowdrops close, she inhales their scent, a flicker of some deep memory in her eyes. Then, barefoot and completely disarming, she takes a step forward. She gently lifts Margarita's chin, inviting her to come inside next time instead of leaving gifts in secret. The only rule? It doesn't matter how often she comes, as long as she always brings snowdrops. Then Diana leans in, her gaze piercing, as she remarks on the stunningly clear green of Margarita's eyes just like her own. The comment hangs in the air, leaving our girl utterly speechless as she's put in charge of the vase. All Margarita can do is stammer an agreement, her mind reeling from this bizarre and intimate encounter. Margarita stands outside the door, the encounter finally over, leaving her to process everything. But inside, Countess Diana's gentle facade melts away, replaced by a cold, somber expression. Her eyes land on the snowdrops, and a single, heavy thought surfaces. Mom. She touches the vase, the delicate flowers, a symbol of a promise she made long ago. In her mind, she swears an oath amidst thorns and roses she hasn't forgotten, and she will get revenge for her mother. Back in the hallway, Margarita is still reeling from the Countess's words. The woman's piercing green eyes, she's a stranger, so why does she feel so familiar? The thought triggers a flash of memory, her own mother, as radiant as a flower, calling her name. She remembers being lifted high into the air, feeling her mother's warmth, as constant as the sun. It is the one and only memory she cherishes most in this world. A perfect moment of love and safety. And now, another memory surfaces: a quiet night, her mother reading a storybook. As a child, she'd been captivated, asking what happened to the princess. Her mother's voice was a comfort, promising that the princess defeated the villain and lived happily. She remembers calling out to her mom, full of innocent adoration. She even apologized for keeping her up, knowing she must be tired after a long day of work. But her mother simply hushed her with a gentle kiss on the forehead. She told her little Rita that being with her was the happiest part of her day, never a burden. Snapping back to the present, Margarita shakes her head, trying to convince herself. She compares her mother's face from memory to the Countess's sharp, dark features. They look nothing alike, and yet, why does this feeling of connection refuse to go away? She's still trying to wrap her head around it. Why does that maid remind her so much of her mother? Suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted by Ellie, who bursts in with a flurry of worried complaints. The blonde maid waves her arms frantically, scolding Margarita for not resting while she's sick. Margarita, genuinely confused by this level of concern, has to ask why Ellie cares so much. Ellie just blinks, completely baffled by the question, as if the answer should be obvious. She explains that anyone would worry about their sick roommate. It's just what you do. A warmth spreads through Margarita, who thanks her, catching the flustered Ellie off guard. Seeing an opportunity, she asks for a small favor. Instead, she has plans tonight and needs an alibi. Without a moment's hesitation, Ellie agrees to cover for her, telling her it's no trouble at all. Overjoyed, Margarita pulls her into a huge hug, as Ellie wishes her a great time on her date. Ellie's face flushes beet red, completely caught off guard by the sudden embrace. But Margarita quickly pulls back, waving her hands in a panic. It's not a date, not yet. With her alibi secured, a new day begins at the Grand Lapellis estate. A quiet knock echoes before a hand beckons someone to enter the Count's study. Inside, Count Lapellis glances up from his book, his attention now fully on her. He casually drapes his coat over his arm, asking if she also had a restless night. Margarita stiffens for a moment before smoothly lying that she rested perfectly well. He then hands the ornate coat to her, and she assumes it's for the laundry. But instead of dismissing her, he simply says he'll be right back, leaving her utterly baffled. She stands there holding his coat, wondering why he's the one leaving for the laundry room. He returns to find her frozen in place and realizes her misunderstanding with an amused look. But instead of taking the coat back, he drapes it over her shoulders, explaining it was for her to wear. He gently guides her to a sofa, noting she looked cold and should sit somewhere warmer. She sinks into the seat, mortified for showing such a careless side when she should be proving her worth. And then, he presents her with a steaming cup of warm ginger tea he prepared himself. She cautiously admits she doesn't really care for ginger, wondering how he'll take the comment. The Count just smiles, delighted to finally get a direct opinion from her, and says he added honey. Believing he's just insisting she drink it, she resigns herself and takes a careful sip. Her eyes widen in surprise at the taste, and he knowingly asks if it's better than she expected. He explains it's a special recipe taught to him by someone he knew, leaving her to wonder about this mysterious person. She jolts forward, demanding to know who taught him the recipe because it's hers. The Count just takes a calm sip, asking if she was close with them. He calls this person his benefactor, and Belle's mind races. When could she have ever saved him? Suddenly, a hazy memory surfaces of a young boy calling out the name Isabel. She recoils, clutching her head. The voice, the image, it's far too vivid to be imagination. Now it's all clicking into place, that strange sense of déjà vu she felt when they first met. The name he called her earlier, Nova, escapes her lips in a panicked whisper. As he asks if she's all right, she realizes she must have known this boy with the green hair. But if they were close enough for her to teach him this recipe, why can't she remember? The horrifying truth dawns on her. There's a gaping hole in the memories of her past life. She stares out at the rain, rationalizing that after dying, it's only natural for her memories to be incomplete. But a chilling thought takes hold. What if she's forgotten something truly important? Outside, the other servants complain about the sudden storm as Belle steels herself for the task ahead. She tries to focus on not slipping in the rain, but her heart aches with the fear of losing her most precious memories. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the night, and her head snaps up in alarm. That wasn't just the wind. Her instincts scream that someone is in trouble. A staff member is pointing frantically at the ground, his face a mask of pure horror. And there, in the mud and rain, is a single, pale hand sticking out of the earth. A crowd immediately gathers, whispering in shock and fear. Is it a maid? Is she dead? Belle shoves her way through the gawking servants, roaring for them to move aside so she can see. Ignoring their frantic cries to wait for a shovel, Belle throws herself at the ground, clawing desperately at the mud. Her fingers, scraped and bloody, close around something cold, a hand, and a thin chain wrapped around it. She pulls it free, a small pearl necklace dangling from her hand. A gut-wrenching realization hits her. That's Rowan's. From the windows above, horrified screams echo as the other maids witness the gruesome scene unfold. Belle pulls her friend's lifeless body from the shallow grave, cradling her as the true horror of the night sets in. The entire estate is immediately thrown into chaos as officers arrive, recovering the body and beginning their investigation. Later, back in their shared room, a trembling Ellie seeks confirmation, asking Belle if it was really Rowan they found. Belle's quiet yes sends Ellie spiraling, sobbing and hugging her knees, unable to comprehend the tragedy. Rowan was so kind, she insists, never giving anyone a reason for resentment. Why would someone want her dead? The only clue for now is the location, buried in the soft soil right beside the estate's flower beds. If not for the sudden downpour washing away the earth, her body might have never been found. The killer was sloppy. This wasn't a calculated murder, but a desperate act, a body buried in a hurry. The investigation revealed a deep gash on the left side of Rowan's head, an injury consistent with falling headfirst from a great height. As Belle tucks Ellie in, her mind races. This was no suicide. A corpse can't bury itself. Then she remembers Lily's accident, how she claimed to see a ghost and fell down the stairs in shock. Belle's eyes narrow with a chilling realization. A ghost? What if Rowan saw the same thing, stumbled back in terror, and fell straight out of an open window? She knows exactly where it happened. The hallway window directly across from Rita's room. Belle stares out into the rainy night, her theory solidifying. Another incident on the second floor. She imagines the scene. What could have startled Rowan so terribly? In her mind's eye, she sees the young maid walking alone down the moonlit hall. But she wasn't alone. A hulking presence stood just ahead, unseen. Rowan's eyes widened, reflecting a horrifying silhouette emerging from a bedroom. A silent scream tears from her throat as pure terror grips her. She stumbles back blindly, desperately trying to get away. Her retreat takes her right through the open window, and into the abyss below. Back in the present, Belle knows what she has to do. With the head maid gone, this is her chance. Even if it's dangerous, she has to get into Rita's room and find the truth. Under the cover of a fierce storm, Belle climbs onto the high balcony. The raging weather is the perfect shield for her dangerous infiltration. A flash of lightning rips across the sky, her movements masked by thunder. She slips inside the dark room, the air still and silent. Her silhouette stands against the window, a lone figure who has breached the mansion's defenses. The climb was slippery, but she made it, her breath catching in her throat. She knows the pounding rain will hide the sound of her footsteps. All she has to do now is open the door right in front of her. But her hand freezes just before the handle, a sudden, paralyzing fear taking hold. Her own mind screams at her. Is she really going to get scared now and abandon Rita again? No. The scream is silent, a desperate war waged inside her own head against the freezing grip of fear. With a surge of adrenaline, her hand clamps down on the door handle, her entire will focused on one command. She throws the doors open, steeling herself to face the horrors within and never run away again. The memory hits her like a physical blow, the sight of the Countess, suspended and broken. That night, the rain had fallen just like this, washing over a mansion filled with unspeakable cruelty. A vision of the past plays out, the Countess being struck down while she stood frozen, a helpless spectator. She can almost feel the strain of the ropes, the brutal impact that echoed in the silent room. The image of the Countess's vacant, despairing eyes is a brand on her memory. Back in the present, Margarita trembles, the phantom pain of that night bringing fresh tears. Her gaze drifts downward, and she sees the ghost of small feet, whispering the name of another she failed Rita. And then another memory surfaces, a small girl, clinging to her desperately. A tiny voice from the past pleads with her not to go. It was her daughter, Rita, crying out for her mom. She remembers the feeling of being pulled away, a separation she couldn't prevent. Back in the present, Margarita covers her face, the child's pleas now her own. She's just a broken shape on the floor, lost in a storm of grief. Her choked sobs are the only sound filling the suffocating silence. Suddenly, a violent crack of lightning illuminates the room. The flash triggers another horrific vision, the Countess screaming in pure agony. And in that moment, a chilling realization hits her. Rita's arm. The memory crashes over her. She's back in that room, trying to stop the horror. She throws herself over the Countess, a human shield against the brutal lashing. Her lady's wrists are pinned down, the pleas to stop echoing in her ears. Blood seeps from the raw wounds, the grip mercilessly tight. Margarita's own voice joins the screams. a frantic, useless prayer for it to end. The memory cuts off with the sharp sound of a final, vicious strike. The psychic shockwave throws her back in the present, a phantom impact. She crumples to the floor, gasping, the ghostly pain all too real. But as her vision clears, a dark presence asks a chilling question. When did you get here? She looks up in terror to find a sword's cold steel pointed right at her. The Countess demands to know how long she's been watching, her voice laced with paranoia. Margarita's mind screams in panic. This woman is dangerous. The blade stops, its wickedly sharp point just an inch from her throat. She freezes, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her cheek as she stares at the steel. But as she looks closer, she realizes something is terribly wrong. She stumbles back, trying to make sense of the situation, needing to say something, anything. She calls out to her madam, but the word dies on her lips. The Countess's eyes are vacant, lost in a memory, tears streaming down her face as she vows revenge. Margarita understands now. She isn't even here. The Countess is swinging at ghosts from her past. But the commotion has been heard, and someone is now sprinting toward the bedroom door. Margarita's heart hammers in her chest. The soldiers must have heard that. She has to run, now, before she's caught in this mess and everything is over. With a burst of adrenaline, she pivots, ready to bolt from the room. But a pair of cold eyes lock onto her, her terrified reflection trapped in the Countess's gaze. In the madam's mind, she's no longer a maid, but a ghost of a girl crying out for her mother. The dagger slips from a nerveless hand, clattering onto the ornate floor. The Countess reaches for this specter, promising to kill everyone for the sake of this memory. Just as Margarita inches away, a hand snatches her back with surprising force. The Countess's grip is unbreakable, holding onto her arm like a lifeline. As the guards approach the door, a broken whisper begs her not to go. The doors are about to burst, as the Countess' broken plea echoes from within. In her mind, she's a child again, clinging to her mother, crying for her not to go. Back in the present, Margarita struggles for breath, trapped in a grip fueled by a painful memory. The doors finally fly open, with Ista Olga and the guards storming in to find the source of the chaos. They find the Countess collapsed on the floor, tangled in the wreckage of the curtains. As the headmaid rushes to her side, the guards realize the intruder has already fled through the terrace. Margarita sprints desperately through the pouring rain, the shouts of her pursuers echoing behind her. She hits a dead end, her heart pounding with the fear of being caught and never seeing Rita again. But a voice suddenly cuts through the downpour, calling out a name she thought was long buried. Nova. Looking up, she sees Count Lepellis leaning over a ledge, reaching down to offer her an escape. But she can't leave, not now, not ever. Not while her daughter is still trapped in that hell. The Count, however, isn't taking no for an answer. With a powerful tug, he rips her from the ledge, ignoring her desperate refusal. He pulls her up and straight into his arms, catching her before she can fall. There's no time to explain. He warns that the soldiers are about to storm the area. He leads her quickly down a dark hallway, his arm firmly guiding her. He tells her to use a blanket to cover her hair and distinctive uniform. Then, to her shock, he slips under it with her, whispering that he has an idea. He spots his associate, Viscount Cern, and calls out for his assistance. Huddled together in the dark, he brings a finger to his lips, telling her to trust him for just a moment. He whispers that this is the only way, shoving her under the nearest piece of furniture. But in her panic, Margarita stumbles and falls right out into the open. She peeks out, her eyes widening in horror at the sound of approaching footsteps. Cern Victor spots the clumsy escape attempt just as the Count pulls her back into the darkness, and not a moment too soon the door swings open, revealing a guard. The lead guard and his men step inside, offering a formal but firm apology for the late hour. Cern immediately puts on an annoyed front, demanding to know the meaning of this intrusion. The guard explains he personally witnessed an intruder entering this very room. Hidden from sight, Margarita freezes, certain she's been caught, but the Count holds her still. And then, with a stroke of genius, he begins to casually button up his shirt, ready to stage a very different scene. Cern decides against a physical confrontation, realizing it would only make things worse. But the lead guard shoves him aside, coldly reminding him that their masters are hardly on good terms. He apologizes for his rudeness but makes it clear he will search the room by force if necessary. Ignoring Cern's desperate protests, he heads straight for the wardrobe, certain his target is inside. Hidden in the darkness, Margarita sinks into despair, believing she's finally been caught. But suddenly, she's pulled into an embrace as the Count whispers an apology, leaving her utterly stunned. Her mind short-circuits, unable to process why the shirtless Count is holding her like a lover. The wardrobe door is thrown open with a bang, the guard ready to apprehend his intruder. But what he finds is Count Lepellis himself, lounging casually and looking back with faint irritation. The Count holds his companion tighter, calmly asking about the disturbance as the guard stammers about a dangerous intruder. The Count mocks the guard's intrusion, coolly asking if he intended to confirm the identity of his naked lover. With a voice dripping with menace, he warns them that his mercy for this pre-dawn disturbance is already wearing thin. Completely intimidated, the guards stammer out an apology before hastily retreating from the room. Once they're gone, the Count gently releases Margarita, telling her it's safe now and apologizing for his forwardness. He explains it was the only way he could think to save her, leaving her to grapple with the sheer shock and embarrassment of the ruse. Looking away with a hint of regret, he apologizes once more for putting her through that. Later, by the warmth of a fireplace, he offers her a hot drink, insisting she needs to recover from the cold rain. With the immediate crisis over, he finally gets to the point, admitting he has many questions, starting with who was chasing her. His gaze sharpens as he asks if she knows a particular woman by the name of Eileen Nova. The name strikes Margarita like a bolt of lightning, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could he possibly know about her? He presses on, his gaze intense, wanting to know exactly what happened to Nova. But Margarita can only tremble, pulling the blanket tighter, too overwhelmed to speak. Seeing her distress, the doctor quietly intervenes, promising to explain things to the Count later. With a sigh, the Count concedes, but insists that she will have to tell him the full story eventually. Time passes as the storm continues to beat against the walls of the grand estate. As Margarita prepares to leave, the doctor asks if she's going, but the Count stops her for a moment. He offers her an umbrella, worried she'll catch a cold in the heavy downpour. Watching her go, he reflects that he's already given her more than enough help, despite his suspicions. A thought crosses his mind: she probably won't even use the umbrella he just gave her. He was right. Someone with her haunted eyes wouldn't care about something as simple as rain. Margarita's heart sinks as she stares at the ruined garden, her promise of flowers for Rita now just a memory washed away by the storm. But then, a flicker of hope, the central fountain. There might still be some flowers left untouched there. She rushes through the downpour, her eyes locking on to the grand structure. And there they are, a small sanctuary of blossoms, sheltered and perfect. A wave of relief washes over her. Kneeling in the rain-soaked courtyard, she decides she'll make a bouquet, a really big one. She begins to pick the flowers, each one meant to be pretty and delicate, a gift so beautiful that it would make her daughter forget all about her real mom. A sharp sting snaps her from her thoughts, and she looks down in shock at her own hands. The pure white petals are now grotesquely stained with her own blood. She can't possibly give these to her daughter, and collapses in despair, wondering why everything she touches is destined to break. Her own mind taunts her, unable to even handle a simple bouquet of flowers. The weight of her failure is too much, and she collapses in the pouring rain. Her sobs echo in the empty courtyard, a portrait of absolute despair. And then, the memory hits her, the day her life as Isabel truly ended. She didn't simply die from the lashes of the whip. No, they didn't grant her a peaceful end, leaving her to bleed out on the cold stones. The agony was so immense that any choice, no matter how extreme, seemed reasonable. Her tormentor had mocked her silence, sneering that a beating was all it took to tame her. He truly believed he had broken her spirit, that his brutality had won. But she now regrets not enduring it, because in that last moment, she lunged for his sword. And with a desperate scream, she turned the blade not on him, but on herself. Her tormentor could only watch in horror, shouting that she was insane. It was a choice born from agony, a choice she now knows should never have been made. In a final, desperate act, Isabel slit her own throat. She chose to run away from the pain, even if it meant leaving her daughter all alone. A wave of regret washes over her. If only she had endured. If only she'd survived for Rita. Her child might have grown up happy, never knowing the cold sting of loneliness or revenge. But now, collapsing in the rain, she feels the crushing weight of her punishment. A punishment that she believes should have been hers and hers alone. So why did her precious Rita have to suffer too? But as she kneels broken in the downpour, a figure appears, sheltering her with an umbrella. It's Count Lapellis. Rain and tears mix, streaming down her face as she's completely lost in her sorrow. He offers a handkerchief, his voice gentle as he asks if he can wipe her tears. Through the blur, she looks up, a silent, desperate plea in her eyes. As he dabs at her cheek, he asks why she's so sad, a question that finally breaks her dam of composure. The truth spills out in a broken sob, a confession that she gave up on protecting someone precious. She abandoned her, she cries, admitting she ran away because she was just too tired to fight anymore. The Count listens, then cuts through her grief with a piercing question. Has what she tried to protect turned to ash? Is it truly gone forever, something she can only recall with endless regret? He tells her if there is still a possibility, then this is no time for crying. She must now protect what she still can. He insists there must be something she can still do, some path she can still take. His words land, and as she clutches the handkerchief, she knows he's right, anything is better than despair. With a gentle pat on her head, he wishes her well, calling her by the name Nova. The advice was kind, yet so firm and clear it sent a chill down her spine. But as she watched him walk away, she saw a sadness in his posture that mirrored her own. The scene shifts to a luxurious bedroom where the sound of rain continues its steady rhythm. Countess Diana Gray jolts awake, a lingering sense of dread clinging to her from the dream. Ugh, not again. Another nightmare had plagued her through the night. Her eyes then fall on the dagger by her bed, its blade stained with fresh blood. She sees a cut strap nearby, her heart sinking as she wonders what she did this time. She sits up, trying to piece it all together. The headmaid is still at the station, so Olga must have handled the cleanup. After all, only those two know about her habit of wandering the halls at night. If she'd actually used that knife, there would have been a huge uproar. The fact they let her sleep in means the situation must be under control, right? Still, she can't shake the images of scandal and investigation, so she resolves to find out the truth of last night. Just then, Olga appears at the door, announcing that she has come as requested. Diana turns to her, cutting straight to the point. She needs a full report, now. Olga begins, explaining that while on watch, she heard a sudden scream from the Countess's room. She'd rushed in to find the terrace doors wide open, and Diana standing there, the straps on her arms completely cut. They had quietly sent the guards to search the grounds, but in the pouring rain, the intruder was long gone. So he got away, Diana murmurs, admitting to herself it's for the best. If she'd been awake, things would have escalated. Olga warns that the intruder saw her face, which could reignite the very rumors they've tried so hard to suppress. Diana presses her for details, but the headmaid can only look down, reminding her mistress that she already knows. With a grim look, Diana walks over and picks up the dagger from her nightstand. She mockingly suggests the possible headlines. Is the ghost of the second floor actually just the insane countess swinging a knife? Then, she casually flops onto her bed, admitting with a smirk that, well, both of those rumors are basically true anyway. Olga is horrified, clutching her chest as she cries out Diana's name, terrified of the consequences. If these rumors reach the Count, Diana finishes the thought for her, dead-eyed. He'd drag her to that gray estate to rot, wouldn't he? The headmaid's composure finally cracks, her voice trembling as she admits how deeply worried she is for Diana. Seeing her genuine fear, Diana softens, telling Olga not to worry. She already took care of the last witnesses who saw too much. She tells Olga this time was different. The intruder came with a specific, dangerous intent. But as she thinks back, a crucial detail suddenly comes to mind. She turns and grabs the headmaid, startling her with the sudden movement. Olga, completely lost, asks what's happening and how she can possibly help Diana. With a cunning smile, Diana reassures her, saying there's no need to worry anymore. She explains her theory. The intruder is one of the servants, someone who would have a gray family button. The flashback shows Belle clutching her uniform, a button conspicuously missing. Olga is still confused, asking Diana what she means by this sudden conclusion. Diana lays out her logic. A person risking exposure like that wasn't just spreading rumors. And luckily for her, they clumsily dropped a key piece of evidence on their way out. Olga is stunned as Diana confirms her suspicion. An informant has infiltrated their staff. The Countess explains that this intruder wasn't just here for rumors, they had to see something for themselves. Because they failed, Diana knows they'll be back. So she lays out a subtle plan to avoid scaring them off. They'll monitor all requests for new buttons and discreetly issue entirely new uniforms to everyone. With the trap set, Diana adds one more thing. They must handle the matter of Rowan, the maid who died. She asks that compensation be sent to the family, though she's haunted by the thought that Rowan would be alive if not for her. Olga listens with a somber expression, understanding the weight of her lady's words. Bowing deeply, the headmaid promises that everything will be done exactly as Diana commands. The day's plotting and emotional toll finally catch up to Diana as she collapses in exhaustion. But just as she rests, a knock echoes through the room, and she wonders who it could be. She hadn't called for anyone. The visitor is none other than Belle, announcing she's brought the daily flowers as promised. Diana, still resting, tells her to place them in the vase across the room. She lies back down, the sheer exhaustion of the day washing over her. Belle finishes her task, but just as Diana is about to dismiss her, she notices something is off. With a start, she sits bolt upright, her eyes wide with sudden realization and concern. She looks at Belle properly and sees her damp hair, demanding to know if she went out in the rain. Belle apologizes for the small puddle on the floor, but Diana insists that's not the point. She forbids Belle from ever doing this again on a rainy day, saying she doesn't want her getting sick. But the maid's quiet devotion makes Diana let out a small, exasperated sigh. She scoffs, asking if Belle would bring flowers through rain or snow, only for Belle to simply state, "But you like them." Diana clarifies that she never wanted a maid to suffer just for the sake of some flowers. She doesn't want loyalty bought with hardship. Masters always use and discard people just like her mother. But Belle's conviction is absolute, declaring she wants to do anything and everything for her lady. Diana's mind races. This intense, sudden loyalty from a new maid is deeply suspicious. And yet something about those piercing green eyes stops her cold, because in them, she sees a faint glimmer of a person she once knew. A warm, long-lost memory of her own mother holding her tight surfaces in her mind. So she tests Belle, asking how far she would go, and the maid simply begs to remain by her side. Despite this, a cold voice in her head insists that this girl is the most dangerous one here. She recalls Olga's report. Belle cleaned the room and saw the blood, a sight that should have sent her fleeing. And how did she know to bring snowdrops, the very flowers her mother used to love? Every instinct told Diana that this maid was the most suspicious person in the house, that she had to be driven away. And yet something held her back. Against all reason, she finally relented. Diana makes her decision. From this day forward, Belle would be her personal maid. The words hang in the air, and Belle stares back, utterly stunned by the sudden trust. She immediately kneels, vowing to serve Diana with everything she has, silently staking her own life on their shared quest for revenge. That single appointment sent a shockwave through the entire estate. The whispers started instantly among the other maids, who couldn't believe the newbie had been promoted. Even the head maid Olga was taken aback. The long, vacant, coveted position was filled by a girl who'd been there less than a month. Diana knew her choice was a one-of-a-kind case, something that should never have happened. Yet, the ripple effect of that single decision was already spreading rapidly. The news even reached her guests, who were now having tea with her in the garden. Count Ian Lapellis, with a smug grin, questions if a personal maid is a role one can just hand out on a whim. But Diana deflects with a charming smile, casually explaining it wasn't sudden at all. Belle stands behind her, hands clasped tight, realizing she'll have to properly explain her past to the Countess later. A flash of a painful memory, a moment of weakness in the rain, surfaces in her mind. Still, she steels herself, resolved to at least try to make this work. Diana presents a premium tea, framing it as an apology for the sudden change of staff. The Viscount politely comments on the aroma, but the cold reality hangs in the air. To nobles, a maid is simply interchangeable. The real purpose of this meeting, however, was to apologize and request discretion for her soldiers' actions. A proposal which, despite being gently offered, was firmly and completely rejected. Hiding her face behind a fan, Diana teases that he seems quite displeased about the maid being replaced. But Ian corrects her. It wasn't just any maid, he says, but an excellent one, wishing her superiors were more like her. Diana's smile is sharp as a razor as she retorts that if the lower waters are clear, the upper ones will be too. A cold smirk crosses Ian's face, thinking to himself that the world is never quite that simple. Watching them, the Viscount can't help but be impressed. This is a true noble, and she's only a year older than him. Diana then offers him a snack, but he waves his hands frantically, stammering that he's already eaten. At her feigned disappointment, he immediately backpedals, eagerly agreeing to at least have a small bite. But the moment he does, he chokes, blood spraying from his lips as the poison takes hold instantly. As the Viscount yelps, Ian reacts with alarm, but Diana's hand flashes out, stopping him in his tracks. She's already in motion, pouring cool water over the young lord's scalded hand without a moment's hesitation. Kneeling before him, she takes his hand gently, her voice firm as she instructs him to stay perfectly still. She calls for ice, ignoring his flustered attempts to downplay the injury and insist that he's fine. Her gaze is surprisingly intense, as she warns him that his hand will blister if it isn't cooled properly. Completely disarmed by her sudden show of concern, he can only blush and stammer out a thank you. She even apologizes for offering the tea in the first place, prompting him to frantically take all the blame. His earnest praise for the tea he spilled is so ridiculous that she can't help but hide a small, amused smile. Nearby, her maid notes the irony he never even had a sip as Ian watches the entire performance unfold, unimpressed. The Viscount, eager to smooth things over, finally takes a sip and showers the tea with praise. With the pleasantries concluded, their host, Countess Diana Gray, announces it's time to get down to business. She turns to her maid, ordering Belle to bring out the box she prepared for them. A worn, red-lacquered case is set on the table, presented as more than adequate compensation. But Ian is immediately skeptical, judging the old box as something utterly worthless. Standing aside, Margarita watches him, her own thoughts swirling around the mysterious contents. He scoffs, pushing it away with his fork, declaring he has no use for such a simple trinket. The Countess just smirks, explaining that some things, like this cake, become more valuable the deeper you dig. Taking a bite, she finishes her metaphor, promising the box is certainly worth looking into. Ian turns away, demanding to know what she's really getting at with these little games. The Countess's voice cuts through the air, revealing she knows the real reason they sought her out. The accusation lands like a physical blow, and Viscount Cern flinches back, utterly exposed. He stammers, his composure completely shattering under her knowing gaze. The Countess smirks at Ian, noting that the young lord's face says everything she needs to know. Cern is sweating bullets, looking desperately toward his companion for some kind of support. But now, back in the present, Ian finally understands, a slow smile spreading across his face. The memory shows Diana softening her tone, apologizing for being too harsh on the flustered Viscount. She then pushes the box forward, telling them to take this as their first lead and look into it. Belle asks permission to open the box, though she has a sinking feeling she knows what Diana left for them. With a grim nod, Ian agrees, stating that the contents are his responsibility now. This was more than a clue. It was a bomb, a scandal designed to shatter the Third Prince's allies. Inside rests a single, ornate ring, the key to ruining Count Grey. And Belle's heart freezes. What did this mean for Rita? Her mind drifts back to a simpler time, when Ellie threw a small party to celebrate her promotion. She remembers a young Hannah, happily enjoying the special grape juice they'd managed to find. Rita had felt guilty, knowing Ellie went through so much trouble to get wine just for her. But her friend simply smiled, telling her to stop apologizing and just say thank you for once. Ellie then playfully asked about her recent meal with the master, teasing if it was a secret date. But the light-hearted teasing quickly fades as the candle flickers. Ellie's reflection in her glass turns serious, warning Belle to be careful. With Hannah sleeping soundly beside them, she admits that Lady Rita's protection can't stop everything. Belle knew exactly what she meant. The other maids. It was a valid concern. She could already feel the weight of their jealousy, their fake smiles hiding pure resentment. Being the lady's favorite meant some would try to use her to get ahead. And the rest? They'd be plotting to push her off the cliff and take her place. But Ellie gently takes her hand, pulling her back from those dark thoughts. She gives a warm, reassuring smile, reminding her that no matter what, she's not alone. Ellie promises to block what she can, to shield Belle from the others' jealousy. Touched, Belle squeezes her hand, thanking her but warning her not to overdo it. But the next morning is a rough one, as Belle wakes to a pounding headache and a hangover. She reaches for the medicine the doctor gave her, only to realize the bottle is almost empty. She'll need to find more soon, she thinks. Any kind of painkiller will do. Still, she reflects that it was the best sleep she's had in ages, finally safe on the first floor. Her thoughts drift to her precarious situation. Margarita doesn't trust her, and the maids are her enemies. But she was prepared for that. She accepts it. The truly difficult part is figuring out how to explain everything to Sir Ian, who already suspects her of everything. She stands before his door, knowing this is the true challenge, convincing the man who already suspects her. Stealing her resolve, she decides her first move will be to offer him the estate map to prove her loyalty. Just then, the door opens, and Sir Ian is standing right there, inviting her to come in. His gaze falls on the scroll in her hands, and she quickly explains it's the map she promised. He brushes off her apology, telling her it wasn't a formal agreement anyway, and simply ushers her forward. Inside the quiet room, he informs her that young Cern is still asleep. Belle is surprised by his calm demeanor. She was fully expecting him to be furious with her. She recalls how he always keeps his composure, even when that arrogant baron tried to humiliate him. Or during that tense tea with Rita, where he smiled as if he was walking on a tightrope. But when she turns to face him now, the mask is gone, revealing a cold, genuine anger she's never seen before. He tells her that before he takes the map, they have something important to discuss. She stammers an apology, thinking he's upset that the mission changed so suddenly. But he scoffs at her words, his arms crossed as he coldly repeats her assumption back to her. Her hands twist in her lap as she tries to explain that she never had time to tell him what was happening. But his gaze is locked on her hands, making her wonder what he's thinking as he dismisses her explanation. Startled, she drops the map, desperately pleading for him to trust her, but he cuts her off with a devastating question. He leans in close, his voice dangerously low, and begins a history lesson about the First War with the Glosh Empire. The scene shifts to a rain-soaked graveyard, where a younger Ian mourns. He reveals he lost a third of his men in that war. Standing over the grave, his silhouette is a monument to loss, as he asks her if she knows why they died. It was because he trusted someone a mistake, he implies, that cost him everything. A child had cried, begging him to save his mother, pleading for Ian to trust him. And he did, foolishly leading his men into a village without scouting, moved by the boy's apparent desperation. But there was no mother, only the cold barrels of a dozen Glosh soldiers waiting in ambush. The trap was sprung in an instant. They opened fire without a moment's hesitation, the sounds of slaughter filling the air. Ian was one of the few who survived the massacre, left among the bodies of his fallen comrades. Just as he was about to make his escape, a sound from the shadows made him turn. It was the child, watching the carnage he had caused with cold, empty eyes. His gaze returns to the present, locking onto Margarita, his voice dripping with the venom of that memory. He asks her, after a betrayal that cost him everything, why in the world should he ever be foolish enough to trust her now? Margarita can only bow her head, the weight of his question crushing her. He thinks back to that child, whose reflection stared back from a pool of blood. Whether he was a spy or just another pawn didn't matter in the slightest, because trust had ended in a bloodbath, a lesson he would never forget. She flinches as he tells her he understands now. He's not going to trust her. He's starting her background check over from zero, and he will make every decision for her. A sharp intake of breath is her only response, her world shrinking around her. But Ian slams his hand down, leaning in to make himself perfectly clear. He spells it out for Miss Nova, telling her he has more than enough reason to kill her on the spot. The only thing keeping her alive is that he hasn't decided her fate yet. He gives her one final, chilling warning. Don't say anything stupid that'll get you killed, and if she dares to plead innocence, she better come prepared with actual proof. With that, he dismisses her, tossing the map onto the table for her to take. But in a small act of defiance, she decides to leave it right where it is. As he leaves, her mind races with the truth she can't speak that this body isn't hers. She isn't Eileen Nova. She is Isabel Gemnin, but telling him would sound too naive to be believed. Outside the room, however, Ian pauses, his own composure starting to crack. The moment he's alone, the iron mask falls away, and he collapses onto the sofa. All the strength and menace from moments ago just drains out of him. He hadn't meant to bring up the war, a flicker of regret for the man who trusts no one. He tries to calm himself, thinking he let his emotions get the better of him. But as he stands there, he remembers something else he meant to ask her today. It wasn't about the Countess, or the men hunting her down. It was something much more simple, almost mundane. He thinks back to her hands, cut by the thorns of the flowers she held. All he truly wanted to ask was if she had treated her wounds properly. But that moment of concern is swiftly buried by cold, hard reality. She's not someone to worry over. She's a suspect. Getting tangled up with a woman being hunted by an enemy faction is just reckless. There's no doubt she's hiding something, and he can't afford to be blind to her true goal. He concludes that people like her, shrouded in mystery, are 1,000 times more dangerous than any wild beast. But even as he resolves to stay away, he finds he simply can't get her out of his head. Leaning back in his chair, Ian scoffs, admitting to himself that he must be losing his mind. Every instinct tells him to just cut her off, to push her away before she shakes his world any further. Because if he doesn't, he might just reach for her again, and he pulls out an old locket, a painful reminder. With a soft click, it opens to reveal the painted face of a cherished memory. He compares the maid to the woman in the portrait. The hair color, the shape of her face, nothing matches. And yet there's one detail that stops him cold. Her eyes. He stares down at the portrait of Isabel, tormented by how this new maid could possibly share her exact same gaze. This single, unnerving realization is enough to spur him to action, his carriage thundering through the night. Inside, Belle's expression hardens, realizing that her hope of just pretending nothing happened was utterly naive. And so, the Count sets out, his mind consumed by the ghost he sees in his new maid's eyes. In the carriage, Belle knows she can no longer expect a quiet life, her thoughts drifting back. The gentle rocking of the carriage pulls her into a memory of another journey, with another master. The Countess Diana Gray teases her for being so loyal she'd follow her anywhere without a single question. She tells her stiff-backed companion to relax, revealing their destination is Baron Leberc's club. Belle asks what kind of place it is, her instincts already telling her this is no simple social visit. The Countess waves it off as a typical gathering for cards, talk, and politics. But as their carriage halts, her tone shifts from playful to deadly serious. She leans in, warning Belle that from this point forward, she needs to stay sharp. After all, the Countess muses, being with her means trouble has a nasty habit of finding you. Belle recognizes the name Leberc from her past life, a family once renowned for its scholars. But she also remembers hearing how that pristine reputation was utterly destroyed by a single scoundrel. The family's entire legacy shattered the moment that man inherited the barony. William Leberc, the notorious disgrace, who wasted no time turning the estate into his personal social club. But this is no ordinary venue for the elite to sip wine and talk politics. It's a place where nobles can openly parade their lovers, and that's not even the worst of William's infamy. Belle puzzles over his motives. Was he simply a bitter bastard, or did he hold a deep-seated hatred for the nobility? The truth is, he only became the heir because the legitimate child died at birth. He was the known son of the former baron and a lowly maid, a fact that defined his entire existence. Back in the present, the Countess's arrival is announced, and a staff member steps forward to escort them upstairs. The escort turns his attention to Belle, confirming she's the one who serves the Countess. He leans in with a greasy smile, informing her the Baron wants a private meeting, so she can go rest. Belle immediately refuses. She can't let her lady go in alone, but he tries to placate her with talk of drinks and card games. He gets impatient and reaches out, deciding to drag her away himself. But Belle moves in a flash, deftly dodging his clumsy attempt to grab her. Hez surprised she's so quick on her feet. As she backs away, another staffer's hand lunges for her. They're clearly trying to separate her by force. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes from above. The Countess wants to know when, exactly. She said her maid wasn't coming with her. The escort stammers, confused, pointing out that she usually comes alone, as if that matters now. Diana cuts him off, questioning his audacity to drag her maid off without permission, and calls for Belle to join her. With a firm, "Yes, my lady," Belle prepares to ascend the stairs, now safely under her mistress's protection. Diana is led through an ornate door, stepping into a private room for her clandestine meeting. A voice from within recognizes her instantly, a sound that makes the air turn cold. It's William LeBurk, lounging with a predatory smile, calling her by her old name, Margarita. Her eyes flash with anger. She reminds him he was never given permission to use that name. He will call her Countess Grey. He just smirks, amused by her icy demeanor, murmuring that she's as stiff as she's always been. After the taunt, he gets to the point, asking if she brought what he asked for, and she coolly confirms that she has. But as she sits down, a sudden dizzy spell seems to overtake her, the room beginning to blur. LeBurk's voice drifts closer, questioning her motives, wondering why she's pursuing this when he thought her a creature of pure indulgence. Her vision darkens as he calls her name again, her hand reaching out weakly for support. It's Belle's worried voice that cuts through the haze, asking her lady if she's feeling parched, sensing something is terribly wrong. Belle immediately offers to step out and fetch water, a coded plea for help that any noble would understand. But LeBurk just throws his head back and laughs, thoroughly amused by her attempt. He asks the Countess where she found such an entertaining maid, but Diana, still weak, simply tells Belle it's fine. With a smirk, LeBurk's predatory gaze lands on Belle, asking Margarita if he can just keep her. Belle's face is a mask of cold fury, her silence a stark refusal to engage with his taunts. It's Diana who speaks, her voice firm, reminding LeBurk that her maid has no reason to answer a mere baron. He picks up his glass, feigning a wounded pride, a dangerous glint in his eyes, and in a sudden flash of movement, he hurls the wineglass to the ground. "What a shame," he declares with false sincerity. "We've run out of drinks," creating an excuse to leave the room. Belle helps her lady rise, promising she'll be back soon, seizing the opportunity LeBurk has just given them. As Belle leaves, she sees the Countess give a slight, almost imperceptible shake of her head. Stepping into the hall, she ponders that signal just as shadowy hands lunge for her. She's grabbed, a hand silencing her scream as her killer instincts desperately search for a knife. But she freezes, a cold realization dawning on her mid-struggle. This isn't an attack. This is something her lady allowed to happen. She's placed in a separate room, Diana's words about taking a break suddenly making perfect sense. The plan was to send her away from the very beginning, creating an opportunity. Still, she wonders why Diana would keep her in the dark about such a dangerous gambit. Then she spots a bottle of wine, right next to a lookout window. A perfect setup. A dangerous glint appears in her eyes. Fine. If she can't go to him, she'll bring him to her. With a decisive crash, the wine bottle smashes through the lookout window. Outside, chaos erupts as her would-be captors cry out, stunned and covered in red wine. They peer through the broken door, trying to make sense of the sudden attack. The lead escort steps in, annoyed, asking if she's lost her mind over a nice bottle of wine. In a blur of motion, Belle is on him, tackling him to the ground before he can even react. He freezes, a cold blade pressed against his throat. Shocked, she even has a knife. She kicks the door shut behind them, calmly informing him that she has no intention of escaping. Looking down with an unnerving smile, she proposes a little game, and this time, coins aren't the prize. All she wants from him is information. His eyes narrow as he realizes he's no longer the one in control. He grins, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. If this is the kind of game she wants to play, then he's all in. Meanwhile, his cronies are squished against the door, completely baffled by the turn of events. The lead escort waves them off with a shout, telling them it's just a friendly game of blackjack and to get back to work. Now sitting across from her at a table, he notes that she seems to hold a high position, feigning ignorance. He playfully introduces himself as Leon, a man of mystery, but Margarita is not amused by his little act. She admits this situation is unexpected, and he immediately pounces, asking what she didn't expect. Leon gets to his real point, a sly grin spreading across his face. How exactly does a simple maid know this game so well? Her expression darkens as she quietly reveals she's never been to a casino, never had a life of fun. So where did she learn? The question triggers something deep within her, a memory she can't escape. A vision floods her mind, kneeling on a dark floor, begging for forgiveness from the very same man. Cards rain down on her in the darkness, each one accompanied by cruel, echoing laughter. It was on that day she learned blackjack, not by playing, but by begging for forgiveness over and over. She recognizes the flash of a memory but shoves it aside. Winning this game for information is all that matters. With the cards dealt, she calculates her hand at 10, while Leon shows a 9, likely holding a total near 20. He asks for her decision, and without a single moment of hesitation, she demands another card. Her immediate choice surprises him. He can't tell if it's pure confidence or just reckless gambling. Margarita lowers her head, awaiting the outcome of her bold move, her fate resting on a single card. He flips it over an ace of spades, a perfect 21. He feigns surprise and asks what the winning maid desires. She immediately suspects he threw the game, wondering if he was more curious about her question than the win, so she asks it. Surely a man in his position must have heard rumors about Baron Leberc's mother. He immediately gets defensive, accusing her of trying to badmouth his baron. She sizes him up. Young, elite, and fiercely loyal, a man who can't ignore a slight against his master. Margarita feigns innocence, claiming it was all just a misunderstanding, but her sly glance reveals she's just getting started. She then flips the script entirely, wondering if maybe the baron isn't a bastard at all. The escort freezes, his carefully constructed composure shattering as he turns to face her. He demands that she explain herself, his voice laced with a desperate urgency, but she just smiles, holding up the deck. If he wants the rest, he'll have to play another round. His expression shifts from wary to intensely focused. He's hooked, willing to gamble for his master's honor. The game is no longer about money, but about a secret born in the glittering halls of the nobility. She begins her story with a memory of a bustling party, and a lone waiter carrying 2 glasses of wine. He slips away from the crowd, his expression unreadable as he walks with purpose. He moves down a long, empty corridor, the sounds of the banquet fading behind him. His destination, a set of double doors, ominously stained with what looks like fresh blood. Back in the present, the escort slaps down his cards. Blackjack. He thinks he's won this round, but Margarita just watches him, unimpressed. He's not even trying to hide his cheating anymore. She casually asks if he's close with the Baron, noting how he plays with the same desperate loyalty. Now it's her turn to talk, and he demands to know what she meant about the Baron's true parentage. Margarita reveals the secret. The Baron is the legitimate son, a victim of a vicious, calculated rumor. The truth hits him like a physical blow, and his fist slams into the table in a surge of pure fury. He can't wrap his head around it, demanding to know who would spread such a vicious lie. But Margarita just watches him coolly. Information like that has a price. His anger instantly evaporates, replaced by a desperate, almost feral need for the truth. He leans forward, ready to make a deal. Whatever she wants, he'll make it happen. And her price sends us spiraling into the past, to a secret meeting between Countess Diana Gray and William Leberc. With the prying eyes of servants gone, Diana gets right to the point, laying out a file of damning evidence. She lists the victims: herself, murdered; another countess, dead from a convenient illness; wives, mistresses, one-night stands. She explains coldly that they all share one terrible thing in common. She looks to William, her voice laced with ice, and asks how many of them are still breathing. A wicked little smile plays on his lips as the horrifying answer is revealed. None. Not a single one survived. William continues, explaining that officially, 2 of the women are just listed as missing. But Diana knows the truth. The chances of them being alive are slim, and only the first wife was openly murdered. This leaves them with a huge problem. No first-hand witnesses to testify. William nonchalantly agrees, taking a sip from a vial. The focus shifts to the prime suspect, Count Gray, seen living lavishly with his many lovers. A man whose charm concealed a horrifying secret. But the motive doesn't add up. Diana realizes killing his wife is one thing, but the mistresses? That makes no sense. There has to be a deeper conspiracy. She asks if any of the victims' friends or family are still around. William reveals he's already checked, most of them are missing, too. But he passes her a note with one last lead. A friend of the second wife. She isn't alive, he explains, but officially missing, and there are whispers she's still out there. William's lead points to a popular theater group, the fortune troupe, and a woman rumored to be connected to its owner. Diana listens as he lays out the possibilities. Maybe the missing woman was just a colleague, or maybe she ended up dead like all the others. Suddenly, his composure shatters, sending a table flying as he asks if this whole twisted affair isn't thrilling for her. But Diana doesn't even flinch, coolly demanding to know what he's talking about. William is lost in his own sick fantasy, a manic grin spreading across his face as he talks about the secret murders. He whispers that this kind of thing gets his heart racing, asking if she doesn't feel the same rush. The man is practically trembling with a dark, twisted excitement. But a sharp jab to his back cuts through the madness. It's Diana's fan, telling him to calm down. He freezes, completely stunned, as she reminds him it's not his turn to die, and he'll only get paid if his info is good. Tucking her fan away, she leaves him with one last order. Try to act like a decent human until then. And as William LeBerc trembles behind the door, he realizes the truth. The real monster isn't some brute, but the woman with the innocent mask. Meanwhile, a carriage pulls up to a grand estate under the moonlight. Inside, Diana gazes out the window, her mind already on the next move. Her maid, Belle, watches her, wondering just what she and that madman could have possibly discussed. Belle herself is no stranger to such dealings, recalling how she acquired info for a baron, destroying the original to cover her tracks. But now, Diana has a new task for her, taking her hand as she explains the details. She's to investigate a tavern connected to someone named Marie Tria and the fortune troupe. Belle probes carefully, asking if Diana knows of any connection between them. Diana almost dismisses the question, before casually dropping a critical piece of intel. But the true connection is one Diana doesn't speak aloud. Marie Tria was Count Grey's mistress, a secret Belle knew all too well as Diana's former maid. Diana recalls that woman, Marie Tria, whose singing once echoed through the halls of the Grey Manor. A fleeting, glorious life, determined to bloom like a rose with thorns and go out in a blaze of glory. As a young maid, Belle remembers hiding from that sharp, inescapable voice every time she heard it. But Diana dismisses the memory, casually mentioning she wants to see a performance by someone named Anna Phyrus. The name sends a chill down Belle's spine. It's the same name she found in Rita's room, next to a list of poisons and dead animals. Still, she agrees to arrange the tickets, prompting Diana to ask why she never questions her strange requests. Belle simply replies that she knows her place as a maid, just as she knew not to ask about Diana's secret meeting at the club. A thoughtful look crosses Diana's face. She murmurs that Belle is a strange one. She's oddly composed when Diana expects panic, yet sensitive in ways she can never seem to predict. The sudden personal observation leaves Belle speechless, sitting alone in the carriage with the Countess's words hanging in the air. Noticing the chill in the carriage, Belle quietly unfolds a spare blanket. She gently drapes it over Diana, softly mentioning that the Countess looks cold. Diana seems surprised by the comment, her attention drawn to the window, where she sees it's finally begun to snow. Ah, so that's why. She muses that the coachman had been right about the weather after all. A rare, almost wistful expression appears on her face as she hopes for a heavy snowfall. Belle watches her, a small, genuine smile forming as she quietly agrees. For her, though, the sight of the first snow triggers a memory from long, long ago. A memory of a little girl asking her mother if they could just wait until it started snowing. Her mother's gentle voice had spun a tale of a snow fairy who rewards good children who sleep early. Tucked snugly in bed, the little girl fell asleep dreaming of a snowy tomorrow, assured by her mother's love. Belle muses that yes, it's snowing enough for the snow fairy to visit. Diana's eyes soften, lost in the same quiet thought. She agrees, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The memory returns to Belle, a vision of her and her mother playing joyfully in a thick blanket of snow. But the warm memory fades, replaced by the stern office of the headmaid, Ista Olga. Ista is buried in paperwork, noting that it's been 4 days since the police concluded their investigation. She looks up, her gaze sharp, and acknowledges that Belle is now the madam's personal maid. Ista waves a dismissive hand, saying she won't bother asking how it happened. What's done is done. Instead, she stands and presents Belle with a document, stating that this is what truly matters now. Belle takes the papers, her mind racing a list of the staff. What could this possibly mean? Her eyes widen in shock. This isn't a staff roster, it's a list of all the dismissed maids. But before she can ask, Ista mentions hearing about a commotion in the laundry room that morning. The memory hits Belle instantly, the other maids surrounding her, their voices dripping with false respect. Belle had tried to ignore them, simply asking when she should come to pick up the clothes. A pink-haired maid scoffed, telling her to figure it out herself since they were so busy. But in a blur of motion, Belle's hand shot out, grabbing the girl's arm with shocking force. The other maids froze as Belle calmly demanded a clear answer, her patience wearing thin. She tightened her grip, a silent and painful warning that she was not to be trifled with. The bully finally cracked, stammering that the laundry would be ready by tomorrow night. Back in the present, Belle is speechless. How on earth did the head maid already know? Ista Olga calmly explains that jealousy is to be expected, but warns Belle not to tarnish the madam's reputation. But her words quickly turn to ice as she grabs Belle's arm, promising to eliminate any liability. Belle's eyes blaze with equal intensity, her own loyalty to the Madame Absolute. And in that moment, she realizes this must be the infamous Madame Donata from back then. A confident smirk spreads across Belle's face as she assures the head maid they're on the same page. The tense standoff breaks, and Ista casually asks what Belle needed from her. Belle states her purpose. The madam wishes to attend the performance of someone named Anicaps. The head maid is visibly surprised, questioning if the madam really made such a request herself. After a tense pause, Ista agrees, deciding she'll book the ticket and deliver it personally before dismissing her. Belle simply acknowledges the order, her objective achieved, leaving the head maid to her thoughts. Leaving Ista's office, Belle's mind races, comparing the madam's situation to the old rivalry between Countess Diana and Marie Tria. Deciding she needs more information, she seeks out Ellie, opening the door to the maid's quarters. The moment she enters, a pillow comes flying straight for her head. The source of the chaos is revealed. Ellie and Hannah, caught mid-pillow fight, freeze in shock. But Belle, with lightning reflexes, snatches the pillow out of the air, completely unfazed as Ellie asks if she's hurt. Hannah scrambles over, apologizing profusely that the pillow was meant for Ellie, to which Belle dryly suggests she work on her aim. Flustered, Hannah immediately starts blaming Ellie for the entire incident. Their squabble quickly turns into a passionate debate about their dreams. Hannah wants to be the madam's top maid, while Ellie dreams of opening a flower shop. With their ambitions declared, they stand in fierce but friendly opposition, vowing to be the best in their chosen fields. Then, all eyes turn to Belle, putting her on the spot as they ask what about her dream. Caught off guard, Belle considers the question her dream. But for her, there is no future. She's living on borrowed time, courtesy of a slow-acting poison. Her only remaining purpose is to help Rita get her revenge before the clock runs out. After that, she plans to slip away and let death finally claim her. Alone. So when pressed, she thinks to herself that a peaceful death is the only dream she can afford. The moment is broken when Ellie confesses her flower shop idea was just a front. She's been saving up to go to college. She looks down, embarrassed, admitting she wants to learn about machines, a crazy dream for a commoner woman. But Belle's response is immediate and genuine. She thinks that's an amazing goal. Ellie's face lights up, and she excitedly asks Belle if she knows how trains work. At the mention of steam, Ellie launches into a passionate explanation, her true, brilliant self finally on full display. As Ellie passionately explains the mechanics of steam, Belle struggles to keep up, admitting to herself it's all going over her head. The young maid is practically bursting with joy, finally able to share her true passion with someone. She quickly apologizes for rambling, but Belle reassures her before Ellie innocently asks how her day went. The question triggers a flash of memory, the other maids scorning her, their voices sharp and cruel. Pushing it aside with a calm smile, Belle says her day was fine and pivots, mentioning the madam wants to see Anicaps' performance. Ellie's face contorts in shock at the famous singer's name. If Belle says it, it must be true. She immediately asks if there's some history between the singer and the countess. Belle confirms it, explaining that Anna was nearly the count's mistress until the madam appeared and took her place. This, she says, is why Anna became convinced the countess had stolen her title and her entire future. When the couple ignored her hateful letters, Anna's obsession festered, and she began sending them truly deranged things. Ellie shudders, recalling the horrific aftermath of Anna's last scheme, an incident that nearly cost people their lives. Even Belle has to admit, compared to other rivals, Anicaps is on another level of dangerously unhinged. Worried, Ellie begs her to be careful. If Anna learns the madam is coming, she's guaranteed to cause a scene. And somewhere else, the singer herself preens in her dressing room, basking in her own reflection. That same night, in the capital's quiet shopping district, another search is underway. The door to the final jewelry shop closes behind Count Ian and Viscount Cern. Cern sighs in frustration they've found nothing here, either. He grumbles that they've spent the entire day searching, and this was their last hope. Hess even starting to doubt if the Countess's information was reliable, but Ian remains silent, lost in thought. He stares at the crimson ring in his hand, weighing the most important question. Does he truly trust her? Having made his decision, Ian announces they're expanding the search to the capital's outskirts, much to Cern's horror. Without a moment's hesitation, Ian strides off, leaving a flustered Cern scrambling to keep up. The Viscount grabs his friend's arm, finally managing to stop him. He begs for just a moment to eat. They've been running on fumes all day. Cern's thoughts spiral 3 days of this exhausting search, and he's worried Ian's been skipping meals and sleep entirely. It's been this way ever since the incident that started it all, and his mind drifts back to that day. He remembers seeing a maid, Eileen Nova, walking down the hall. He'd greeted her, noting she was leaving early for some personal business. Just after, Head approached Ian, asking if he really believed the maid's story. His gaze had fallen upon a note left on the table, a detail that clearly puzzled him. Cern excitedly held up the map from Miss Nova, thinking their search was finally about to pay off. But Ian's cold silence cut through his optimism. His back turned to his concerned friend. The Viscount's hope soured to worry. Did they have a fight? He gently suggested they take a much-needed break. Ian finally turned, his expression unyielding. He flatly refused, stating they had no time for rest. He pushed onward, insisting they finish scouting the industrial district before they could even think of returning. Cern trailed behind, defeated. He hated that he could never win against his friend, especially when Ian was the one running himself into the ground. The next morning, their journey brought them to the industrial district of Sinar, on the capital's outskirts. As they disembarked, they took their first steps into the bustling new territory. The landscape was a testament to progress, a sprawl of factories and workshops. But for Belle, it was a ghost town built on her own past. None of this existed 10 years ago, back when she was alive. She recalls hearing that these factories only started popping up about 4 years ago, and in that short time, they'd already formed entire, bustling industrial zones. Lost in her thoughts, she's jolted back to reality by a driver yelling at her to get off the road. She quickly stammers an apology and scrambles out of the way. Taking a moment to steady herself, she looks back at the unfamiliar chaos. This really is a world she no longer recognizes. Shaking off the feeling, she heads into a nearby inn, searching for her contact. A man with wavy purple hair spots her immediately, eagerly waving her over. She joins him at the table, and he comments on how exhausted she must be from the journey. He offers her a cold beer to cool down, but Belle politely refuses. She's all business. He playfully pushes the beer forward, teasing her for being so quick to shoot him down. But then, her eyes widen with a sudden, sharp realization. Tucked into his grip is a folded note. This was all a ruse to pass her the intel. With a subtle shift, she agrees to accept just one drink, much to his theatrical delight. She discreetly unfolds the paper, revealing a list of about 10 women's names. This must be it. A complete list of all the Count's past lovers and wives. Leaning back, the contact boasts about the trouble he went through to sneak this past his master. Belle gives him a knowing smile, remarking that the information seems rather simple. He chuckles, caught in his act, admitting she saw right through his little performance. He insists this is all he could find, but Belle has a feeling this seemingly simple list is the key. But her mind is already made up. The killer isn't on this list. It has to be Count Grey himself. After all, in the Empire, the quickest way to a new romance is to simply become a widower. The informant leans in, a sly look on his face, mentioning he has some strange news of his own. But he's not giving it up for free. He wants her information first, thinking it'll help clear someone's name. Belle calmly agrees to his deal, revealing a secret, a small, fingertip-sized spot, just above the Baron's waist. His smug demeanor shatters as she adds that the Baroness has the very same mark in the exact same place. The implication crashes down on him. The Baroness knows William is her son. He collapses onto the table in despair. He glares at her, his composure utterly broken, demanding answers she refuses to give. After a tense silence, he slowly lifts his head, a grim resolve hardening his features. Fine. He suddenly springs up, laughing it off, declaring he'll confirm this himself before demanding that promised drink. He pours a drink, vowing to verify her story, but Belle finds his sudden bravado curious. Her eyes flash with a cold, calculating glint. In a blur of motion, a dagger is pressed against his throat as she asks if he has a death wish. She chides him for being so dramatic, tapping a letter on the table. She had already planned to set up a meeting for him. All he had to do was wait. He slowly sheathes his blade, agreeing to contact her again if what she said is true. But before he can leave, she leans in close, ready to deliver her side of the bargain. Every woman on that list he gave her, they're all either dead or long missing. The chilling realization dawns on her. Every single lover or wife of Count Grey is gone. If Rita's true target is the Count, then his current wife is next, and Belle won't let that happen. Meanwhile, in a quiet clinic, a certain doctor looks utterly unimpressed with her day. She lounges in her office, sighing that she's going to die of boredom in here. Just then, the sound of footsteps breaks the silence as a visitor arrives, asking if anyone is around. The doctor sits up, assuming it's a patient, but our maid, Belle, simply explains she ran out of painkillers. The doctor's face immediately sours, dismissing her as just another drug addict and telling her to leave. But Belle isn't so easily turned away, calmly reaching into her bag. She places a small bottle on the counter, saying she doesn't care about the ingredients as long as it works. Annoyed at her persistence, the doctor glances over and her expression completely freezes. In a flash, she snatches the bottle from the counter, her mind racing. She demands to know where Belle got this, recognizing it instantly. It's from the Mirabelle Duchy, from that timid male physician. The doctor holds up the bottle, revealing the crest of the Reborn family and explaining that the physician is her brother. Belle can only stare, thinking what a strange coincidence it is to run into the man's sister here in the capital. But before she can say a word, a hand clamps onto her face, a sharp sting catching her completely off guard. The doctor pulls back, now holding a syringe filled with Belle's blood, claiming she needs it for a proper diagnosis. Trusting that her brother wouldn't deal with a simple addict, she agrees to provide the medicine while she runs a quick test. She scoffs that her brother probably couldn't figure out the illness and just prescribed painkillers, boasting she's far more capable. But as she examines the results of the blood test, her confident expression instantly shatters. Her hand begins to tremble as she looks back at Belle, her voice catching in her throat, unable to form words. She suddenly starts grilling our maid. What's her job, her family's history? Have they ever committed treason against the Empire? Because the substance in Belle's blood is a lethal toxin that only the Imperial Court should be able to produce. The doctor is in utter shock. This toxin is an Imperial secret that should have never left the palace walls. She lunges forward, grabbing Belle, and begging her to stay for just a few tests, promising not to charge a single cent. But Belle has no time for this, shoving her aside and insisting she only came for painkillers. The doctor desperately clings to her, revealing she once worked for the palace physician and knows this poison intimately. She explains that her brother likely only diagnosed the base toxin, but missed the presence of Ropendel herb, a simple sedative on its own, but when combined with specific drugs, it becomes a lethal poison that stops the heart. The very same poison that is currently flowing through Belle's body. And yet, she's still alive. The doctor's eyes light up with a manic glee. It's a miracle, Belle muses to herself. Is that what her desperate fight to survive looks like to others? She calmly turns the situation around, asking if the doctor is proposing to treat her, to succeed where her brother failed. But Belle simply smiles, telling her that a single year is more than enough. The doctor is utterly baffled by this response. Why would anyone not want to live? She can't help but wonder how two siblings could be so drastically different. Grabbing Belle's skirt, she frantically asks if it's because she doesn't trust her skills, insisting she was a top assistant. With a fiery determination, she swears she will save her, no matter what it takes. Later, Belle reflects on the encounter. She left with more than just painkillers, though she has no intention of taking the sketchy medicine. What she did get was a crucial piece of information. The poison is a rare toxin produced exclusively within the palace. It was used on Eileen to silence her, meaning she must have uncovered a scandal that could ruin the imperial family. But the poisoning failed, and Eileen Nova became living, breathing evidence of their crimes. And now, walking the streets as Belle, she knows her pursuers will never give up the chase. She remembers her clever ruse from a month ago, sending them all on a wild goose chase south. But a chilling thought surfaces. What if they've already reached the capital? Where would they look first? She knows exactly where. A place dense with crowds, perfect for blending in and overhearing secrets. An establishment like the infamous Baron Leberc's social club, and that's when it all clicks. That man, Leon, he had to have known who she was. He'd played his part so well, keeping her occupied and isolated on the first floor. Then he lured her out to the edge of the city with a simple note, promising a meeting. The cold truth dawns on her. He was setting her up. Pursuers are already waiting there. Why didn't she question it sooner? Her mind races, replaying every moment. The red flags were everywhere. Even the sleeping drug he offered was probably poison, and he knew someone else would finish the job. And there was only one reason Leon would sell her out: to silence the maid who knew his master's secrets. A suspicious woman suddenly tailed by killers. Of course they'd decide she needed to die. The sun begins to set, casting long shadows over the city rooftops. She's trapped in the industrial district, a place that empties out completely after dark. It's the perfect place for an assassination, with no crowds to blend into and no one around to help. A wave of pure terror washes over her. She has to get out. She bolts through the empty streets before this entire district turns into her own personal hunting ground. Panting, she reaches a station, desperately asking if there are any carriages left. But the ticket seller just leans out the window, telling her they're all gone for the day. She asks about a horse, anything to escape, but the man just scoffs at her frantic plea. The man just scoffs, sneering that horses are for nobles, not for the likes of her. He insists there's nothing left, and even if there were, he'd be charging her double. It's a strange coincidence. He mentions every single spare carriage was rented out today. Her last hope for escape vanishes. That was the final rental place in the district. As the sun sets, she knows walking out of here now would be nothing short of suicide. For a fleeting moment, she considers asking the kind doctor for shelter, but immediately rejects the idea. She can't risk it. Dragging an innocent person into her fight would only get them killed. Steeling her nerves, she decides she must face this alone. Her eyes scan the area, zeroing in on the main factory as a potential hiding spot. She maps her options: head for the city center, or as a last resort, jump into the river and pray. With her options gone, she decides to lay low in the factory until morning. But from the darkness, an unseen eye is already locked onto its prey. A sudden chill runs down her spine. She's been found. Her senses scream at her. There's someone nearby. No, there are several. The time for stealth is over. She breaks into a desperate sprint. In her frantic escape, a precious locket is flung from her neck. Voices cry out behind her. They've spotted her making a break for the river. But her eyes are fixed on a different prize. There it is, the factory entrance. She slips through the door, heart pounding, finally out of sight. Peering into the vast, dark space, she breathes a small sigh of relief. This will have to do. She thinks she's safe among the machinery, at least until morning, but a sudden noise makes her freeze. A soft, warm light cuts through the oppressive darkness of the factory floor. Her heart leaps into her throat. What now? Who could that be? But it's not her pursuers. It's a group of small, ragged children, holding a lantern and staring right at her. In another part of the city, the mood is entirely different as a lavish meal is served. Viscount Cern Victor happily tears into a piece of meat, savoring every bite. He and his men are enjoying their dinner, completely unworried. But across from them, Count Ian Lepellis is lost in thought, still vexed by the mystery of the ruby ring. He's run out of leads, with only the southern edge of the capital left to investigate. A wave of doubt washes over him. What if this is a dead end? What if Cern was right all along? He remembers the promise tied to the ring. It was supposed to expose all of Count Grey's corruption. But why would the Countess willingly orchestrate her husband's downfall, knowing it would ruin her too? They'd only been married for a year. It seemed too soon for such deep-seated hatred to fester. Unless this was her plan all along. Was the marriage itself just a means for revenge? Cern's voice cuts through his thoughts, playfully asking if he's going to eat his food. Ian smirks, telling the young Viscount to help himself, but then he teases that it's time to leave. Cern immediately backpedals, stammering that they can't possibly waste good food. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes violently through the dining room. Everyone freezes. Was that a gunshot? The air grows thick with tension. A staff member hurries over, trying to calm the patrons, insisting it's just a common noise around here. The other patrons dismiss the noise, ready to keep drinking. But Ian is already moving, telling Cern it's time to leave. Just as they're about to exit, a drunk noble stumbles by, bragging about an amazing gift he's just acquired. He fumbles in his pocket, slurring about how his wife is going to absolutely love what he's brought her. But as he pulls it out, Cern freezes, his hand shooting out to grab Ian's arm in pure panic. Dangling from the man's fingers is a white ribbon, and Cern realizes with horror it's the one Ian gave to Miss Nova. The air turns to ice as Ian spins around, his hand clamping down on the man's wrist like a vice. He demands to know where the man got it, his voice dangerously low. Before the terrified noble can properly stammer out an answer, Ian is already gone, bursting through the door. Cern is left standing in shock as his friend vanishes, the drunk man collapsing to the floor in fear. Ian's mind screams. He gave that ribbon to Eileen for the map, so why is it here, abandoned, while she's being hunted? Just as he's racing through the streets, a massive explosion rips through the night sky. Ian's blood runs cold as he looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. In the distance, the factory district is engulfed in a hellish, roaring inferno. We flash back 15 minutes to Eileen scrambling for cover inside that very building. She's being hunted, and the soft click of a silencer tells her the enemy is closing in. 3 armed men creep into the darkness, their orders simple: find the target. Eileen huddles in the shadows, not alone, but with a group of terrified factory children, as the chilling command is given: kill her on sight. Her mind races. She could escape, she has the skills, but leaving these kids behind is a death sentence. They're so small, their emaciated bodies telling a story of enduring day after painful day, and in their struggle, she sees her own reflection, 10 years of surviving just like them. She can't abandon them now. With a plan solidifying in her mind, she gathers the children and tells them to listen carefully. She will be the bait. She points to a high window, ordering them to escape the moment she gives the signal, and to not stop for anything. For a fleeting moment, a pained thought crosses her mind, a silent prayer that someone was there for her own daughter like this. Steeling herself, She explodes from cover, shouting to get their attention, and the hunters immediately spot her. Her desperate gambit works. As she draws the pursuers away, the children scramble toward their escape route. The chase is on, Eileen sprinting through the dark factory with her would-be killers right on her heels. She risks a glance over her shoulder, a knot of anxiety in her chest, just to see if the last child has made it. But one small girl is struggling, her tiny frame unable to pull herself up. Hurry, Eileen thinks. Just climb out. Just as she clears the window, the girl turns back, her expression one of pure, tearful gratitude. That simple, unexpected thank you strikes Eileen to her very core, her eyes widening with a wave of emotion she wasn't prepared for. That moment of connection steals her resolve. She has to live. The children are safe, but now it's her turn. A quiet escape is impossible. They've sealed every exit. Her gaze lands on the factory's boiler room, and a dangerous idea sparks in her mind. If she can cause a crack in one of those fully operational cylinders, it'll be chaos. She remembers a tidbit of information from Ellie, a small detail that could create a huge opportunity. A grim smile touches her lips. She's found a way to forge her own escape route. Suddenly, a sharp sound rings out, and the pursuers immediately pivot toward the noise. From the rafters above, she watches them, her shoe now a makeshift weapon. With perfect aim, she lets it fly through the darkness. It connects with a solid thud, smacking one of the hunters right in the back of the head. Enraged, the pursuers open fire, their shots ringing wildly through the darkness. She sprints for cover, her only thought to get as far away as possible. Ellie's voice echoes in her memory, explaining the science of steam pressure. A small crack would cause the water's boiling point to plummet, generating a massive surge of vapor. Her eyes gleam with dangerous intent. It's time to put that theory to the test. She fumbles with the valve, creating the fracture she needs. With the trap set, she turns and runs for her life. The pressure builds to its breaking point, ready to explode. A thunderous bang rips through the factory floor. The entire boiler room erupts in a cataclysm of fire and steam. The blast sends Margarita flying, leaving her battered and bleeding amidst the flames. Through the smoke and fire, a figure suddenly catches her as she falls. It's Anna. Sighing in relief that she wasn't too late to save her, she points toward a window, explaining that the other children already escaped that way. Margarita must go first. Anna promises she will be right behind her. With a final, worried glance back, Margarita trusts her and makes her escape. Outside, a sinister figure watches the inferno, assuming anyone caught in that blast is surely dead. But as she limps away from the factory, a familiar, chilling voice stops her cold. It's Leon. A jolt of pure terror shoots through her as she stumbles to the ground. She looks down in horror, her leg is pierced by shrapnel, and she's completely trapped. Barely holding herself up, she forces out the question, "Why is he here?" Leon just grins, a predator who has his prey exactly where he wants it. He casually explains that something felt off, so he just had to come back and ask her a few things. As she tries to crawl away, he stomps his foot down hard on her hand, stopping her dead. He crouches, demanding to know how she learned the Baron's secret, a secret only known by a woman who died 5 years ago. The word died echoes in her mind, sending a jolt of ice through her veins. A memory surfaces of Emily, a woman cast out from society who became her neighbor in the slums. The horrifying realization hits her, and she glares up at him, accusing him of being Emily's killer. For her trouble, he delivers a vicious stomp right on her shrapnel-pierced leg. He grabs her head, mockingly impressed she knew the name, and expresses his relief that the secret died with Emily until now. He leans in, a poison needle glinting in his hand, telling her not to take it personally, it's just messy, high society business. With a smug smile, he brings the needle to her neck, promising it'll only sting for a moment. As he whispers a final farewell, her mind screams in defiance, refusing to let it end like this. But before the needle can pierce her skin, a sudden blast erupts, and blood splatters across her face. She looks up to see Leon recoiling in agony, his hand a mangled, bloody mess. Through the ensuing chaos, a single, deliberate footstep echoes on the stone floor. A figure emerges, cool and collected, holding a smoking pistol. It's Sir Ian. Margarita stares in disbelief. Had he been following her? He calmly asks if she's all right, calling her Nova. The name hits her harder than any blow. How could he possibly know that name? Before she can process it, he sweeps her into his arms, promising they'll talk after he gets her to safety. As he carries her, Ian's voice is cold, asking if she's in pain or just uncomfortable with his touch. He tells her to bear with it for now, and she looks up, sensing a terrifying anger in his eyes. Outside, a panicked staff member frets by the raging fire, wondering what's keeping them. Just then, Ian emerges from the flames, carrying Margarita like a prize. The attendant rushes over, horrified by the blood matting her hair. But Ian is calm, assuring her it's not her blood and can be washed away soon. Lying in his arms, she realizes he's not just angry, he's furious. She has to apologize for being suspicious, for getting caught, for everything. Her mind begins to blur, his voice echoing her false name, Nova, as she drifts. She tries to say she's sorry, desperate not to anger him again. But consciousness slips away. Later, in the quiet of the night, they've arrived at a safe place. Ian waits outside her room, his mind replaying the entire disastrous evening. He reflects on the ribbon, admitting he doubted her, thinking she might have abandoned his plan. But he was wrong. The explosion was never her doing. It was a trap meant for him. He remembers bursting in to find her pinned down by that monster, Leon. The brute was just moments away from carving into her, a needle glinting in the firelight. A cold, quiet rage had consumed him as he raised his pistol. His only regret now is that he didn't aim for the head. It would have saved her from being covered in blood. His dark thoughts are interrupted as the door creaks open. A doctor steps out, informing him that the treatment is done. The girl is safe and will recover by morning. But the doctor has more bad news. The burn will leave a permanent scar, and her finger may never move properly again. Ian cuts straight to the point. Will it be life-threatening? The doctor assures him it won't be. Then that's fine. His cold dismissal stuns the doctor, who cautiously asks what his relationship with this woman is. Ian coolly replies that she's just a servant who's worked for him a long time, offering to have her call when she wakes. The doctor watches him go, a seed of doubt planted. For a mere servant, this man's concern runs suspiciously deep. Stepping into the room, Ian finally looks upon the woman he just rescued, her body wrapped in bandages. From her hand to her legs, the white dressings are a stark reminder of how close he was to losing her. He knows staying here is too dangerous. He'd rather move her now, even while she's unconscious. In fact, he'd already sent Cern for a carriage, a task that proved difficult, requiring a search through 3 nearby villages. Ian realizes the missing carriages weren't an accident, it was a calculated move to isolate them. But ironically, this brutal attack actually works in the maid's favor. If the Mirabelle Duchy sent the assassins, why would they target their own spy? He still can't shake every last doubt, but a chilling thought surfaces. What if he had been just a moment later? The thought drags him back to another failure, to the person he couldn't save. A bright memory of a young boy calling his name flashes through his mind, only to be replaced by the dark, bloody image of that same person's final moments. Ian shakes his head, forcing the ghosts of the past away. No, this is different. He looks down at the sleeping maid. He couldn't save that boy, but this time, he wasn't too late. He holds her close, a strange sense of relief washing over him for saving this complete stranger. But as he carries her, his mind dangerously blurs her image with the ghost of Eileen Nova. Later that night, a soft sound echoes through the guest room where she rests. Belle's eyes flutter, then snap wide open. She pushes herself up, clutching her bandaged shoulder, wondering where on earth she is. A figure startles her, but her panic subsides when she recognizes her master, Sir Ian. Instead of comfort, however, he meets her gaze with pure fury, demanding to know why she was so reckless. Stunned, she tries to form an apology, but her weakened body collapses before she can speak. He turns away, his voice heavy, as he informs her of the price. A permanent burn scar and lasting damage to her hand. Belle, seeing the fire in his eyes, quietly apologizes for the trouble she's caused. But her words only seem to provoke him further as he grabs her, his voice dangerously low. He demands to know what, exactly, she's sorry for. Is it just because he's angry? She stammers that it was her own choice, her own reckless action. But that's not what infuriates him. It's her cold, hollow attitude that truly gets under his skin. Hez told her she'll be scarred for life, yet she shows no fear, no sadness, just an empty apology. He wishes she would just break down and cry, so he could at least offer some comfort. But if this twisted sense of responsibility is all she'll give him, then he decides he will use it. He pulls her close, a dark promise in his eyes, demanding she obey him until he's made his final judgment. With that dark promise hanging in the air, the Count finally leaves her room. He reminds her to visit him tonight to have her medicine applied, a command disguised as care. But as she prepares to leave, he stops her, demanding to know what business she has at dawn. Belle looks back, a flicker of her old self in her eyes, explaining she must greet someone from long ago. Her mind flashes back to her previous life, to a dark alley where she found a woman left for dead. She remembers nursing the woman, the Baroness Emily Breen, back to health. Emily had confessed it was all because someone discovered her relationship with him. That man was her husband, Baron Leberc, a man known to the public as a gentle scholar. But behind closed doors, his gentle facade crumbled away to reveal a violent monster. The Baroness had been his victim, suffering endless abuse at the hands of the man she married. The Baroness's suffering began with a lost child, a tragedy that planted the seeds of hatred. When she discovered the Baron's affair with the maid, Emily, her grief twisted into a cold, calculated revenge. Belle remembers the collateral damage of that horrifying plot. Emily was simply thrown away, abandoned in an alley like trash. Back then, she'd thought the maid was lucky just to have survived. But Emily's desperate cries echoed in her memory, questioning why she alone paid the price for the Baron's sins. The weight of that injustice, even now, nearly brings Belle to her knees. Seeing Emily broken was a brutal reminder of how easily the powerful could destroy the weak, and that's why she hated her for being a mirror of her own vulnerability. A past she now owns, her eyes filled with cold, hard resolve. A memory surfaces, of sinking into the cold depths, a single blue flower in hand. The flower is released, drifting away on the ripples of a past she can't escape. Still, even through all the pain and resentment she felt for the woman, Belle closes her eyes, admitting a hard truth. She never truly wished for her to die. She only ever wanted to see her live on, even if it was a broken life. Now, back in the present day, within the walls of this grand mansion, Eileen stands by the window, hearing a knock and curtly permitting entry. The door opens, and in walks Belle, the ever-diligent maid, carrying her tools. The noble lady looks upon her own hidden identity, a cold and appraising gaze. Belle sets down a heavy wooden bucket, the water inside sloshing with unspoken purpose. Eileen starts the conversation coolly, remarking that she heard her maid had taken a leave of absence. She closes the distance, her touch invasive as she asks if Belle was in a carriage accident. The maid flinches slightly, caught off guard by the sudden probing gesture. Belle quickly composes herself, offering a vague apology for her delayed return. But Eileen's eyes are sharp, and she suddenly snatches the maid's arm, her gaze locked onto something. Her voice is low as she points it out. A bandaged hand, a clear sign of injury. Belle tries to brush it off as a simple fall, but Eileen internally scoffs. How do you crush your fingers just by falling? The maid insists her injuries won't interfere with her duties, trying to sound more confident than she feels. Eileen simply watches her, a long, contemplative silence hanging between them. She lowers her gaze, her mind clearly working, piecing together the truth behind the clumsy lie. Eileen releases the bandaged hand, her tone shifting from interrogation to instruction. This evening, she announces, she's going to the fortune troupe, and pointedly asks if the maid can handle things. Belle's eyes widen for a fraction of a second to test, then. But she quickly recovers, standing straight and confirming that yes, she can absolutely go. Eileen's voice is cold, a subtle warning that one way or another, the maid will be useful. She gives a faint, knowing smirk. We shall see, she thinks, intrigued by her own little game. Later that night, the sound of a carriage echoes through the quiet city streets. It barrels through the darkness, carrying its sole passenger to a clandestine meeting. Inside, Margarita, shedding her maid persona, gazes out the window, her expression grim and focused. She arrives at the fortune troupe, recalling this is where her past self, Rita, sought clues to a suspicious death. She remembers the informant's chilling words. Every single woman on that list was dead. A secret list of names, now a tally of corpses. Stepping from the carriage, Margarita hardens her resolve. She has to confirm this herself now. She enters a glittering ballroom, a world away from the darkness of her mission. The high society of the capital chatters and drinks, oblivious to the predator in their midst. Amidst the swirling gowns and shimmering chandeliers, her eyes scan the crowd. She spots her, an elegant noblewoman with piercing eyes. But another figure is watching just as intently. This second woman, Lady Anna, has her own agenda, to follow the infamous Rita and uncover her secrets. Tucked away in a private box, Lady Anna can't stand it any longer, brushing past her maid to get a closer look. She throws the doors open and rushes out, a disembodied voice echoing in her mind. Are you happy? That question triggers a memory, a scene filled with venom and jealousy. A rival diva, Anna Pyrrhus, mocks the woman who took her place, sneering about stolen lovers. She dismisses her as just a common barmaid who got lucky with a noble. But the woman she's insulting, this mysterious noble, just sips her wine, completely unbothered. She coolly assures Anna that the Count will eventually come back to her anyway. The utter silence and dismissal sends Anna into a rage. She lunges, screaming that the position was rightfully hers, but Lady Anna intervenes to stop her. The memory shatters, and suddenly it's Lady Anna being restrained, her mind reeling in confusion. She looks down to see her own maid holding her back from making a scene. The diva from her memory tries to land a slap, but Lady Anna's reflexes are faster, catching the hand mid-air. A commanding voice cuts through the chaos, ordering everyone to stop. The mysterious noblewoman's grip is like iron on the diva's wrist, her eyes glowing with a chilling promise. She threatens to burn not just the diva, but her entire troupe, to the ground. The sheer audacity of the threat stuns Anipyrus, and the noblewoman calmly orders her removed. As Anipyrus is left screaming empty threats about her stolen position, it's Lady Anna who is escorted out of the room. Alone now with the maid, the noblewoman pours a drink, acknowledging the girl's attempt to protect her. But she gives a stern warning. Never do that again. She explains with cold clarity that she despises the very concept of self-sacrifice for another. This statement sends a ripple through time, back to a memory of Anipyrus, the diva, singing on stage. A tragic performance that ended with her kneeling in heartbreak as her lover embraced someone else right before her eyes. The memory of the diva's pain fades, and we're back in the present, in a dimly lit room. A man's voice admits that Anipyrus is just as talented as the rumors say. The noblewoman smirks, agreeing that there's hardly anyone who can sing as well as her. She then turns her full, chilling attention to the theater owner standing before her. He immediately begins to sweat, apologizing profusely and promising to make Anna kneel for her. But she isn't interested in apologies, grabbing him with a sudden, firm grip. She cuts him off, telling him to answer her next question honestly for Anna's sake. Leaning in, her voice low and dangerous, she asks him about a woman named Marie Tria. She already knows he met with one of Marie's friends recently, a silent threat hanging in the air. The owner stammers, claiming he knows nothing, but her cold eyes tell him she knows he's lying. The theater owner's bravado completely crumbles under the suffocating pressure. He stammers, trying to bargain, asking if she'll spare Anna if he talks. Elsewhere, Belle finds herself looking out onto a raucous entertainment district. The lively, chaotic streets feel unsettlingly familiar to her. She pulls back the heavy curtain, a wave of realization hitting her. This place she's been here before, a memory she can't quite place. The noblewoman calmly reassures her not to worry. They'll leave once their coachman finds his target. But Belle's mind is racing, piecing together the hushed words from the other room. She connects the dots. They're hunting for someone who knows about Marie Tria. The woman's voice cuts through her thoughts, casually remarking on the district's danger as she calls out to Belle. The noblewoman poses a question. What would Belle do if she were in danger here? Belle doesn't hesitate. She'd drive the carriage herself, admitting she has no idea how but would manage. Her companion scoffs at the idea, warning that if the carriage flips, they're all dead. But their banter is cut short as their coachman stumbles through the curtain, pointing wildly. He cries out that their target, Endy, shoved him aside and bolted. Before the noblewoman can react, Belle is already moving, grabbing the panicked man. She demands to know which way he went, her voice sharp and focused. The coachman points shakily towards a dark alleyway where the man disappeared. A flicker of cold resolve flashes in Belle's eyes. She won't lose him. With a determined glare, she takes off into the night, ready to hunt him down herself. But instead of giving chase, Belle barks a new order at the coachman. She tells him exactly where to go, and the startled man scrambles to obey. Meanwhile, the target, Endy, sprints for his life down a desolate alleyway. His mind is racing, convinced that the man from his past has finally found him. He'd been hiding for 5 years, foolishly thinking he was finally safe. Reaching a hidden door, he desperately grabs for it, sure that no noble could ever find this place. But just as his fingers brush against the wood, a sudden terror washes over him. A hand clamps down firmly over his own, stopping him dead in his tracks. He looks up in horror to find Belle already there, waiting for him, her expression ice cold. A pained yelp escapes his lips as she pins him to the ground, his escape route completely cut off. He begs for his life, swearing he won't tell a soul. But Belle coldly asks how he knew about this path. She already knew his plan. This alley leads to a secret sewer entrance. It was a route she herself used to use to slip out of the capital, a perfect escape for a desperate man. Back in a luxurious carriage, the mysterious noblewoman seems almost impressed by Belle's intimate knowledge of the city's filthiest shortcuts. With their target secured, Belle and a gagged Endy are tossed unceremoniously inside. Endy's eyes widen in sheer terror as he recognizes the woman before him, stammering the name of the long-dead Countess Grey. He immediately starts pleading for his life again, cowering and insisting he's kept his mouth shut. Belle watches his panicked reaction. Her suspicions confirm this man is absolutely tied to the Grey family. The noblewoman dismisses Belle from the carriage, turning her cold gaze to Endy, calmly mentioning she heard he was in need of money. She offers him a deal, his honest answers in exchange for enough gold to disappear forever, his safety guaranteed. Endy flinches, the weight of the question crushing him. The noblewoman's gaze is unyielding as she presses him, asking what information he's willing to part with. Their business apparently concluded, a new woman named Anna steps out into the night. She turns back to the carriage, bidding a quick farewell to the terrified Endy. With a cheerful wave, she promises to send a letter with the details for their upcoming meeting. Back in their own carriage, Belle's sharp ears catch that one crucial word, her mind immediately racing. She asks her mistress who Anna is meeting, but the noblewoman simply orders the driver to depart. Of course, she already knows exactly what Anna or Rita is trying to find, the true cause of Marie Tria's death. After all, if Anna already knew for sure, she wouldn't be scrambling to arrange contact with someone else. This meeting could only be with someone who had direct knowledge, a doctor, or the undertaker who handled the body. As the carriage rumbles on, Belle's mind is consumed by one name, Leon. She thinks back on Viscount Victor, ruing the fact that their working relationship is over, but since Sir Ian took him away, she knows she'll probably never get that chance again. They soon arrive at a sprawling mansion, where her new master has been expecting her. Count Ian sits across from her, a gentle smile on his face as he asks how she's feeling. Belle, now dressed in a maid's uniform, stiffly assures him that she's fine. He calmly mentions he'll take a look at her wound later, reaching for his teacup. The massive, silent space between them, however, speaks volumes about their current dynamic. A wave of regret washes over her as she sits there, replaying their last conversation. She shouldn't have brought up the war, or gotten so angry about that night. But instead of interrogation, Count Ian simply apologizes, catching her completely off guard. Belle can't help but ask, shouldn't he still be suspicious of her? He rises from his seat, a quiet intensity in his eyes as he closes the distance between them. Hess figured it out. He knows she's following Countess Grey, which means their goals are aligned for now. At first, he admits, he thought she was an enemy of the Countess. But he saw something in her eyes, a look that told him she would never harm the woman she seeks. With that fragile trust established, he asks if he can finally see her wound, and she quietly agrees. He begins to gently unwrap the bandages, his touch surprisingly careful. He notes her clear reluctance to see a doctor, his gaze sharp and knowing. And as the last of the cloth falls away, the true, horrifying extent of her injuries is revealed. He warns her that this is going to sting, promising to avert his gaze as he begins cleaning the wound. The moment the disinfectant hits, a sharp gasp of pain escapes her as she instinctively flinches against him. Her fingers dig into his arm, her knuckles turning white as she braces against the searing agony. He speaks softly, explaining that this excruciating process is necessary before he can apply a new bandage. To help with the cold, he's already stoked the fireplace, letting a gentle warmth fill the room. He prepares her for the next step, letting her know that applying the medicine will bring a fresh wave of pain. She buries her face in his shoulder, biting down hard on the fabric to keep from screaming. Seeing she's about to break her teeth, he gently offers his own hand for her to bite instead. With the medicine applied, he begins the final, delicate task of wrapping her arm in a clean bandage. And then, it's over. He holds her newly dressed wound with a steady, reassuring touch. The wave of pain finally recedes, and she collapses against him in sheer exhaustion. He looks down at her, his expression calm and focused after the ordeal. With the final wrap secured, the treatment is finally, mercifully, done. Back in the library, she quietly thanks him, noting he respectfully kept his eyes shut the whole time. He won't press her for answers, but he makes one thing clear: he will not let her die. He then grabs a bottle, telling her she'll need to come to his room every few days after work. Since she refuses to see a doctor, he explains, he'll have to be the one to change her bandages. She nervously asks how often that will be, but he just says he has something that might help her. He leads her toward a heavy wooden door, his hand resting on the handle. Hess organized what's inside, he says, but warns her that it's not a pleasant sight. Her eyes widen in sheer disbelief at what she sees inside. In the center of the dark room sits a man, battered, bloody, and broken. A chillingly familiar face looks up with a twisted grin, a man she knows as Leon. She's frozen in the doorway, the Count standing beside her as she stares at the captive. Blood pools on the floor around his bare feet, a silent testament to a brutal interrogation. Just as she takes a hesitant step back, the Count calmly tells her to wait. He walks over and handles the prisoner, murmuring that it's all right now. He then turns to her, explaining he thought she might want a chance to talk to this man. With that, he begins to step aside, offering her the room to ask whatever she needs. But before leaving, he leans in close, whispering that he's set up restraints. The man can't hurt her. And with that chilling offer, the Count leaves her with a choice: kill him or spare him. She steps into the room, her voice barely a whisper as she utters the captive's name, Leon. The pieces suddenly slam into place. He isn't just a random pursuer, he's Emily's son. He snaps, lunging forward with a guttural scream, only to be yanked back by his restraints. But Margarita remains unfazed, her expression hardening with realization. He was the child the Baroness had hidden. Defeated, Leon slumps back, muttering how unfair it is that their first meeting had to be like this. She cuts through his despair, demanding to know if the information he'd given her was legitimate. She presses him further, asking how he contacted the Duke's faction and what the Baron knew. An unnerving silence fills the room as he hesitates, the weight of his next words palpable. Finally, he looks up, not with an answer, but a warning. They came looking for someone matching her description. He confesses that he never reported her presence to the Baron, keeping everything to himself. A critical piece of information clicks into place for Margarita. Baron Leberk isn't allied with the Mirabelles. With the answer she needed, she turns to leave, telling him his fate is now up to Sir Ian, and he screams for her to wait. In a last, desperate gambit, he taunts her, asking if she isn't curious to know how he killed Emily. A twisted, pained smirk crosses his face, believing he's finally found her weakness. But Margarita's gaze is like frozen steel, utterly unmoved by his pathetic attempt to provoke her. She pauses, noting that he's just stalling for time but shall play his little game. She leans in, her voice cold and sharp, suggesting he try apologizing to Emily, and then she might let him live. Leon falls silent, the impossible, chilling weight of her words crushing his desperate hope. Looming over him in the darkness, she asks him what's wrong, mocking his sudden inability to speak. She presses him, her voice dripping with scorn, asking why he can't just manage a simple lie. Leon can only grit his teeth in silent, frustrated agony, the words refusing to form. But then, a calm voice cuts through the tension. Sir Ian, asking if this farce is truly what she wants. Margarita pauses, considering his question. A false apology? What would that even accomplish? A memory surfaces her past self, helpless and grieving, knowing she had no right to demand anything, feeling utterly pathetic. With a sudden, decisive slash, she cuts the ropes binding Leon's hands. He looks up, completely bewildered by this sudden, unexpected freedom. Now unbound, he can only stare up from the floor, breathlessly asking why she would do this. But she's already done with him, turning away as if he's nothing more than a piece of furniture. She issues new orders, demanding they investigate the undertaker and physician from another funeral, already miles ahead in her true plans. He asks, almost hopeful, if she's letting him live until he can offer a sincere apology. But Margarita has already moved on, dismissing him with a single, cold command to go. A faint, tired smile crosses Leon's face as he finally accepts this strange mercy. He turns and shuffles away, leaving a trail of blood on the polished floor. She stands alone in the vast room, a dark silhouette against the pale moonlight. Outside, the grand mansion is still and silent under the watchful eye of the moon. Back in her quarters, Margarita examines her maid uniform, the symbol of her current life. With bandaged hands, she begins to fold it, her mind already on the practicalities of tomorrow. This one is ruined. She'll have to request a spare in the morning. Finally, sinking into bed, the immense weight of the day crashes down on her. She is so tired. A new day begins at the grand, imposing mansion, peaceful on the surface. Inside, Belle walks the long, sunlit hall, cautiously holding a small bouquet of wildflowers. But her quiet morning is interrupted by a figure she instantly recognizes. It's the head maid, Ista Olga, her eyes narrowed, finally catching the one leaving flowers each day. Olga immediately questions her, demanding to know what kind of flower she's holding and where she got it. Her voice drops, her next question dripping with suspicion. Are they poisonous? Belle stammers, shocked by the accusation, trying to explain they're just simple flowers from the garden. But the headmaid's face contorts with rage, as she screams at her not to lie. The sudden, violent shift catches Belle completely off guard, her eyes widening in fear. And in the next instant, a brutal slap sends her sprawling across the cold, hard floor. The world spins as Belle gasps for air, the force of the impact leaving her stunned. Olga lunges, grabbing her by the collar and demanding to know who sent her, calling her a rat. Belle can barely think, let alone answer, as Olga accuses her of bringing that specific flower on purpose every time. The headmaid's voice rises to a shriek, blaming that very flower for the madam's worsening condition. But a new voice, cold and calm, cuts through the chaos, asking what exactly is wrong with her condition. Standing in the doorway is the madam herself, arms crossed, demanding to know what they're doing outside her room. Olga freezes, still pinning a bewildered Belle to the floor, and tries to justify her actions. The madam confirms she gave permission, leaving Belle even more confused. What does this have to do with her health? Panicked, Olga stammers that the flower could be poisonous, a desperate last-ditch excuse. But the madam silences her, asking since when was a snowdrop poison, adding it was a gift from someone she holds dear. Olga is completely floored, stammering that ever since that flower appeared, the madam has been withering away, little by little. But a sudden memory flashes through her mind, a moment of the madam's private grief, a longing for someone who doesn't even exist, a ghost lingering in the heart. Belle can only watch, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. She's just a maid on the floor, caught in the crossfire of a past she doesn't understand. The madam turns her gaze to Belle, asking if she ever wondered why she picked that specific flower. She holds out the snowdrops, her voice calm but firm, telling Belle to keep bringing them. Her hand gently but purposefully covers Belle's bandaged one, a command to never forget. Because this, she states, is the one and only flower she needs. A past memory surfaces the headmaid, Ista Olga, apologizing for being oversensitive. A memory of her hand gripping Belle's, a desperate intensity in her touch. She had pleaded with her, begging her to change the flower she brought. But back in the present, Belle walks on, thinking her day's work is finally done. She tells herself it'll be fine if she just does better. But she's already been spotted. From the floor above, a bucket of water is tipped over, right on top of her. It crashes down in a massive splash, soaking the entire area. One of the other maids turns at the sound, feigning surprise. She looks over the railing with performative shock, crying out Belle's name. And there Belle stands, drenched and defeated, the water pooling at her feet. The trap is sprung as the bully maid scurries down the stairs, shouting at her accomplice. She quickly sets down the now empty bucket, the instrument of their little prank. Just as planned, her friends rush over to the drenched Belle, with Ellie showing genuine concern. But Ellie knows exactly who's responsible, turning to the ringleader Celia and demanding an apology. Celia, however, feels no remorse, her face twisting in fury as she refuses to back down. She launches into a jealous tirade, screaming that Belle doesn't deserve the honor of serving their master. As the bucket lies discarded in the puddle, she mocks Belle, questioning if she even knows a thing about him. The taunt triggers a memory in Belle's mind, the master's face, his cryptic words about a snow fairy. Celia takes her silence as victory, sneering that if it weren't for Belle, she'd have the position. But then, without a word, Belle simply turns and walks away, leaving her tormentors utterly speechless. Furious at being dismissed, Celia stamps her foot in the puddle, cursing under her breath. But Ellie is having none of it, getting right in her face and calling her crazy. She scolds the bully, declaring that getting a little wet is exactly what she deserved. Ellie grabs her, questioning if this is how a personal maid is supposed to behave. Celia is left speechless, her face contorted in a mask of pure, silent rage. A short while later, Belle returns to find Ellie, who explains Celia ran off after a forceful hair pull. Ever the friend, Ellie offers to clean up the mess on the floor herself. But Belle gently stops her, insisting she's already done far too much for her. With a soft, determined smile, Belle reassures her, and Ellie finally agrees. Ellie instead offers a spare uniform, and the two head off together. Belle clutches her damp apron, the confrontation finally taking its toll. The memory of Ellie's kindness is a small comfort, but she's utterly drained. She makes her way to the main staircase, just needing a moment alone. Slumping onto the steps, she finally lets herself feel the exhaustion. But her brief respite is shattered by the sound of approaching footsteps. A sharp voice cuts through the quiet, demanding to know what she's doing. She looks up to find the imposing figure of Count Ian Lapellis staring down at her. His gaze sweeps over her, questioning why her clothes are completely soaked. Belle quickly deflects, insisting it's nothing he needs to concern himself with. Without another word, she walks past him, leaving the Count alone in the hall. But he's not letting her go, his hand shooting out to stop her in her tracks. His voice is cold as he asks a bizarre question. Would she prefer he just walk past her, even if she were a corpse on the floor? Belle stares up at him, completely thrown by the sudden, morbid intensity. His eyes are practically burning, fixed on her with a look that seems to see right through her. She's had enough of this, telling Sir Ian to stop projecting whoever is seeing onto her. Her sharp words cut through the tension, echoing in the vast, empty hall. The Count goes silent, turning his back as if to finally leave her be. But then he pivots, stepping directly into her path once more. His entire demeanor changes, his expression softening as he asks for a moment of her time. He suggests she warm herself by the fire, a sudden act of kindness that leaves her quietly thankful. As they sit by the crackling fire, the fragile truce is broken by the Count. He finally asks the question that's been haunting him for a long time. His words cut through the warmth of the room. Is she actively seeking death? He brings up the factory, and her complete disregard for her own safety even today. It seems to him that she simply doesn't care if she lives or dies. Leaning in, his eyes burning with intensity, he presses her for an answer. But Belle remains silent, her own expression unreadable as he waits. Her gaze lowers, her mind drifting away from this room and back into a dark memory. She recalls a time when she thought she had a task to handle alone, but she quickly realized there were far more people surrounding Rita than she'd ever expected. She wonders if her return to life wasn't for some grand purpose but was simply an accident. And if that's the case, what reason is there for her to keep on living? But then the Count's voice cuts through her thoughts, telling a story of when he was 15. He speaks of a maid who saved him from a fatal gunshot, a woman whose portrait he keeps in a pendant, The face in the locket is shockingly familiar. It's Ista Olga, Countess Grey's former headmaid. He explains that after she saved him, they exchanged letters, a small connection he cherished. But one day, the letters stopped, because he learned that she had passed away. Looking at Belle with a heavy gaze, he says if she were to die, he might have to get a second pendant. She's stunned into silence, barely managing to ask him why he would feel that way. He looks away, admitting that he doesn't know the answer himself. But he wants to find out. He stands, the weight of his confession settling in the quiet room. His shoulders slump as he sits beside her, making a simple, desperate plea for her to stay alive. The request is almost a whisper, a raw and vulnerable moment for the stoic Count. His hand reaches for hers, admitting that while he doesn't understand why, he just can't let her die. Belle sits in a silent storm of confusion, his words echoing in her mind. Was the Isabel of her past truly someone worth remembering so dearly? The thought is cut short by a sharp pain. Without hesitation, the Count takes a cloth and securely blindfolds himself. He kneels before her, ready to clean her wounds, telling her to speak up if it becomes too much to bear. But as he gently dabs at her back, she can't help but flinch away from the stinging pain. He immediately stops, asking if it hurts, and promises to be gentler this time. He tries to continue, his touch as gentle as he can manage, but she remains silent. The pain is just too much, and she finally collapses forward, letting out a pained groan. Through gritted teeth, she admits that it hurts so much, and he freezes. His hand pauses mid-air, a memory surfacing, a name from the past on his lips. He whispers the name Eileen, and her eyes fly open with pure, unadulterated shock. In a flash of panic, she shoves him back with all her strength, screaming for him to let her go. Her mind is a whirlwind of confusion and rage. Why save her, only to call her by that name? She grabs him, shaking him furiously, demanding he snap out of it, as if he's the one lost in delusion. Clawing at his blindfold, she screams that he should have just let her be, not woken her as a stranger. The Count is left utterly stunned, repeating the name with a dawning, horrified confusion. No, she sobs, begging him not to call her by that name, a name that isn't hers. But instead of letting go, Count Ian suddenly pulls her into a crushing, unyielding embrace. Her eyes widen in pure shock, her frantic struggles completely overwhelmed by his strength. The fight finally drains out of her, her resistance melting away into deep, sorrowful sobs. She collapses against him, her outburst finally spent, leaving only exhaustion in its wake. After a long, quiet moment, he finally speaks, his voice low as he asks if she's calm now. He holds her with a newfound gentleness, his intensity now focused on protecting, not restraining. Looking up, her panic gone, she finally sees him clearly, softly whispering his name. His hand tilts her chin up, his gaze locking with hers as he tells her it's time for her to answer him. With a voice laced with desperation, he demands a promise that she won't die. Her eyes, filled with a fragile, newfound resolve, meet his intense gaze. After a long pause, she finally agrees she'll try to live. But her compliance comes with a condition, a single request. She tells him never to call her Eileen again. From now on, she is only Belle. Later, Belle quietly enters a darkened room, seeking a moment of peace. But she freezes in the doorway as a voice greets her from the shadows. A jolt of panic runs through her as she sees who's waiting on the bed. He casually asks why she's so startled to see him. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he reveals he knows what she's looking for, the survivors. He informs her there are only 2 left, the rest having been wiped out within a year. He continues with a chilling prediction. With things this bad, the remaining 2 could easily be dead by tomorrow. He knows exactly who is capable of such clean work, a man who can bury countless bodies without a trace. It has to be Count Grey. Belle agrees. It must be him, yet a nagging feeling tells her she's still missing a piece of the puzzle. Leon, however, changes the subject, prying into her connection with the master of the house. He tries to warn her, reminding her of the madness in the Count's eyes after the gunshot, but Belle has had enough of his chatter. She shoves him towards the door with a final, shocking command. He will be the one to request guards from Lord Ian. Leon is dragged out, sputtering protests like a child being forced to take his medicine. The door clicks shut, leaving her alone in the silence as she gazes down at her own bandaged hands. A moment of quiet contemplation, processing the weight of her dangerous gambit. Her eyes narrow with unshakable resolve. The plan is in motion, and as she plots, a memory, not her own, surfaces a sun-drenched hill where a young man timidly asks Isabel if he can write to her. She accepts his gift of flowers, warmly giving the young master her permission. His face, unseen, breaks into a gentle, heartfelt smile. It's the face of a young, innocent Ian Lapellis, beaming with a pure and simple joy. But that beautiful dream shatters as Cern Victor frantically shakes his friend awake, yelling his name. Ian groans, his eyes slowly fluttering open, the sweet memory replaced by a pounding headache. Cern helps him sit up amidst a sea of empty bottles, asking if he found anything on his little trip. Hess clearly worried, wondering what could have possibly happened to make Ian drink himself into a stupor. Slumped on the couch, Ian stares into space, murmuring that he received a promise. A promise? As he pours another glass of wine, Ian admits it was something he just couldn't bring himself to believe. Cern can only watch as Ian downs another glass, his friend lost in thought. Lying back, Ian's mind races, desperately trying to figure out what he must do to make her keep that promise. Cern has a grim thought. It's been a very long time since Hez seen his friend this broken. It reminds him of the old days, of a younger, more volatile Ian, swinging a sword with a terrifying focus. He thought that dangerous side of him was gone forever, buried by time and title. But as Ian covers his face, it's clear that part of him was just hiding, waiting to be awakened by a single name, Isabel. Meanwhile, somewhere else, life continues on a bright, sunny street. The door to a shop swings open, and there she is, the woman he's obsessing over, living under the name Belle. A man inside greets her with a warm, welcoming smile. He asks if she's looking for flowers, and Belle confirms she's just there to pick some up for her lady's room. The man smoothly claims it's a coincidence, saying he was just browsing flowers himself, but Belle's expression remains guarded. With a charming smile, he extends his hand, asking if she would be so kind as to help him choose. She cautiously agrees, and he gently takes her hand, leading her further into the shop. He gestures toward a bundle of golden flowers, asking for her opinion on them. As they walk, he drops a line that's far too personal, telling her that only she truly knows what he wants. Belle stops in her tracks, his words catching her completely off guard. This is no simple flower merchant. He tells her there's something she needs to see, and a moment later, they're standing before a market stall. The real target wasn't flowers at all, it was a crate full of bright red apples. This was a dead drop, a secret signal. The method: choose the 11 most withered fruits. He steps forward and orders 11 apples, and the vendor's knowing glance confirms the message has been received. The vendor suddenly drops the act, his eyes sharp as he gets in Belle's face, demanding to know who she really is. But before she can react, a hand flashes out, forcefully stopping the old man in his tracks. It's the flower shop owner, who smoothly intervenes, introducing her as Eileen while the vendor feigns a dizzy spell. With the pretense over, the two agents speak plainly. Her presence here means the entire situation has changed. A coded message is passed, a summons from Mother, and with their business done, the owner leads Belle away. As they walk by a grand fountain, he explains her contingency plan for contacting the higher-ups if he's not around. He then holds out a familiar ribbon, this one with a small charm, instructing her to keep it on her person at all times. This, he reveals, is how he found her before. She'd been unintentionally leaving a trail for him to follow. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he offers to get her more, ensuring he'll always have a way to find her. The water sparkles under the bright sun, a brief, shimmering pause in their clandestine world. His thoughts drift back to the events of last night. He presents a bouquet of golden flowers, explaining that since he forced her to make a promise, Hess now offering her a wish voucher in return, a favor she can use anytime she wants. With a disarmingly charming smile, he simply asks her to keep the promise she made. Staring back at him, Belle clutches the flowers and agrees. She will do absolutely anything he asks. The scene snaps back to that night, a stunned voice echoing from a brightly lit room. There, Margarita kneels before Lady Anna, explaining she brought different flowers and has arranged for fresh ones to be delivered daily. Lady Anna's bandaged hand reaches for the new bouquet, as Margarita gives her a chilling warning: never pick the snowdrops again. Because, she says with ice in her voice, she personally stomped every single one of them to death. The memory ends with Lady Anna's hand clenching in pure, unadulterated shock. Lady Anna's fury finally erupts, her voice venomous as she seethes at this useless maid. She has Margarita cornered in the dark room, gripping her collar with all her might. But Margarita's gaze is unyielding. She insists this was all for the madam's sake. Anna's face contorts in rage, screaming that the snowdrop was the most important thing to her. In a sudden shift, Margarita gently takes her mistress's bandaged hand. She pulls the stunned noblewoman into an embrace, promising to stay by her side until her mission is done. The unexpected words seem to extinguish Anna's fire, her expression softening into disbelief. Her hand slowly falls away, releasing its tight grip. After a tense silence, she addresses the maid by her full name, Belle Arl. With a final, quiet command to get out, Margarita turns, a new understanding forged between them. Margarita quietly promises to return tomorrow, leaving her mistress alone in the tense silence. The second she's gone, Anna's composure shatters, the bowl of flowers crashing to the floor. Her mind screams in defiance. She can never, ever let go of her purpose. Clutching the scattered blossoms, she renews her vow to avenge her mother's death. Just then, her private turmoil is interrupted by a voice from outside the door. The headmaid, Olga, enters to find Anna standing rigid amidst the mess. Olga's face is grim as she brings up a certain test Anna had put in place for the staff. A trap regarding a uniform, designed to catch anyone with something to hide. Anna's breath catches as Olga reveals the name of the applicant who triggered it. Belarl. That name now hangs heavy in the air as night settles over the grand estate. Elsewhere, Count Ian Lepellis calmly explains he only learned of her plight because Leon had requested protection. He lays out the grim details. The new countess suspects murder and is desperately searching for a man named Endy for evidence. Margarita's face darkens with worry. It's been half a month since they've heard a word from him. But the Count is unconcerned, his hand resting with quiet confidence on the arm of his chair. He assures her that the man in question won't be causing any trouble, at least for the moment, because that very man, Endy O'Brien, is sitting right there with them, a grand feast laid out before him. Despite the lavish spread, Endy has no appetite, but the Count insists he must eat to recover his strength. Margarita watches them, too lost in her own thoughts to even consider the food. Endy turns to her, hoping she might add her voice to the conversation, but the Count cuts through the hesitation, sternly reminding Endy just how weak he is before ordering him to simply eat. The Count continues his lecture, insisting that eating is all that matters for recovery. He shoves another plate forward, ignoring Endy's weak protests to stop. Margarita looks on, overwhelmed by his forceful hospitality, begging him to please be done. But he's not finished, turning to her now with a slice of cake, and that simple gesture triggers a sudden, blinding flash of memory. A voice from the past, a shadowy figure offering her the very same dessert. It was him, a younger Count Lepellis, gently telling her how delicious this one is, too. Snapping back to the present, she stares at the man before her, completely stunned. He notices her strange reaction, but she quickly dismisses his concern as nothing. Finally, she takes a bite, her mind reeling from this impossible connection. The Count continues his enthusiastic hosting, delighted that his guests are enjoying the meal. A few days later, a long-awaited letter finally arrives from their contact, Endy. Viscount Victor reads its contents with dismay. The informant is demanding much more money. Overhearing this from the hall, Margarita finds the request strange, thinking he was already paid. She proceeds to a private room, knocking gently and announcing herself as Belle. The door opens to reveal her mistress, a striking woman with knowing eyes. Inside the lavish bedroom, Margarita is told to simply leave the letter on the desk. But as she turns to leave, the woman brings up her application for a new uniform. Belle explains it was only because hers was damaged, a simple fact, yet her mistress seems unconvinced. The woman's casual tone sharpens as she asks directly about the button she lost, too. Margarita freezes, her mind racing. How could her mistress possibly know? A flash of memory hits her. The struggle, the alley, the button tearing from her sleeve. Her mistress just smiles, promising a new uniform, and confirming her suspicions the button came off back then. Margarita is dismissed and walks out onto the balcony, the cold night air doing nothing to cool her panic. She quickly makes her way through the estate, her steps urgent. Now in the other maid's quarters, she realizes the night is far too quiet. A grim determination settles over her face. If Rita really does have that button, it has to be hidden somewhere in this room. She begins to search, checking a small table by the bed. But it's not there. She'll have to keep looking. Then, a memory hits her, something she'd long forgotten. Back when Diana was alive, she'd been cleaning this room and noticed a hidden space under a drawer. At the time, she thought it best to leave it alone, but now, her hands find what was hidden inside. It's a small, leather-bound book with a simple name written on the spine. Diana. Her heart stops. This has to be it, Diana's personal diary. She opens it, and the pages transport her to a memory of a lavish banquet. One of the noblewomen casually brings up the death of a certain maid who fell from a window. She wonders aloud if that messy affair was ever properly handled. Her words are aimed directly at the head of the table, her tone a mix of feigned concern and pointed curiosity. Immediately, the other guests chime in, eager for the host to spill all the sordid details. And just like that, all eyes are on Count Ian Lepellis as he places a hand to his chest. A sly smirk spreads across his face as he offers that he might just know a few things about the incident. He casually reminds the room of his special investigative authority, a privilege they all know well. The nobles practically light up. That's right. If a noble was the culprit, he would have all the details. Now even the more reserved guests are leaning in, admitting their own curiosity has been stirred. The Count's expression grows serious, his voice lowering as he begins to set the scene of that fateful day. He tells them that right here, within the walls of this very estate, absolutely nothing of note occurred. A perfect, Deadpan delivery. An awkward, stunned silence completely blankets the dining hall. Finally, one of the guests breaks, bursting into laughter and calling the Count a complete joker. Observing from the side, Margarita thinks to herself that the Count has a surprisingly sharp wit, but suddenly, she realizes his gaze is fixed directly on her from across the room. His expression is unreadable, his thoughts a complete mystery. He mouths a silent question, asking if his little performance helped. Then he turns away, leaving her to process the chilling implication of his joke. The Countess, however, is simply delighted, letting out a hearty laugh at the prank. But Count Lepellis cuts through the merriment, his smile vanishing as he says it wasn't a joke at all. Another guest, Lady Lodrin, waves a dismissive hand, stating it was clearly just an accident by the window. She seems almost bored by the topic, finding their concern a bit much. The Countess' smile returns, sharp and predatory, as she thanks Lady Lodrin for her input. And as Margarita stands by, the chilling conversation brings back a dark memory. She remembers how easily a maid's death was dismissed by the guards back then. The mysterious noblewoman watches her, recalling how lucky Rita was that the fall was ruled an accident. Still, she muses, a shadow like that must weigh heavily on the girl's heart. The tense atmosphere is broken as another maid, Ellie, arrives with the next course. But as she moves to serve the fish, Margarita's hand darts out, stopping the trolley. Her eyes narrow, her senses on high alert. Something is definitely wrong with this dish. A faint, tangy scent emanates from the plate intended for the Countess. Without causing a scene, she quickly pulls Ellie aside. She whispers that the plates must be mixed up, reminding her the madam can't have anything sour. And with that, the potentially poisoned fish is now on a different course. Ellie, none the wiser, thanks her for spotting the mistake and moves to serve the guests. The banquet continues, with nobles eagerly awaiting the main course, unaware of the drama that was just averted. One particularly boastful noble takes his first bite of the savory fish. He loudly proclaims how delightful it is, making sure everyone hears his sophisticated palate at work. But his praise catches in his throat as a sudden, sharp pain makes him seize up. He tries to laugh it off, pathetically claiming he just ate a little too fast. But the act falls apart as he begins to choke, his body trembling violently. He crashes to the floor, as Margarita and the other maids rush forward into the ensuing chaos. A commanding figure steps through the chaos, ordering everyone to stand back. But instead of helping the victim, Count Ian Lepellis violently grabs Margarita from behind. With a sudden burst of force, he throws her across the room as something shatters in his hand. The guests scream in terror as the noble finally collapses, blood spilling from his lips. His dying gasp confirms everyone's worst fear. This was a deliberate act of poison. The horrifying realization spreads through the hall, turning the banquet into a nightmare. The other maids can only watch in disbelief, wondering who would dare to do this. But Margarita, landing safely, stares back not with fear, but with dawning comprehension. Her gaze lands on a mysterious woman in red, watching the entire scene unfold. The mysterious noblewoman's eyes harden with a grim, knowing look. As the hall erupts into chaos, she watches the panicked nobles scatter. She gives a subtle, almost invisible signal with her hand. Instantly, the panicked murmurs turn into accusations, all directed at a single, terrified maid. The other staff members can only watch in helpless disbelief as the scene unfolds. Poor Ellie, caught in the spotlight, has no idea why she's suddenly the villain. A squad of guards, led by Count Lepellis, storms into the banquet hall. Without a single word of investigation, their swords are drawn and pointed right at her. A swift, brutal blow sends the innocent maid crashing to the marble floor. Count Lepellis coolly announces that the Charlotte family will be taking the maid for interrogation. But from the crowd, Margarita's eyes widen in shock. She knows this is a setup. The memory of the noble suddenly collapsing flashes through her mind. She instinctively lurches forward to help, but a firm hand catches her shoulder, stopping her dead in her tracks. A voice whispers in her ear, telling her to calm down and not to look back. A mysterious noble promises he'll find a way to save the maid himself. But he's clear. She cannot get caught up in this. He just needs her to trust him. Meanwhile, the chaos continues as nobles cry out for Baron June to hang on. From his vantage point, Count Lepellis watches the scene unfold, a chillingly calm expression on his face. His guard, Sir Borson, roughly grabs Ellie as she desperately pleads her innocence. But no one is listening. Margarita's mind races in disbelief. How on earth could that maid know his name? A sudden, violent memory flashes through Sir Borson's mind, connecting Ellie to Eileen. He roars at her to shut up, but before he can lay another hand on her, a powerful force sends him crashing to the floor. He lands in a heap next to the petrified Ellie, the situation completely out of his control. Furious, he scrambles to grab her again, cursing the moment he ever got involved. A swift, brutal stomp pins his arm to the ground, stopping him cold. It's Count Lepellis, effortlessly holding the guard in a painful lock, reminding him just whose house he's in. Borson tries to claim it was rightful punishment, but the Count isn't having it. He just assaulted a servant. His voice is laced with mockery as he asks if Sir Borson actually saw her poison the food. As Margarita rushes to help Ellie, Lepellis coolly informs her she acted rashly and needs to stand down. Margarita gently tries to check on Ellie, asking if she can even move her arm after the assault. But a cold, new voice cuts through the hall, demanding to know what all the commotion is about. A mysterious noblewoman strides forward, her gaze sweeping over the scene with clear displeasure. She walks directly to Count Lepellis, and without a word, begins to unsheathe his sword. He can only watch, stunned, as she takes the weapon from his side with chilling purpose. She turns, leveling the blade at the terrified Sir Borson, who is still pinned under the Count's foot. With ice in her voice, she asks the room if anyone would mind if she simply sliced the man's arm off. Lepellis grins, finding the whole thing hilarious, and adds that it would only be a minor hassle to pay compensation. Hearing Borson stammer that it was just a maid's arm, the noblewoman's expression turns deadly. From the side, Margarita and Ellie can only watch in shock as the situation spirals into terrifying new territory. But as the chaos unfolds, Ellie's terrified voice calls out a name, and Margarita freezes. Did she just say Rita? The mysterious noblewoman's face twists with pure rage, her eyes shadowed with menace. She hisses, incensed that he dared to call a person's life just anything. With a terrifying scream of metal, she brings the Count's sword down in a vicious arc. The blade flashes red as it slices clean through the knight's arm. A silhouette falls and blood splatters across the pristine floor. The other nobles can only shriek in horror at the brutal, public display of violence. She lets the bloody sword clatter to the ground, offering a cold apology for the unpleasant scene. Taking command, she dismisses the guests, promising a thorough investigation into the matter. Later, she interrogates the man behind the swapped dishes, unconvinced his only motive was his lady's dislike of sour food. But the maid, Miss Ale, insists she only wanted to help, her voice trembling as the file is slammed down. Count Lepellis cuts through the tension, asking Sir Spencer if this was a simple favor or an assassination plot. Spencer flinches, unable to answer, and the Count smoothly offers to take over the questioning himself. Turning to the maid, his voice is calm but commanding as he asks if she touched the plates beforehand. She looks him dead in the eye and swears she didn't. The Count continues, confirming that she first saw the plate when it was served at the dinner table. She agrees, but her face is visibly flushed, a detail he doesn't miss. His sharp eyes narrow slightly, noting her feverish appearance before accepting her answer. Satisfied for now, he dismisses Miss Ale, who offers a quiet thank you and quickly retreats. Once she's gone, he turns on Sir Spencer, coldly schooling him on how his aggressive tone could let the real culprit escape. Sir Spencer stammers a hasty apology, clearly out of his depth. Miss Ale, meanwhile, clutches her head, feeling a sudden wave of dizziness from the stress. She decides she needs to take her medicine and quickly makes her exit from the grand hall. Not long after, the investigation bears fruit, and the clinking of shackles echoes in the estate. 3 maids are promptly arrested in connection with the poisoning attempt. From a window, Count Lepellis watches them being taken away, his mind already piecing it all together. The maid who actually administered the poison, Henrietta, gives her tearful confession. She claims another maid gave her a luxury spice from Eileen as a peace offering, and she didn't know it was poison. But then, with a flicker of malice, she asks if this means Eileen will be executed. The Count scoffs internally. The setup was so clumsy it was practically an insult to his intelligence. He knows the poison used was a deadly toxin, not something you just pick up at the market. The maid was just a pawn, intentionally pushed into a sloppy, obvious crime. Tracing the supplier would be child's play, but the Count knows that's not the real issue here. It's as if someone is playing a game of chess with him. They're deliberately leaving a trail of breadcrumbs, not as a mistake, but as a challenge. A faint, knowing smirk crosses his face, a game he is more than willing to play. Meanwhile, Miss Ale slowly opens her eyes, feeling a cool hand resting on her feverish forehead. She finds Count Lepellis sitting right there by her bed, watching over her. He gives her a soft smile, apologizing for having woken her up. She tries to ask what he's doing here, but he just gently pulls her in, telling her to rest. Barely awake, Miss Ale's first concern is for the madam, asking about the legal situation. Count Lepellis calmly explains that a top-tier legal team is already being assembled to handle everything. He adds that her roommate, Henrietta, will be released soon, so she has nothing to fear. A wave of relief washes over her. She realizes Sir Ian has already taken care of it all. He just gives a small smile, downplaying his actions as simply ensuring fair treatment. He then suggests she move to his room where he can watch over her, but she refuses, worried about the gossip it would cause. He relents, but makes her promise to come find him if her condition worsens, even in the dead of night. Gently, he lays her back down, assuring her that everything is going to be all right. Feeling safe and cared for, she finally lets her worries melt away. And as the night passes, a new morning dawns on the mansion. But her brief moment of peace is shattered as she's jolted by a commotion outside. She rushes out, only to be stopped by Sir Ian, who looks unusually serious. He explains the source of the chaos. The Imperial newspaper published a major scoop. The incident from yesterday, the one they tried to keep quiet, is now public knowledge. Worse, reporters are already swarming the mansion, shouting for details about the severed arm. Belle can't believe it, realizing the paper shouldn't even be out on a day like this. He confirms they published a special extra edition, an extremely rare event not seen in a decade. A grim, thoughtful look crosses his face. He clearly didn't anticipate this move. Belle argues that if the story had to come out, the Countess should have been the one to control the narrative. But now, with this leak, it looks exactly like the estate was hiding a bloody secret. Belle sees through his deflection. She remembers that time period perfectly. It was the same back then, a media frenzy right after the former Countess Diana's death. The papers fabricated a story about a maid named Anna buying poison, twisting her words. The whole plot was so clumsy Belle wonders who could have been foolish enough to fall for it. In the present, the Countess glances out at the massive crowd of reporters swarming the gates. She sits, arms crossed, knowing that once they can meet with Anna, this media circus should calm down. But her meeting is tomorrow, and if this crowd doesn't thin out, she'll have to force her way through. A decision is made. She looks over at Belle and orders her to let them in. Belle heads to the door, announcing she'll open it, but is stopped short by an unexpected visitor. It's Sir Ian, and he calls out her name as she stumbles backward, utterly shocked by his sudden arrival. He says nothing, his intense gaze fixed on the woman he just called out to. Belle stumbles back, retreating to the balcony to catch her breath from the shock of his arrival. The Countess, mistaking her pallor for illness, asks gently if she's feeling all right. But Belle quickly schools her features, turning with a reassuring smile that she's perfectly fine now. The conversation shifts to the chaos outside, where the mob of reporters has only grown larger. Belle remarks that it's to be expected, now that the papers have officially named their scapegoat, Anna Phyrus. The official story is that Anna thought she was buying birth control, not a deadly poison. A plan so clumsy, Belle can't help but sneer internally at whoever could possibly fall for it. But the media frenzy outside proves plenty of people have, as they swarm the estate gates. The Countess, however, remains unfazed, certain this all dies down once they can finally meet with Anna. The day of her promise to Andy is tomorrow, and Belle is determined to get there, reporters or not. Suddenly, a knock at the door breaks the tension, and the Countess calmly tells her to let them in. Belle moves to answer, expecting a simple guard, but is instead greeted by a flashy man named Leon, who announces he has a letter for the madam. Belle is completely baffled. Why is someone of his stature acting as a simple messenger? He smoothly hands over the envelope, his duty done. The Countess's eyes light up with a flicker of hope. This must be the letter from Andy. She takes it, but as she reads, a grim silence falls over the room. Her voice is low as she delivers the news. They've postponed the meeting. With cold finality, she hands the letter back, ordering Belle to get rid of it. Without another word, the Countess tosses the letter into the fireplace, dismissing it as just an old habit. She then gives Belle a new task. Go find Count Repellus and tell him she needs to talk. But before sending her off, she gently places a hand on Belle's head, remarking that her fever still hasn't gone down. With a seemingly sincere warning for Belle to be careful, she watches her leave. Belle arrives at the Count's quarters only to find Viscount Victor, who's surprised to see the room empty. He explains to Belle that he already told the Countess that he and Ian were heading to the police station. The Viscount adds that he only popped back in for a moment, and right then, it all starts to click for Belle. The memory of the Countess's words echoes in her mind, the lie about the meeting being postponed. Her hand slowly clenches into a tight fist as the truth settles in. It was all a deception. The Countess is trying to trick her and go to the meeting all by herself. The horrifying realization crashes down on her. The meeting wasn't postponed. It was moved up to today. She remembers the threatening note, the demand for more money. The dread she felt then is nothing compared to this. The Viscount senses her panic, asking if something is wrong, but there's no time to explain. She grabs him, desperately telling him to find Sir Ian. He's stunned by the urgency in her voice. The Countess is in danger and must not be left alone. Without another word, she turns and sprints down the hall, intent on reaching her mistress first. He calls for her to wait, quickly pulling a small pistol from his coat. Belle freezes, her eyes wide with shock at the sight of the weapon. He presses it into her hands, admitting he's no good with guns but insisting she take it just in case. With one last order to hide if it gets dangerous, he rushes off to find help, leaving her with the cold metal in her palm. With a shaky breath, she clutches the pistol, the cold weight, a grim promise in her hands. She bolts, her footsteps echoing down the hall, relieved to find the secret passage is still open. As she sprints, the Countess's anxious thoughts echo, surely Rita, with Leon and Ian's men, must be safe. But a nagging feeling persists. A missing piece to the puzzle, a shadowy figure who hunted Andy for 5 long years. Someone who waited patiently, whose methods were far more cunning than anything Count Grey could devise. Her feet suddenly skid to a halt, and in a sickening flash of clarity, the Countess realizes her terrible mistake. Why had she only ever suspected him? The scene shifts to their destination, the mortician's house. But she's too late. She can only stare in horror at the bodies of the mercenaries, already wiped out. As the full scope of the massacre is revealed, a desperate scream cuts through the silence. Rita! And that desperate scream cuts through the chaos, reaching its intended target. The Countess bursts in, her heart stopping as she sees a familiar dress crumpled on the floor. Belle? But it's Rita who looks up, her face streaked with tears and a frantic, relieved smile. She's alive. She's not too late. But Rita urgently tells her to escape, that the mercenaries are gone. Just the two of you? The question hangs in the air, and a sudden sound makes Rita's blood run cold. From the shadows, new figures emerge, their voices dripping with casual cruelty. Their only target was the Countess, but they mockingly pity the unfortunate maid who tagged along. Without a moment's hesitation, Rita shoves her mistress behind her, shielding her with her own body. She whispers urgently, "There's a gun in her pocket, a gift from Sir Cern. She needs the Countess to use it." With a knife clutched in her hand, Rita's eyes harden. 4 enemies. They just have to survive until help arrives. One of the assassins scoffs, easily grabbing Rita and mocking her pitiful little knife. But his smug expression twists into a cruel grin as a splash of blood fills the air. It's not his. A vicious blow sends Rita spinning through the room like a broken doll. She hits the floor hard, coughing up blood from the sheer force of the impact. Yet through the haze of pain, her eyes still burn with a fierce, unwavering resolve. Before she can even get her bearings, another shadow looms over her, ready to strike. A furious, guttural scream rips through the chaos, the Countess roaring Rita's true name, Belle. That name seems to give her a jolt of strength, and she scrambles to get back on her feet. But it's no use. A masked assassin slams her down, pressing the cold edge of his sword to her throat. With her last bit of strength, she pushes against the blade, her own blood trickling down her neck. A vicious struggle explodes in the darkness, the Countess refusing to yield for even a second. The scene snaps to a memory, the Countess, younger, her voice cracking as she screams at Rita to run. An assassin had grabbed the young girl, ordering her to get out while her protector fought. The Countess could only watch in terror, urging the child to escape the unfolding massacre. A moment later, she stood alone, the room littered with the bodies of her enemies. Back in the present, the masked assassin holding Rita hostage suddenly grunts in pain. With a brutal flash, he struck down, the killing blow intercepted at the last possible moment. Rita's eyes widen in disbelief, her life spared by an unseen savior. But it's the Countess' voice that cuts through the silence, questioning why she should ever hide. She stands firm, pistol in hand, absolutely refusing to cower in fear ever again. With a furious roar, the last surviving assassin lunges toward the Countess. But he's stopped dead in his tracks by the deafening crack of a gunshot. Rita remains frozen on the floor, stunned into silence by the sudden violence. The Countess stands over the fallen man, her mission brutally accomplished. Finally, the young maid scrambles backward, a wave of pure terror washing over her. Having served its purpose, the heavy pistol clatters onto the wooden floorboards. But the sound triggers a flash of memory, a moment of raw, unbridled rage. A vision of the Countess's own grim determination to survive, to kill. And then, a darker command surfaces from the depths of her mind, a chilling voice echoing a single name. Isabel. Her expression suddenly cold and vacant. Rita rises to her feet and takes the gun for herself. A voice from the past echoes in her mind, a command she can't disobey. Raise your arm. Her hands, small and trembling, lift the heavy weapon as if by instinct. The memory glitches and distorts, a desperate attempt to forget what comes next. But the lesson continues, forcing her to steady her aim. And suddenly, the face of her teacher, Viscount Cern Victor, appears with a cruel, encouraging smile. The final order is given, and her eye widens as she pulls the trigger with all her might. The memory shatters into a collage of pure violence, bodies falling, glass breaking. A younger version of herself stands frozen, the recoil jarring her small frame. A hand slips into a pool of blood, the grim result of her lesson. And she remembers everything, a past she never, ever wanted to see again. A memory of the friend she was forced to kill with her own hands. And the one she once loved, a man whose eyes she could never forget. It was him, Prince Ferdinand, who once held her younger self, whispering that she did well. The memory shifts to another time, when as a young maid, she returned his development documents. He was immediately suspicious. A mere maid who could read and deduce the papers were his? His curiosity piqued. He listens as she explains she'd read about his visit to the south. She continues, her intellect shining as she recounts his well-known business interests. She had simply connected the dots, assuming his trip was for business, making the papers his. His gaze sharpens, realizing the girl before him is far more than she seems. He asks for her name, and she replies, Isabel. A name he savors, committing it to memory. His final words from that day echo in her memory. She was special. The prince savored her name, Isabel, a small, dangerous smile on his face. It was a beautiful, dreamlike memory of a man she had met long ago. But the dream dissolves as her eyes flutter open in a cold sweat. A soft voice cuts through the haze, a maid noticing that she's finally awake. Her eyes snap into focus, and she whispers a name she thought she'd never say again, Anna. With a desperate cry, she lunges forward, clinging to the maid and begging her not to die. Anna is stunned, asking what she means. Why would she die? Was it just a bad dream? The question hangs in the air as Belle stares, her mind racing to grasp reality. Ah, a dream. It has to be. Because there's no way Anna could be standing here right now. Anna's voice cuts through the haze, asking if the sharp pain proves this isn't just another dream. The feeling is undeniable. It's too real, just like the day she woke up as Eileen Nova. She stares at her own hands, her mind reeling with the impossible truth. Could it be? Did she somehow manage to come back? Back to this time, back to when she was still known as Isabel. A brilliant, desperate hope ignites within her. She can save Anna. She can protect Rita. But when she asks for the date, the image of Anna shatters into a bloody, horrific memory. Her eyes widen in pure terror as the vision of her friend's death plays out. She slumps back onto the bed, a hollow, defeated laugh escaping her lips. Gasping for air, she hears a faint voice call her name from the darkness, Isabel. Her eyes fly open, but she's no longer in her bed, she's trapped in a memory. A familiar, terrifying voice cuts through the darkness, his hand gripping her as he demands she look at him. The sound of rain hammers against the glass, just like it did that night. And there he is, the cruel, smiling face of Prince Ferdinand. This isn't a second chance. This is the nightmare she can never escape. The nightmare of the day her friend Anna made a fatal mistake, and saw her together with the crown prince, sealing her own fate. The memory of blood spilling across the floor is still so vivid. She remembers begging him, pleading for him to spare her friend. But he simply held her close, coldly explaining that Anna deserved to be punished for interrupting them. A spiral of regret begins. If only she'd stopped Anna. If only she'd done anything differently. Or better yet, if only she hadn't been so foolishly thrilled to be acknowledged by him in the first place. For the first time in her young life, she felt true, gut-wrenching terror. Dropping to her knees, she pleaded, offering to take Anna's place, to take any punishment meant for her friend. But the prince simply looked down at her, a cold, calculating curiosity in his eyes. He asks her if she's truly capable of handling that, if she could really stand in her friend's stead. The question hangs in the air, met with a crushing, helpless silence. She trembles, unable to speak, the sheer horror of his proposition stealing her breath. He walks past her defeated form, coolly stating that he understands people are selfish creatures, after all. Then he kneels before her, a predator cornering his prey, and softly speaks her name. His hand grips her jaw, forcing her head up as he commands her to look. He presents her with a choice: stand still, let the girl die, and walk away with him, free of all blame. Tears stream down her face, her eyes wide with horror as she whispers a single, broken question: why? He looks down at her, a chilling calmness in his eyes as he asks her to guess the reason for his cruelty. Then he leans in close, a predator whispering a horrifying secret. It's all because he loves her. His twisted philosophy echoes in the darkness: to love someone is to want to possess them completely, to tear them open and see what lies inside. A small, cruel smile gracing his lips. He tells her that in a world so devoid of pleasure, one must learn how these rare feelings truly function. And he's here to teach her the fundamental, ugly truth behind what people call love. It isn't affection or kindness. He explains it's the process of dissection. He leans in to claim her, a predator savoring his final move. But instead of a scream, he's met with a flash of pain as she bites down, drawing blood. For a fleeting moment, the prince's cold eyes widen in genuine shock. The memory fractures, flashing to another room where her name is whispered from different bloodied lips. Back in the nightmare, Isabel collapses to the floor, trembling from her own desperate act. Wiping his lip, a slow, terrible smile spreads across Ferdinand's face. She's just made things much more interesting. With a casual snap of his fingers, he puts his new, cruel idea into motion. Her friend Anna hits the floor in a bloody heap, and he tells Isabel it's time to make a choice. She can simply stand there, frozen and helpless, and be forced to watch her friend suffer until her very last breath. Or, Ferdinand whispers, she can take matters into her own hands and grant her friend a final peace. Isabel's eyes harden with a terrible, soul-shattering resolve. The nightmare finally breaks as a voice from the waking world cries out her name. She's no longer Isabel, but herself again, lying bandaged and unconscious in a soft bed. Beside her, Count Lepellis is overwhelmed with guilt, admitting he knows nothing of her true suffering. His gloved hand trembles beside hers, a silent testament to his helplessness. Memories flash through his mind every time their paths have crossed, every moment he was a shadow in her life. His hand tightens into a fist, frustration and regret warring within him. Head bowed, he just begs her, pleads with her to please, just keep living. Elsewhere, the Countess calmly sips her tea and asks how Belle is doing now. The Countess receives the solemn news. Margarita still hasn't regained consciousness. But Count Lepellis isn't here for small talk. His expression hardens as he gets to the real reason for his visit. He leans forward, reminding her that they are now partners in this dangerous game. As proof of his progress, he slides forward a piece of paper containing a lock of hair supposedly from the deceased Marie Tria. His gaze sharpens, wanting to know if she met with the Undertaker as planned. The Countess confirms it, revealing she spoke with the woman just before she died. Her mind flashes back to the Undertaker's grim report from that day. The body, she was told, reeked of medicinal herbs, a crude attempt to mask another smell. Lepellis connects the dots, his voice low as he concludes it had to be poison. She agrees to analyze the sample, then smoothly pivots, asking about another person he was supposed to be protecting. With cold certainty, Lepellis finally answers what happened to the person she was protecting. The woman was found dead, discarded in the cellar of an inn she was staying at. He reveals the devastating truth. The letters were fakes, and the woman she guarded was merely an imposter. The Countess reels, her mind racing this brutal, messy outcome wasn't part of the plan. But the memory shatters, as a voice from the waking world cries out that she's finally awake. The dream evaporates, and the first thing she sees are the frantic faces of the Countess and Lepellis rushing toward her. Margarita slowly comes to, her eyes dazed and struggling to separate the nightmare from reality. The Countess is at her side in an instant, her voice laced with concern as she checks for any injuries. She manages a weak reply, assuring the Countess that she's fine, her own worry now turning to her mistress. But before she can say more, Lepellis's gloved hand reaches down, his touch grounding her back in the present. His touch sends a jolt through her, flashing a sinister smile from a half-forgotten memory. But Count Lepellis's voice cuts through the haze, calling her Belle as he holds her steady. Her gaze is distant, still lost somewhere between the nightmare and the waking world. His confession echoes in her mind, a memory of him saying he loved her, now feeling more like a threat. She manages to push his hand away, weakly insisting that she's fine despite the turmoil. Her first coherent question slices through the tension. How long was she unconscious? The answer is a gut punch. 10 days, and her mind immediately leaps to Anna's impending trial. The Countess quickly explains that Lepellis managed to get it postponed for her sake. But the relief is fleeting. There are only 3 days left until the final judgment. With a new sense of urgency, Margarita looks at them both, ready to reveal what she's learned. She drops the bombshell, revealing the name of the true mastermind behind Anna's poisoning. It was none other than His Highness, the Crown Prince himself. But that's not all. There's something else she needs to tell them. She explains that when her long nightmare finally ended, the last piece of the puzzle fell into place. Standing before them, weak but resolute, she lays out the accusation that hangs in the air. The Countess and Lepellis are frozen in shock, unable to process the sheer gravity of her words. Diana stammers, needing to confirm she means that Prince Ferdinand, and demanding to know what proof she has. Margarita begins to connect the dots, her logic sharp and clear. She points out that the poisoning and the Undertaker incident were both elaborate traps set for the Countess. And then, her gaze shifts, turning her attention directly to Sir Ian. She reminds Sir Ian how he personally stationed the Third Prince's elite soldiers at the Undertaker's home. A bloody memory flashes by those same elite soldiers, wiped out to the last man. With a steady gaze, she states that only 4 people in the Empire could have done something like that. She lays out the list of suspects, the absolute peak of power, from Marquis and Duke, to the Crown Prince and the Emperor. Then, with cold logic, she begins to dismantle the list, eliminating each one based on their motives and methods. This process of elimination leaves only one logical conclusion, one man standing. And so, she delivers the final verdict. Crown Prince Ferdinand is the most likely culprit. The Countess clenches her bandaged hands, the theory making a terrifying amount of sense. But why would he target her? Margarita explains it was a test, a direct response to the Countess digging into the case. A chill runs down Diana's spine as she realizes the truth the prince knew she was investigating all along. The Countess, reeling from the revelation, asks what kind of test this was supposed to be. Margarita turns the question back on her, asking Diana to think about how she learned of the case in the first place. Was it truly a coincidence, born from simple jealousy towards the Count's late wife? Or was there a clearer purpose, with a powerful figure watching her every move from the shadows? She explains that if Diana's motive was weak, the poisoning attempt would have scared her off for good. But she didn't stop. The Countess realizes with horror that the entire incident was just bait. Margarita confirms the Undertaker survived the attack. They were still breathing when she got there. And because they survived, they were able to pass on one final, crucial piece of evidence. She unfolds the paper, revealing a lock of Marie Tria's hair. With this last piece in hand, Margarita's conviction hardens. If it was him, this is exactly his style. A man like that wouldn't want her dead so soon, had want her to survive for his own amusement. He'd be watching with rapt attention to see what she planned to do with the evidence he let her find. Count Lepellis, however, brings them back to reality, sweating as he notes that suspicion alone isn't enough to accuse anyone. Margarita agrees, her expression grim. Dragging a man of his stature into court would be impossible. Her eyes suddenly sharpen with a dangerous glint, unless he were still just Count Grey. She explains that a man as meticulous as the Crown Prince would never let any evidence point back to himself. He'd have a plan ready, a perfect scapegoat to pin everything on the Count the second things went wrong. So, Margarita proposes they beat him to the punch, turning his own game right back at him. They'll use Marie Tria and the poisoning to paint Count Grey as a man who habitually murders his wives. The Countess is left utterly speechless, horrified by the sheer audacity of the plan. Count Lepellis leans in, already sensing she has a strategy, and asks if she has a plan. Margarita confirms she does, but it hinges on one critical condition. Aniphyrus's trial must be public. Once that's done, they will drag Count Grey himself into the public courtroom, no matter the cost. There, they'll bring up the suspicious, recurring deaths of his former wives, planting a seed of doubt. The public will start to remember the whispers about Countess Diana's death 10 years ago, and begin to wonder if maybe, just maybe, it wasn't the maid who was the real killer. The plan is set. The Count agrees to prepare for the trial, and tells Margarita to get some rest. She quietly thanks him, her part of the conversation over as she turns to leave. But the moment she's alone, her strong facade begins to crack, a wave of pain washing over her. She collapses against the bed, her body giving out as she desperately needs her painkillers. She reaches out, desperately searching for the pills she usually keeps under her bed. But a cold realization washes over her. This isn't her room. This is the Lepellis estate. Her eyes widen in dawning horror. Wait a second. If the physician examined her before she woke up, he must have realized she was poisoned. So why didn't Count Lepellis say a single word about it? The thought makes her sick. Suddenly, the sound of her door clicking open cuts through the haze of pain. Someone is entering her room, and she grips the sheets, trying to stay upright. But it's no use. Her body gives out and she crumples to the floor. Through her fading vision, she sees a pair of polished boots stop right in front of her. Just as she's about to hit the ground, a strong arm catches her, and it's none other than the Count himself. But her feet dangle uselessly as a woman's voice, not the Count's, asks if she's all right. The stranger gently supports her, offering her something to take. It's a bottle of painkillers, just like the ones she used to use a lifetime ago. Margarita stares up, her mind reeling, weakly asking who this person is. A knowing smile crosses the woman's face as she says it's been a while. In that instant, a flicker of recognition cuts through the fog of pain. Her eyes fly open in utter disbelief. It couldn't be. There's no way. This is Mila Ale Lepellis, Count Ian's own mother, and she knows her by name. The memories flood back. This was the very woman who taught her how to wield a sword. And not just that, she was the closest friend to the late, cherished Empress Anastasia. But Margarita's memory is a tangled mess. After the Empress' death, Mila had supported the second prince's faction, not the Crown Prince. She struggles to connect the pieces. Did her loyalty end with the Empress? No, something else must have happened between them. Yet, both strands of speculation converge into one undeniable truth. Every single year, without fail, Mila visited the Empress's grave, a silent testament to her unwavering devotion. Back in the present, Mila gently mentions she's heard about the memory loss, asking Margarita to call her by her first name again, just like old times. As she pours a familiar tea, the warmth and care feel almost overwhelming for the weakened Margarita. But then Mila's expression shifts, her kind demeanor replaced by a sudden, piercing intensity. With chilling calm, she leans in and asks a devastatingly direct question. How long does Margarita have left to live? The sudden shift leaves Margarita completely frozen. The brief moment of comfort utterly shattered. She can only stare back, speechless, caught completely off guard by the brutal inquiry. Mila reveals she knows everything the physician told her. Margarita was poisoned, a secret she's clearly kept from Ian. She gently places her hand over Margarita's, assuring her that this secret is safe with her. With a disarming smile, she reminds Margarita that she's always thought of her as her own child, calling her by her old alias, Eileen. The unexpected warmth leaves Margarita stunned, her defenses crumbling. Looking down, she finally admits the grim truth. She probably has about 10 months left to live. Mila connects the dots instantly, asking if this desperation is why she's returned now to finally bring down House Grey. The unspoken tension of that mission hangs heavy in the air between them. All Margarita can muster in response is a quiet, heartfelt apology for her silence. But Mila's gaze sharpens, clearly wanting more than just words. She stands, her tone shifting from gentle to demanding, proposing that if Margarita is truly sorry, she'll grant her one request, to have dinner together. And then comes the condition, delivered with a calm, unnerving smile. Stay here for just 1 month. Margarita's mind goes completely blank. A month? That wasn't part of the plan. Later that evening, the promised dinner is a stiff and formal affair under a starry sky. The three of them sit at a large, empty table, the silence punctuated only by Mila's polite, yet hollow, offers of food. She then turns to her son, casually asking why he refers to Eileen by the nickname Belle. Margarita keeps her head down as Ian answers coolly that it was simply her wish. Overwhelmed by the suffocating atmosphere, she quickly asks to be excused for the night. As she leaves, Ian's cold, calculating gaze follows her every step. But before he can move, his mother's voice cuts through the quiet, stopping him in his tracks. With Margarita gone, Mila gets straight to business, asking about the errand boy he mentioned, a man named Leon Lloyd. She presses him, questioning if he can truly guarantee Eileen's safety from this man. Ian just swirls his wine, calmly stating that there's no need to worry at all, because as it turns out, that errand boy, Leon, is hanging upside down from her balcony. He frantically demands to know why she moved here, of all places, right before he sees her standing there. Margarita stares back, her voice like ice, acknowledging the maid who returned from hell. Leon just smirks, mockingly saying it's a shame she didn't die that day. He spins a pathetic tale of how he tried to call for guards, but they must have been bribed. She doesn't believe a word, but knows she has no choice but to use this snake. Cutting him off, she gets straight to the point. It's time for his next task. He is to investigate the last movements of Countess Diana Gray before her death. She lays out the mission. 10 crucial days are missing from the Countess's diary. Leon is floored, realizing she wants him to dig into the life of Count Gray's ex-wife. He starts complaining about the danger, but her cold voice cuts right through his whining. Completely terrified, he immediately accepts the job and scurries away into the night. His retreat triggers something in Margarita, a horrifying memory etched into her soul. She's pulled back into a vision of a splendid mansion, a beautiful prison from her past. She remembers the man who lived there, his elegant clothes and shining jewelry. It was Count Ian Lapellis, calling her by a different name, with a deceptively gentle smile. Those kind eyes were a mask for the danger he represented, a memory that still warns her to be careful. And as the memory fades, the very same Count Ian is standing below her balcony, asking if Leon caused any trouble. He climbs the steps, his voice laced with concern, saying he was worried she didn't look well. She tries to brush it off with a simple "I'm fine," but his gaze tells her he isn't buying it. Margarita stands frozen on the balcony, her mind screaming in terror at his presence. He presses again, wanting to know if she's really all right, but he doesn't wait for an answer, suddenly launching himself upwards from the stairs. In a blur of motion, he's on her balcony, closing the gap in an instant. He grabs her arm, his sudden proximity pinning her in place before she can even react. With a soft thud, his feet land on the floor, trapping her completely. Leaning in close, he whispers that he has something he needs to tell her, but his touch sends a jolt of pure terror through her, a phantom memory of his hands choking her. Trapped in his grip, she can barely breathe, let alone think straight. His eyes narrow, searching her face for any sign of weakness. She flinches away, stammering, trying to find the words to make him leave. As she forces out a lie that she's fine, the shadow of another tormentor flashes in her mind. He clenches his fist, offering a hollow apology for startling her. He presses on, saying he just needs to know one thing. Is she truly okay? But his intensity only makes her tremble more, her composure completely shattered. And just like that, A forgotten memory breaks through the surface a day in the forest. She remembers finding the second prince, fallen in a trap, with a blood-soaked boy beside him. And in the boy's eyes, she saw the same cold, unnerving glint she sees in the Count today. He admits to himself that he could never refuse that haunting gaze. Not then, and not now. Standing on the balcony, a wave of ice-cold dread washes over her. He heard everything. Her mind flashes back to that day, to the crushing weight of her own self-blame. She keeps her head down, lost in the shame of her past. But the Count smoothly changes the subject, asking how her trial preparations are going. He muses aloud that the requirements for a public trial are known to be quite strict. A smug, knowing smile spreads across his face as he answers his own unasked question. Has already obtained the Supreme Justice's approval, a move that stuns her into silence. In fact, everything is masterfully arranged, witnesses secured, nobles persuaded. And then he adds, almost as an afterthought, that his talk with the Countess yielded a surprise. He muses to himself that she's far more perceptive than anyone gives her credit for. For the first time, a genuine, weary smile touches her lips as she agrees. The Count watches her, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He points out her smile, pleased that he's managed to break through her defenses. With a smooth gesture, he opens the door for her, noting her tension seems to have eased. He gently tells her to go inside, saying he's kept her out in the cold for too long. Promising to see her tomorrow, he turns to leave, but she leans against him in exhaustion. His gaze sharpens for a moment, his mind constantly calculating. From the doorway, she takes one last look back at him, but he follows right behind, stepping into her room and calling her name, Belle. He tells her she can just listen from where she is, sensing her need for distance. He promises not to move from the doorway, trying to convince her she has nothing to fear from him. With a quiet intensity, he vows to find out who hurt her himself, so she won't have to say a word. His hand hangs in the air, a silent, uncertain gesture. All he asks, he pleads, is for a chance to understand her. With a soft click, he closes the door, finally giving her the space she wanted. But on the other side, he leans against the wood, wrestling with a question he can't answer. Why? Why is she trying to go to such lengths, to endure everything alone? She stares back through the glass, completely baffled by his strange, desperate concern. He admits that he doesn't really know either, a confession that only deepens her confusion. And then, with a startling softness, Count Lepellis admits he's feeling a certain fondness, a fondness directed entirely at her. The words hit her like a physical blow, a sudden, sharp realization dawning in her eyes. Her mind flashes back to another time, another plot centered around a public trial. A flustered man named Leon Lloyd questions her, asking why she's seeking his approval. But this version of her, a cool and calculating woman with dark hair, simply smirks back at him. She reminds him of her authority, casually pouring a drink while mentioning her time as a proxy Supreme Justice. He resists, exasperated, asking what else she could possibly be trying to make him do. Leaning closer, she offers him the one thing he can't refuse, a chance for revenge on his father. And in an instant, his composure shatters, his eyes widening with the terrifying weight of her proposal. She clarifies her offer, a chance to overturn the very case that built his family's honor, the Countess Diana murder case. Leon collapses in disbelief, muttering that it's impossible, but she coolly assures him she wouldn't have offered if it was. Leaning forward, her voice low and steady, she asks if he's willing to at least hear her plan, but the pressure sends him spiraling into a traumatic memory of his father's cruel voice, mocking his very bloodline. He stammers that he's not mentally prepared, but she cuts through his panic with a single, sharp word. Grabbing his collar, she tells him he'll never be prepared, that his hesitation will make him miss every chance he gets. As she speaks, she drops a cigar into his wine, asking if he can truly say he won't regret this. The object sinks into the red liquid, a silent, swirling ultimatum. He's trembling now, hand to his face, caught in a vortex of fear and a desperate desire for revenge. As she watches, his mind screams in denial, a feeble protest against the terrifying path she's laid before him. And with that, his resistance shatters, asking her the one question she's been waiting for. What does he need to do? The scene flashes back to a younger, more eager Viscount Cern, slamming a document onto a desk, proudly announcing he's brought the signatures. He stretches, ecstatic, asking Count Ian if this means he can finally rest now that the job is done. He even brags about finding the jeweler connected to the ruby ring, though he notes the man mysteriously closed shop right after the deal. Ian, however, looks pensive, apologizing to Cern before he even makes his next request. He needs the Viscount to continue investigating the casino and the ring, deflating Cern's celebratory mood in an instant. But Cern agrees, and with his help, all the conditions required to hold the public trial were finally met. A few days later, a massive crowd gathers at the courthouse, buzzing with anticipation for the main event. The day of the trial has arrived, and through the jeering mob, Anna is carried towards her fate. The crowd callously places bets, wondering aloud how long it will take for the execution to be over. Amidst the crowd, young Leon Lloyd tries to get a better view, asking the people in front to kindly move. But he's startled as a figure suddenly appears right before him, stepping into the open space. This mysterious man strides confidently towards the guards holding a defeated-looking Anna. He flashes a smug, condescending grin, greeting the imperial officials with dripping contempt. With a theatrical salute, he declares himself Baron LeBurk, here to act as Anna's lawyer. The name shocks the court. William LeBurk, the infamous noble, known only for wasting his life away. Margarita, watching from her seat, knew him only by that reputation. But she also knew the truth. Behind the facade was a bona fide genius who graduated at the top of his class. She's completely baffled. Why on earth would a man like him appear at this trial? Before she can find an answer, chaos erupts as the guards around the courthouse suddenly collapse. While Margarita wonders what LeBurk is doing, Count Ian coolly orders the investigator to proceed. The witness claims he saw Anna's face when the wind blew her hat, an excuse so pathetic it's laughable. The investigator then presents the prosecution's star evidence, threatening letters supposedly sent by Anna. He paints a gruesome picture, claiming she smeared them with blood and sent animal corpses. But the memory tells a different story, one of Anna being forced, her hand shaking as she wrote. She was threatened, warned that if she didn't comply, everything she held dear would be destroyed by Count Grey's command. The investigator, completely oblivious, holds up the tainted letter as proof of guilt. It was all part of a larger, sinister plot to eliminate Margarita, the new countess. Back in the present, Mila senses her student's turmoil, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. And as if on cue, William LeBurk rises, ready to address the honorable judge and tear their flimsy case apart. The judge leans forward, declaring that it's time for the court to finally turn its eyes toward the truth. And William immediately drops a bombshell, accusing Count Grey of systematically murdering his wives. It's a horrifying truth, one that makes even the conniving Count Ian crack a smug, satisfied smile. To prove his point, William tells the court they must recall a tragedy from 10 years ago. He points out that the judge's own father ruled a personal maid as the culprit, leaving the investigator utterly bewildered. The judge lowers his head, a flicker of pain in his eyes as he realizes which case is being brought to light. But the investigator, completely oblivious, slams his hand down in outrage. He demands to know the meaning of digging up a case that's been closed for a decade. This outburst earns him a furious roar from the judge, who orders him to shut his mouth. William smirks, his plan working perfectly, as he prepares to discuss the tragedy that befell the judge's own niece. He offers his deepest, most insincere condolences, leaving the investigator reeling from the revelation. From the gallery, Mila quietly explains the connection to Margarita. The judge's sister was Lady Diana's mother. William paces dramatically, lamenting the death of a precious daughter from such an esteemed family. He claims their grief was so overwhelming that a thorough investigation was simply impossible back then. But now, in a grand gesture, he kneels before the court, vowing to finally set things right. He places a small envelope on the stand, the first piece of his long-awaited truth. The evidence is presented. Hairs recovered from the remains of Marie Tria, Count Grey's second wife. An analysis of those hairs uncovered undeniable traces of a deadly poison. And in a stunning twist, it's a perfect match for the poison Anna recently tried to use on the Countess. To hammer the point home, he submits official Imperial Academy documents confirming the findings. The judge reels, the horrifying accusation echoing in his mind. William declares that after killing 2 wives, Count Grey had moved on to his third. He formally petitions the court to reopen the case and summon the Count immediately. The judge is utterly frozen, the full weight of the scandal paralyzing him. And from the crowd, Margarita watches her intricate plan fall perfectly into place. The entire affair now hangs on one question. Can a noble simply get away with murder? Does their status truly put them above the law? One man in the audience can't stand the silence, demanding to know why the judge is hesitating. He slams his fist, declaring that this time, the truth will not be buried. Suddenly, the courtroom explodes, the crowd's murmurs turning into a roar for justice. The judge hesitates, caught between justice for the dead and the danger of angering a powerful family. But before he can waver, another noble's voice cuts through the silence, capturing everyone's attention. Count Ian Lapella steps forward, his expression severe as he poses a question to the entire court. He asks them to consider what truly defines a noble. Is it tradition, wealth, or honor? No, he declares, his voice echoing with authority. The foundation of nobility is decency. Therefore, he proclaims, a man who has abandoned righteousness is no longer a noble. and the court shouldn't hesitate. Hidden in the crowd, Margarita watches with quiet satisfaction as her puppets dance on their strings. The judge's mind is made. His gavel rises, ready to bring down the weight of the law. With a final, decisive strike, he orders a 1-month recess for a thorough investigation into Count Jeremy Gray. Instantly, the news spreads like wildfire, with headlines screaming that the quiet count is now an indicted wife killer. The news of the trial sends shockwaves through the night, and a man's voice desperately calls for Margarita. An agitated noble bursts into a room, demanding to know what in the world is going on. Margarita, in her elegant disguise, calmly informs him that she was at the trial, watching the proceedings. The man immediately panics, fearing she suspects him, but she cuts him off, feigning her own distress. She was only there, she claims, because she wouldn't feel safe until the offender was punished. Falling for it completely, he grabs her wrist, promising that everything is fine now and he's not going anywhere. But beneath her act of a frightened woman, her eyes flash with cold, sharp intent. He's a pawn, and nothing more. The fool is already celebrating, suggesting they throw a huge party to show everyone how close they are. At the same time, another story is being crafted for the public, a biography and loving memory of Diana Gray. And back in her own study, the real Margarita reads the paper, watching all the pieces of her plan fall into place. This article feels different from the usual trash. Her eyes narrow, wondering who the contributor could possibly be. The name Aiden Dunois catches her eye. Perhaps it was someone who actually knew them. Just then, a knock at her door interrupts her thoughts, and she quietly invites the person in. Count Ian Lapellis peeks inside with a smug grin, checking on how his dear Belle is doing. But his eyes widen in genuine surprise. He steps into a room absolutely buried in papers, shocked she's reading through all of this. Ian can't help but comment on her reading speed, though her expression remains cold and distant. She cuts right to the chase, asking Sir Ian if the poison from the trial has been analyzed yet. With a slight, unsettling smile, he leans in and reveals that the whole story, it was a lie. Margarita is visibly stunned as he admits the poison's components haven't even been identified. Ian calmly admits they never found any real evidence that Countess Diana was murdered. They simply had no other choice. They needed to pin it on a noble to make the case stick. After all, he explains, the other 2 victims were just commoners, hardly enough to stir the pot. He gives her a knowing smile, confirming he understood the system perfectly, being a noble himself. Margarita's eyes harden as she processes the sheer audacity and cold calculation behind their plot. He recalls how they got lucky that time but knew they couldn't rely on fortune forever. From now on, he declares, they'll need to gather actual, undeniable evidence for their plans. She listens silently, her sharp mind piecing together this new, twisted information. But then her focus abruptly shifts, and she asks him about the state of his left hand. A memory seems to surface, and she stares at her own fingers, a sudden realization dawning on her. A fractured memory surfaces, a desperate moment by the water, a needle cracking under pressure. The vision is so intense that she stumbles back, catching Count Lapellis completely off guard. He instinctively reaches out, grabbing her wrist to steady her as she sways. But the moment his skin touches hers, a cold dread washes over Margarita. In her mind, his concerned expression twists into something calculating and sinister. He holds her head, trying to see if she's all right, but his eyes suddenly go wide. Her disguise has faltered, revealing the fiery red hair he thought was long gone. He immediately pulls away, stammering an apology for being so forward. She tries to brush it off, taking a seat, but the air is now thick with unspoken questions. He clenches his fist, offering to find her a physician, his mind racing to process what he just saw. He mentions a doctor who specializes in external injuries, a subtle offer of help. Seeing her discomfort, he decides it's best to take his leave for the night. As he heads out, he promises to keep an eye out for any new articles that might appear. He turns back for just a moment, a faint smile on his lips. With the soft click of the door, Margarita is finally left alone. His parting words, a simple "see you tomorrow," echo in the quiet room. The instant he's gone, her fragile composure completely shatters. She curses herself, standing beside a bloody phantom of her violent past. He doesn't know a thing about her, about the horrors she's seen. How could she have been so foolish as to let her guard down, even for a second? Her thoughts drift to the man who haunts her memories, his name echoing in her mind. Sir Ian. She turns to face him, asking if he remembers his own words from the trial. Specifically, his grand speech on what defines a noble's dignity. He remembers, of course, a smug smile playing on his lips as he asks if she has a problem. Margarita's gaze hardens, her patience wearing thin. She thinks of his lineage, the great and powerful House Rapellis, one of the Empire's founding families. They were seen as the pinnacle of nobility, a true noble among nobles. Born with everything, able to do and have anything they desired, all because of their prestigious birth. And for the first time, a flicker of unease registers as his hand clenches at his side. With a chilling smile, she tells him the one thing he's missing to prove his nobility is his birthright. The words hang in the air, a confident smirk playing on her lips. And then, in a flash, the smile shatters as she realizes what she just said. Cold dread washes over her, a fatal slip of the tongue. She immediately backpedals, stammering that she misspoke, that she lost her mind for a moment. But Count Ian remains perfectly still, reassuring Belle that it's truly all right. He turns his back to her, casually telling her not to worry and to sleep well. Margarita can only watch him go, the terror clear in her eyes. He knows. He has to know. Peeking through the crack in the door, she makes sure the coast is clear. The morning sun eventually filters into the room, signaling a new day. Lying awake, her fear has already hardened into cold, sharp resolve. Her thoughts drift away from the Count and land on the letter Ellie had sent her. The other maid had been swept up in the poisoning incident, dragged away by the guards. Reading the letter, Margarita feels a wave of relief. Ellie was released for lack of evidence, but the letter's tone quickly shifts to one of desperation, a plea to the only person she trusts. She reveals the truth about a knight she was secretly seeing, and a terrifying visit from his mother. Her new companion, Leon, has apparently already done his homework, calling the woman completely insane. He theatrically flops over, quoting the mother's demand for Ellie to marry her son and take responsibility. Margarita's concern grows as she reads on. The knight is now obsessively demanding to see Ellie. Leon pauses his dramatics, a sly, thoughtful look crossing his face. He then cheerfully offers the most straightforward solution he can think of. Should he just kill them? Leon casually dismisses her concern, saying the maid brought this on herself and should just deal with it. Margarita stares back, her expression completely flat. She's not amused. He presses on, a smirk in his eyes, daring her to say he's wrong. Her gaze hardens. She's heard enough of his nonsense. So she asks him coldly, what exactly did Ellie do to deserve this? He just scoffs in response. But instead of arguing, Margarita suddenly bursts into a chilling, almost manic laugh. She sets the letter down, her voice low and dangerous, asking if he's pretending not to know something. Rising to her feet, she wonders aloud if maybe he's the one with the guilty conscience. Then, a blade appears in her hand as she repeats the question, her patience clearly gone. In a flash, she has him pinned, the cold steel at his throat, a silent, deadly warning. Even with steel at his throat, Leon has dared to explain himself. So he does, spitting out a single word to justify a woman's death. Greed. He smirks, claiming the maid was at fault for desiring someone so far above her station. But Margarita's cold gaze tells him she isn't buying that for a second. She presses the blade just a little deeper, demanding he be honest with himself. Leaning in, she cuts to the chase. He didn't just disapprove, he actively hated Emily. She could just picture him, thinking how pathetic the maid was for acting like the most wronged person in the world. But Margarita scoffs at his twisted logic, declaring that Emily had a life worth dying for. Leon's confidence finally shatters, and he begins to stammer a weak denial. A cruel smile spreads across her face. She knows his type perfectly, and her words clearly hit a nerve. She can almost hear his judgment, dismissing Emily as someone who just raised her voice and demanded apologies. Margarita tries to push the thought away, a sharp no echoing in her mind. But her eyes snap open in horror as the denial crumbles. A memory flashes through her mind of Emily gently comforting another person. And suddenly, she realizes Leon's twisted words apply to her, too. He sees them as the same, doesn't he? Two women who brought ruin upon themselves. The cruel thought echoes that everything she's suffered is all her own fault. The shock is so profound, the knife slips from her fingers, clattering onto the ornate rug. Leon sees his opening, a smug sneer spreading across his face as he mocks her weakness. His words hit their mark, and she stumbles back, clutching her head as the memories overwhelm her. Leon collapses to the floor, not in pain, but in a fit of cruel laughter. Leaning in, he coldly tells her to get a grip. But she can't, her mind completely fractured by his psychological assault. His final words echo, a chilling warning not to end up like the deceased maid, Emily. The world around her dissolves, replaced by a memory of a lavish meal. A man's voice cuts through the haze, asking if she had pleasant dreams. She remembers this time, head bandaged, recovering from some unknown trauma. Margarita quietly admits she doesn't remember dreaming at all. Her companion finds that a relief, reasoning that at least it wasn't a nightmare. He then stands, announcing that her physician is coming to see her again. And as he leaves, the memory shifts to a concerned doctor peering into the room. Margarita seems to process this new information, but her face remains a blank canvas. The doctor recalls being desperately needed, only to be told her help wasn't necessary after all. Back in the present flashback, Ian sets a plate of perfectly cut meat in front of her. He explains with a gentle smile that he prepared it just for her, to make it easier to eat. His tone shifts, becoming somber as he apologizes for his behavior the day before. He hangs his head, admitting he was wrong and begging for her forgiveness. Clasping his hands, he insists he's deeply reflected on how foolish he had been. But across the lavish table, his words are met with nothing but absolute silence. The facade of remorse begins to crack, his face twisting in frustration as he demands to know why. He desperately asks what he's doing wrong, offering to apologize all day if she wants. Hell kneel, Hell even smash his head on the floor, anything to get a reaction. But she finally looks up, her voice cutting through his pathetic display. With cold, dead eyes, she asks what more there is left for them to say. Her blunt dismissal leaves Ian utterly speechless, his face slack with disbelief. Deciding the conversation is over, she announces that she'll be leaving now. She turns her back on him, ready to walk out of the room without another word. But as she does, his composure completely shatters into a furious roar. He screams at her, retreating back, finally revealing the ace up his sleeve. He knows she isn't Eileen. The words hit her like a thunderbolt, freezing her in place with pure, unadulterated shock. He explains that the real Eileen never dealt with princes, nor did she have trauma from confined spaces. Ian stammers, struggling to articulate the rest of his fractured thoughts. And in that moment, she understands. He knew she was an imposter. But a wave of relief washes over her. He doesn't know she's Margarita. Her real identity is safe. He reaches out desperately, pleading with her to stop, saying she reminds him of a benefactor he once knew. As he steps closer, his voice cracks with emotion. He confesses that he just couldn't stand by and let her die. He begs for a chance to understand her, but she just turns back, her expression unreadable. A cold, calculating smile touches her lips as she decides to flip the script. "Fine," she says. "Then let her ask him something, Special Investigator. Does he know what threats Ellie is facing?" The Count is completely flustered, stammering that he doesn't understand her meaning. She takes a step forward, coolly informing him that his ignorance is exactly why he can't comprehend her world. Her hand reaches out, a gesture that completely flips the script on him. She cups his face, her voice dangerously soft as she tells him he knows nothing at all. He's frozen, a bead of sweat forming as he processes her sudden dominance. He grabs her hand, desperately vowing to learn if that's the problem, but she tells him it won't matter. Frustrated, he begs her to tell him what he needs to do to understand. A cold, calculating gleam fills her eyes as an idea sparks. Before he can react, she leans in and presses her lips against his. The investigator's eyes fly open, his mind blank with pure, unadulterated shock. He's completely lost in the moment, his mind going blank as she holds him. The entire room seems to fade away, her calculated move leaving him utterly disarmed. But then something changes, a sharp, sudden bite that shatters the illusion. He's choking, grabbing at his throat as an invisible force constricts his airway. He stumbles back, coughing violently, his body and mind reeling from the brutal attack. Still gasping, he desperately says if this is some twisted game she wants, he'll play along. But she just smiles, a chilling glint in her eyes as she delivers her true intent. He should be reborn. A vicious curse spills from her lips that he be born low and live his next life rolling in the dirt. That he should dig through trash cans for scraps while dreaming of the feasts he once knew. And after all that, to be left starving, begging on the streets only to be kicked aside. She condemns him to live and die carrying a stain that will never, ever disappear. The curse finally breaks through his confusion, and Ian's face hardens with resolve. He lunges forward, but she's already recoiling, her own face twisted in pain. He thinks she's mistaken, that maybe this is just some misplaced pity or longing for her mother. But Margarita stumbles away, desperately trying to escape the room. The memories are flooding back of him, pushing her away simply because of her birth. She sees him again, offering the poison, telling her to just be reborn. Collapsing onto her bed, she's consumed by regret she shouldn't have said that. Just then, a voice calls out her alias, Belle, cutting through her sobs. The person on the other side of the door pleads with her, begging her to open up. Ian leans against the ornate door, telling her it's fine. She doesn't have to open it, just listen. Inside, Margarita hears him confess that while he can't be reborn, his feelings for her are sincere. He admits that at first, he was projecting the memory of a past benefactor onto her, but not anymore. Then, through the heavy wood, comes the one thing she never expected to hear. A simple, direct confession that he likes her. Ian waits, his expression tense, hanging on whatever sound might come from within. But all he would hear, if he could, is her silent, desperate denial. Her mind is screaming at him he doesn't know anything. He doesn't even know who she really is. Tears stream down her face as she begs him to just stop. A sudden thud from inside the room makes Ian jolt, and he calls out her name in alarm. Outside, his composure shatters, and he begs her to just open the door. Hearing her collapse, he screams for guards to bring the master key, his mind racing with the worst possibilities. From the floor, Margarita's eyes widen as she hears the frantic attempts to get inside. She sees the door handle jiggle violently, knowing they're about to break through. Ian can only watch in frustration as the lock finally gives way, the door broken. Meanwhile, she feels herself sinking into an abyss of panic, her thoughts, a chaotic storm of fear and exhaustion. Overwhelmed, she gives up, deciding to just let everything go silent. The door flies open, and Ian rushes to her side, gently lifting her from the cold floor. As he holds her close, the only thing she can hear is the steady, calming sound of his heart. He looks down at her, his frantic terror replaced by a deep, unwavering concern. In the haze of her semi-consciousness, a single, desperate thought surfaces. If he ever found out who she really was, would she still be allowed to feel this way for him? The next morning, she wakes to find Ian gone, with only a small photograph left for her. A maid explains he had to leave but promised he would be back before the trial. Margarita examines the photo, a strange sense of familiarity pricking at her memory. And then it hits her a jolt of pure ice. It's the train station where she escaped the inspectors. Her mind races, trying to connect the impossible dots. His promise to find out her true identity echoes in her head, now sounding less like a vow and more like a threat. At that very moment, Ian returns to the mansion, his first question being for the maid about her condition. The maid reports back to Mila, explaining that Margarita wasn't upset with her at all. So Mila turns to her son, Ian, demanding to know if he was the one who made her cry. He denies it, but his expression is heavy as he admits he heard her sobbing uncontrollably. The name Eileen hangs in the air, Mila's mind racing with this troubling new information. Ian's words haunt her head, never seen someone look so utterly and completely broken. Mila's thoughts drift back through the years, remembering the strong girl she had raised like her own daughter. But the Eileen she's seen recently, she's different, seemingly traumatized by noble men like Ian. A dark, grim understanding begins to form behind Mila's sharp eyes. It's as if the girl she's known for a decade is being consumed by a fragile, broken stranger. This girl has become a completely different person, a stranger haunted by shadows. Mila's mind races with an impossible question. If this isn't Eileen, then who is she? But her dark thoughts are suddenly shattered by a bright voice calling her name. For a fleeting moment, a hint of a smile appears on Mila's face. Eileen says she almost mistook her for someone else, her voice echoing in the grand hall. She looks up at Mila, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Then, looking away in shame, she apologizes for causing a scene the day before. Mila takes a deliberate step forward, descending the stairs with purpose. Before Eileen can finish, Mila's hands cup her face, startling the young girl into silence. Instead of words, Mila simply pulls the stunned girl into a firm, unexpected embrace. Eileen's eyes widen, confused, as her master whispers that it's fine. The older woman holds her close, a strange sense of peace on her face as she tells her it's all right. Later, that brief moment of comfort has transformed into a look of cold, hard resolve. She remembers the girl finally breaking down, clinging to her with a desperate grip. Now, in the library, Mila's hand rests upon a formidable stack of books. Eileen can only stare at the intimidating pile and ask what they are. The answer is blunt: law books. Her new mission, Mila declares, is to read every single one of them. A sharp, knowing smile spreads across Mila's face as she challenges her with a new name, Belle. And so, a week passed in a blur of dense legal texts, with no time for Belle to process her grief. Elsewhere, Mila sits alone in the quiet darkness, her formidable strength seemingly drained away. She whispers to an empty room, lamenting that they can no longer pick snowdrops. Her mind drifts back to a fierce vow made to her young son, a promise to always be with him. In the present, she finally relents to the memory, whispering that it looks like he's won. Just then, Belle quietly opens the door, holding a basket of flowers. It's a simple, unexpected offering of beauty. A faint smile crosses her lips, as she wonders if this is some kind of return gift. But her expression shifts when she spots a small envelope, nestled among the petals. She carefully unfolds the letter, her only connection to her collaborator since that day. The news inside is grim. He had to postpone his investigation into Countess Diana Gray. Every last trace of the woman had been completely, unnaturally erased from existence. So he pivoted, instead searching for the one person who wrote a memoir in her name. The note was simple. He'd found the man, Aidan Dunois, and she needed to find him near the game club. Without a moment's hesitation, she arrives at the designated inn. She scans the patrons, her eyes finally landing on a man who must be her target. He's a nervous-looking man in a red coat, seemingly lost in his own world. But then he spots her, his face lighting up with frantic relief as he waves her over. But the meeting immediately descends into chaos, with Leon dramatically accusing her of tying him up and imprisoning him. Aiden is even worse, screaming that she tried to kill him, though she clarifies she just needed to incapacitate him to talk. Hez completely hysterical, pointing out that being secretly followed for days isn't exactly a calming experience. Cutting through the noise, Margarita finally gets a word in, insisting they're not here to harm him, they need his help. She goes straight for the heart of the matter, asking about his connection to Countess Diana Gray, and his panic instantly freezes. He tries to shut her down, denying everything and telling them to get out, but she's not letting him off that easily. She brings up the article he wrote, pointing out how incredibly detailed it was for someone who claims to know nothing. With unwavering certainty, she accuses him of knowing the full, ugly truth behind the Countess's death. And just like that, the frantic mask slips away, revealing a cold, calculating man who knows far more than he's letting on.